Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody.
So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Just found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House is providing...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. We want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Always arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Yeah, which of you motherfuckers is Pashy in the Discord? Why are you being gay? Why are you being gay in the Discord? And I don't mean gay as in happy. I don't mean gay as in homosexual. I mean posting dumb engagement bait in the Discord general. That shit's for Twitter, dog. What are you doing? Whoever Pashy is, speak up. Show what was posted? Dude, everyone just keeps saying, hold on, I know what it is. There we go. That ought to fix it. I was going through all my mixers, all my things, trying to figure out, and then I remember that every now and then StreamYards, when I go on someone else's thing, no, you can either give it microphone permission or you can not give it microphone permission. And if you don't give it microphone permission, guess what? You can't speak on someone's StreamYards. But if you do, it will randomly lower your fucking volume settings on Microsoft's end. And my virtual audio cables won't show it. I was trying to figure out what was going on. I was like, well, I'll just crank it up a little bit more. I'm getting crunchy audio, so I'm like, all right, this is about the best I can do. Fucking StreamYards. StreamYards is a trash program. Like, it was pretty good for a while. It sucks now. Show what was posted? Oh, yeah, sure. I don't know if, for whatever reason, it doesn't like my Discord audio. I guess you don't actually need the audio. It doesn't really matter. It's just, He like posted this. Get the fuck out of our city! Get the fuck out! And then he posted and he was like, bro did a Nazi salute, then did hand signals to try and cover it up. I'm just like, bro, not everything needs to be a fucking Nazi symbol. Like, shut the fuck up. This is why so many people are just like, fuck it, I'm a Nazi. Like, I saw a video the other day, it was this black lady, and she was like, here's all these things that say, you know, that we all know what you really mean is the N-word, and you're just as racist as people that use the N-word. And it was like, if you use the word thug, or diversity hire, or DEI hire, or it was like 20 different, or ghetto, all this different shit. And I was just like, dude, this doesn't work anymore. Like, white guilt is at an all-time low, dude. Like, if you keep doing this, people are just gonna be like, guess we're using the N-word again, boys. Like, you can't. You can't. Like, shut the fuck up. You're not saying the N-word in public constantly is like hanging on by a thread, black people. Just so you know. You're this fucking close to white people just being like, fuck it, I'm going to call you the N-word to your face, and I hope you chimp out. Like, you're real fucking close to it. So, like, just stop. Did you see the kid in the UK with the DoorDash costume? Nah. I did not. I mean, I guess it's technically black fatigue. I think black fatigue is like kind of a dumb racist term, but I mean, I get what you mean. Like, it's ill-defined. Like, I'm not tired of black people. I like black people. I'm tired of black culture. That's for goddamn sure. I'm tired of the left. That's for fucking sure. I'm tired of, you know, the politics of the day, you know, the last 20 years putting black criminals back out on the street just because they're black. There's a lot of shit I'm fucking tired of. But like black people as a whole or black, I'm not tired of blackness. Like, just, I don't know. The term just seems kind of dumb to me. Because it's like, it doesn't accurately describe what I'm tired of. It describes what low IQ retards are tired of. Because they just associate that with the group, and it's easier to just be like, if it's black, it's a problem. But like, it's not what I'm tired of. Oh, you're here now? I can start the stream? I appreciate the permission. I have Juiceberg fatigue. Dude, I have Juiceberg fatigue. But honestly, more than I have Juiceberg fatigue, I have Israel fatigue. I'm way more tired of Israel shit than I am with my Twitter and my occasional comment section having people bitching. Like, I don't know, man. Like, between those two things, one of them has like more of an impact on my life. Like, I'm just sick of Israel in general. Not sick of the Jews, but fuck the Middle East, dude. Nothing good's coming out of there. You just described black fatigue? Yeah, no, I mean, I feel you. Like, but the problem is like, the problem is that like with many open-ended terms like that, they become a Mott and Bailey, right? Like, you know, it's like Black Lives Matter. It's not as bad as Black Lives Matter, but it's kind of the similar thing, right? Where it's like, or like Antifa. Obviously, these two are worse than the concept of black fatigue because they're not like organizations. They don't have, you know, fucking multi-million-dollar multinational corporations, you know, funding them. Indian truck driver fatigue. I do have Indian truck driver fatigue. That one's real and specific. Dude's doing black apologetics now. No, I'm not. Ghetto fatigue? Yeah, see, like, that's what I'm saying. Ghetto more accurately describes the culture. Right? Because, like, I don't think anybody's, like, I mean, except for people like, you know, Slope is dope. Retards, right? I don't think anybody is, like, mad at, like, their local fucking doctor who happens to be black. Like, you're mad at a subsection of the culture that is constantly stuck in a victim narrative, constantly pushing and pushing for more, constantly antagonizing, fucking up any ability to have a high trust society because of their culture, and all of this. And then you're also mad at the media and the institutions and the philosophy of left-wing, you know, of different left-wing groups that like cover for those people. And of course, the lawyers and judges and, you know, the DAs and judges that let those people out on the streets. But to give them credit, Indians have master train transportation. I don't know. Like, India is such a huge, like, a quarter of the fucking world is in India. And I don't really know that much about India. Like, obviously I've done a little bit of research about India. Obviously I've seen some photos and shit. But like, it's like anytime I see like a video of like something fucked up out of India, I'm like, I don't know what to think about it. Cause it's like 25% of the fucking world is there. So like, obviously you're going to find all kinds of crazy fucked up videos if it's a quarter of the fucking world. I mean, I know enough to know that, you know, India's constitution is fucking atrocious. It has socialism baked in, but it's like a couple hundred languages spoken. There's a lot of cultures, a lot of different people. Like, I haven't really seen anything to make me hate Sikhs. Every time I ever see anything from Sikhs, they seem based as fuck. But anytime I ever see a poop festival, it's in fucking India. If you say poop festival, I know what part of the world that's in. I don't need any more information. You don't need any more information. If I say poop and then something, well, we know it's India, right? So it's just like, I don't know what to really adequately think about India. Do I think the SNAP benefits situation will hurt the Republicans or Democrats more? So, Owen Ritchie, I think the left has mastered something with left-wing activism, which is the reaction is the action, right? The way that you react to something is the whole point of the activism itself, right? And so when they, you know, propagandize in order to start riots, it's like that was the whole fucking point. The reaction is the action. And so the answer to that question is to what degree are welfare queens and TikTokers going to like fuck shit up because they lost their EBT? Every single person that actually attacks someone, exactly, Saul Alinsky, no. I don't remember if it's Saul Alinsky or not, but it's definitely a leftist person. It might be Saul Alinsky. I don't remember. I don't think that's one of his rules for radicals. But regardless, I don't remember the origination off the top of my head. So, like, if we see a bunch of, like, welfare queens making TikToks threatening to kill people, and then we see some people, like, violently attack people at Walmart, it will absolutely help the right wing more. It'll help Republicans more because it'll just show normal people what this 40% of the country is. It's not all black because there are way more people on welfare than there are black people in this country. But, yeah, it's definitely a higher percentage of black people. And the people that are threatening to fucking violently fight at Walmart are almost exclusively black people. Right? So it's like the more of that we see, the more it will help the Republicans. But the more, like the less of that we see, and the more we see, like, you know, videos of starving kids or some dumb shit, then the more that will help Democrats. Because women, right? Because, I mean, let's be honest, left-wing philosophy is just women. That's what it is. You have men that think like women, they're called Democrats. And then you have women. Like, communism is just the philosophy of women. It's just the logical conclusion of the philosophy of women. But SNAP increases economic activity for $1 to $1.80. I've seen $1.50. I haven't seen $1.80, but I have seen those retarded ass economic arguments. It's funny. Blue-haired white liberal women fatigue. I feel like the blue hair thing's kind of going away. I feel like that's a very millennial take, Nate.
I feel like the nose ring fatigue. There you go. Nose ring fatigue. And not even nose ring. I think it's this. It's female claw hands fatigue. Right here. This right here. This shit. Bird hands fatigue. That's where it's at. If you see a woman do this, you know she's a problem. No matter what she's saying, it doesn't matter. This is the biggest red flag ever. I'm a middle millennial, so I feel you, Nate. Like I was born in 1990. I'm like right in the middle. Like I remember the 90s, but like only as a little kid. You know what I mean? Millennials the new boomer. Millennial ends at 1996. You just missed the cutoff, Nate. Sorry. No wonder y'all out of touch, dude. Millennials are. Hold on, pause. Millennials are way more in touch with reality than Gen Z is. You're wild for saying that. Gen Z's got a lot of people in it that are based. I'll give them that. Gen Z's got a lot of hustlers. But Gen Z also has a whole lot of people that are like just do not understand the world whatsoever. I like Gen Z. Gen Z is my favorite generation. Right? Like we'll do a hold on. Is there a tier list maker? I'm gonna show you. Here we go. Hold on. We're gonna just impromptu do something real quick. The fuck is this fucking Spanish ass shit right here? We'll just create a tier list. All right. Oh, here we go. We got it. All right. All right, here we go. Here, we're going to do a generation tier list. All right, boys. From a libertarian perspective. All right, the lost generation, 1883 to 1900. Right? We're going to put that, obviously not really alive anymore, but that is an S tier generation. Right? This is the generation that ushered in a lot of problems. So hold on, we're gonna go with A tier. A tier. They ushered in a lot of problems, right? They definitely did. They brought in Federal Reserve and turn of the century socialism and things like that. Actually, now the more that I think about it, we're going with B. We're going with B tier, because they were the adults in charge of that. But at the same time, you want to talk about hustlers? These were hustlers. These were the people that went from the agrarian lifestyle into the, into true industrialization, right? Like these people built America. They built a lot of the capitalist institutions of the time. So they get an honorary B tier, right? I don't know. We'll go with B tier. All right. Greatest generation, dog shit generation, right? Well, no, we'll go with C tier. We'll go with C tier. Okay. C tier, again, these people, they went through a lot, right? Like along with the silent generation, they went through the Depression. They ushered in a lot of socialism. They actually, you know what? No, greatest generation and silent generation, both. All right. We're going to put them in D tier. And the reason is because greatest fought World War II. What the fuck? I don't care. I don't care. They ushered in so much. And then not only did they usher in so many problems, they raised the boomers, Slope. These parents created the boomers. Understand that. Everything good you've done immediately gets wiped away when your generation raised the boomers. No. We're gonna add it. We're gonna add an F tier for boomers. Right? Like this is F tier. Don't worry. Like, boomers go all the way down to F tier. I don't even think I need to explain boomers and why they're the worst generation ever in American history. Okay? They're the worst generation in American history. They are absolute, utter dog shit. Okay? The baby boomers, as a matter of fact, you're kind of right about that. We're going to put Greatest Generation in C just because of World War II. You convinced me. World War II we'll put them in C tier. They still ushered in a lot of shit. They still raised the baby boomers, right? The silent generation, they kind of don't matter. Nobody really cares about them. They were the older hippies. Okay. They were fucking, they didn't do much successful. Again, every generation past them has ushered in to some degree, intentionally, some level of socialism. Okay? Baby boomers, they think they're cool because they were part of the Civil Rights Act, but really it was a lot of it's in between silent generation and baby boomers, and even then they sucked. Silent generation is very similar to so Gen X. Gen X goes at the bottom of D tier. Now, Gen X is guilty of everything the baby boomers did, but they didn't lead anything the baby boomers did. All they did is they made some okay music, but their parents still made better music, right? Like, they are baby boomers, but with not quite as good of music, though grunge was pretty good, right? So there's some hits and there's some misses, okay? And they were asleep. They have been asleep since they were fucking born. They didn't give a fuck about the financial collapse. They didn't give a fuck about the Afghanistan wars. They didn't give a fuck about anything that was happening at all until like 2014 came around and millennials started getting power and went woke. And then all of a sudden they're like, the adults are back in the room, and they're coming everywhere with their Facebook memes to tell everyone else what based actually is. And they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And on top of it, Generation X was the generation that was born with lead poisoning. They're the most violent and the most retarded of all generations, despite the Flynn effect. Like, the silent generation and the greatest generation and the baby boomers are all smarter than Gen X because Gen X were poisoned with extra amounts of fucking lead, and they're retarded. They're retarded boomers that let the boomers get away with everything and didn't stop the boomers, and let the boomers just continuously run shit into the ground. Millennials. Millennials get top of the D list. Millennials are the top of the D list. Millennials have been paying attention. Millennials got involved in politics. Millennials got educated. And millennials were the first people, not Gen Z, to get fucked over deeply by the baby boomers. And then we had this moment to be a based generation in 2009. We were set to be a based generation. And then the bankers came and they realized that millennials were almost as retarded as baby boomers. And so what they did is they did rainbow capitalism and they did wokeness, and they took over the Occupy Wall Street movement and We Are the 99% and just injected the fuck out of all of this critical theory, critical race theory, and just poisoned a fucking generation that they had been prepping with propaganda in school to be woke retards. Gen Z. Gen Z is an S tier generation. Gen Z are kind of retarded. Gen Z are kind of disconnected with reality. Gen Z they have a little too much ego. The women are all whores and they're useless. So let me phrase this. If we split Gen Z in half, right? The women are bottom D tier, but the men are S tier. Okay? So just understand, Gen Z. Actually, as a matter of fact, we're gonna add. I forgot how to do this. How do you add a new image? I don't remember how to add a new image. Where is images are not saved? Oh my god. Hold on, we're just gonna go. Hold on, let me make sure like some weird crazy porn or something doesn't fucking pop up. But I do need like a dumb. We'll just do this. This works. This image works. All right. All right, so here we go. At the top of F tier is an image of Gen Z women, all right? Gen Z women are fucking dog shit. They're the worst women. Beaten only by Karen baby boomers, okay? Gen X women are cooler than Gen Z women. Millennial women are a problem, but they're still fucking better than Gen Z women. Like these girls are doing OnlyFans, they're doing bird hands, they're talking shit to you. There's a few of them, all right, that are coming out of the fugue state, all right? And so for that, I'll actually put them at the bottom of the D list. There's a few of them coming out of the fugue state. We will see if they grow up to be okay. Okay, but Gen Z dudes, ultra base. They're fucking hustlers. They're fucking black-pilled. They're fucking investing into crazy shit like Bitcoin because they know they're never going to be able to own a home. They're getting a little fashy, all right? We got to fix that. But in terms of comparing to generations, you know, oops, hold on. Why is this not, here we go. Why is this not wanting to fucking, okay, here we go. And then, right here we have Skibbity Toilet. Who the fuck knows what's going on with Gen Alpha? We'll see. We will see. We're just going to have to let that one go. We have no idea. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't understand them. I cannot rate them, but I don't like it. So there you go. There's my generation tier list, boys. Take it or leave it. Gen Alpha is brown, mostly non-white. No, they're fucking not. I mean, if you're counting all of the Asians as brown, and you're counting all of the blacks as brown, and all of the Hispanics, regardless of ethnicity, as brown, then yes. Gen Alpha are currently iPad kids. I'm pretty sure that's fucking Gen Z. Were late Gen Z were iPad kids. All right, boys. So the guess my gender generation, that would be Gen Z, dude. Gen Z are all the they thems, all the they thems. You know, respect my right to go into a bathroom or I'll kill myself. Are a lot of them are fucking Gen Z. Gen Z are also all the OnlyFans girls. There's not a lot of millennials and basically no Gen X OnlyFans whores, right? Now, to be fair, the people buying OnlyFans is overwhelmingly married men and baby boomers and Gen X. So, millennials, we skipped that shit. We skipped the fucking hardcore prostitution problem thing. That shit's on Gen Z and on fucking Gen X and baby boomers. Not like we did, it's not like we helped, but yeah. Again, this is why we got to split it. Gen Z is very polarized, right? Gen Z is full of a lot of base people and full of a lot of craziness, woke retards that are worse than millennials. But it's important to note that that split is mostly among the genders. Legends Reign, it's comparative, right? So like the only way, like if we were to go back to the generation that like won the Revolutionary War, then they wouldn't be S tier anymore. Right, because that generation had like, you know, a lot of 18 to 25-year-olds that like drafted our constitution and our government and shit, right? But compared to everything that was on there, Gen Z comparatively is S tier. Plus, a lot of those generations, you know, they have the whole slavery thing. I worked at a mall turned business center as security. I had a lady call me because she thought her car had been robbed because she couldn't find her kid's iPad when she went to pick him up. Oh my God. Gen Z guys are based because we all grew up playing Minecraft. Or Call of Duty. Get the fuck out of here. Call of Duty's a millennial thing. Fucking Gen Z had the shit Call of Duties. Yeah, and Fortnite. Yeah, you're based because of Fortnite. Please shut up. Please stop talking. All right. So because there's a ton of debates I want to do, I'm not going to start at 7:30 with the content. Hey, no, dude, it's fucking... Someone, did you see Waluigi Malay? I did. The European guy with brown hair and brown eyes instead of the piercing blue eyes of the superior race. Yeah, I saw that. Millennials ruined the gaming industry. Millennial women definitely ruined the game industry once they got into positions of power, for sure. I mean, like we talk about it like it's a generational thing, but it's always been a gender thing, right? Like Gamergate is the entire reason Donald Trump exists. It's the entire reason for the MAGA movement. It's the entire reason that any Gen Z has quote unquote based politics, whatever those politics are all because of millennial men fighting. Like all of you Gen Z kids, you weren't a fucking part of Gamergate. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe you were a 10-year-old and you saw a YouTube video that you thought was interesting, right? But like in 2012, you weren't adults. You weren't young men. Like all of this shit started with a gender divide with millennial men. Millennial men were the ones that were pushing for Brexit. Millennial men were the ones that were pushing Gamergate. Millennial men were the ones that started all of the anti-woke, you know, YouTube video channels, with the exception of Lauren Southern, right? I don't even know what Gamergate is. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this image. There is an image. I was trying to find the one. There was like an artist that did a piece of image with like every YouTuber, journalist, media personality, right? Like trying to explain Gamergate is really, 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 really like fucking hard. Cause it's like Sargon of Akkad got started in Gamergate, right? Milo Yiannopoulos got popular because of Gamergate. Basically, Gamergate started because this one lady was caught getting really favorable reviews for her woke games because she was sleeping with people at like Kotaku and Polygon, I believe. Video game reviewers were fucking like this mid chick, right? and this ugly girl with this fucked up hair color and like lip ring, and then it sparked it sparked like this whole thing because feminists started coming for, and the woke people, Zoe Quinn. I was gonna try and I wasn't gonna name her just because I felt like it was funnier, but yes, and it sparked this whole thing where all of the nerds online were just like, dude, you told us to fuck off. You told us that you didn't like us. You shoved us in lockers and called us dweebs and nerds, and we went our own fucking way, right? This was like kind of around the time as like MGTOW, right? Men go their own way. It was like we went and we fucked off. Now you've come to our medium where we hang out and where we have a safe space, if you will, away from women. And you're telling us over and over again that we're horrible, degenerate, losers, etc. And then they fought back. And then we started making YouTube videos and we started exposing corruption. We started exposing lies. Brianna Wu, right? Like I know a lot of you guys have seen Brianna Wu on Twitch. She was a giant liar, grifting piece of shit that made up a bunch of death threats and created 4chan. Like 4chan got banned and they went and got sorta, and then they created 8chan, and then 4chan eventually just kind of became 4chan again, right? Because 8chan was like the real 4chan instead of 4chan. And they did everything they could to try and get governments and game companies and the media to attack people. And then once that machine turned on them, this was the first time that a group of people collectively was like, no, we have YouTubes. We have the internet. Like we can fight back. And then a whole bunch of people came and fought back. And then it was the old guard media and games journalism and everything and politicians misunderstanding fighting against these gamers. And then from that, most of the early 2000s big political right-wing space was all created from this. Without Gamergate, you don't get Ben Shapiro. Without Gamergate, you don't get you just don't get any political content on the right in the online space. And that's when all of these online spaces then started branching and evolving. That's where Red Pill started. That's where MGTOW kind of went hand in hand with that. That's where conservative commentary online started. All of it began as a fight against Gamergate. And that was where all the Pepe the Frog memes and all of the the Groyper memes that you like now were all made back then to fight against Anita Sarkeesian and shit. And that is what eventually memed Donald Trump into the White House in 2015, 2016. Feminist Frequency was an NGO built on Gamergate, used government money. There was a lot of NGOs and a lot of government money and a lot of media personality trying to stifle and stop right-wing thought and expression online. And a lot of the censorship of the right all begins in Gamergate. That is where all of that starts. And and weirdly enough, it's also where a lot of personalities that then went left-wing were. Ethan Klein was an anti-SJW content creator when he first started. A lot of content creators were doing anti-social justice warrior content. And then they either developed a political philosophy and became political creators, or they kind of went away, right? And then they made fertile ground when people went away for new commentators. No, didn't Anita Sarkeesian didn't she make one demo or something? I feel like she made one thing from Feminist Frequency. And Anita Sarkeesian was another lying sack of shit that said that she was this hardcore gamer. And by the way, from Gamergate, that group of people that were trying to attack gamers and everything, that's where Sweet Baby Inc. comes from. Their roots are all in Gamergate. And that's where Brianna Wu, like I said, got her start from, was being a grifter and a lying piece of shit. And also, she was very obviously trans and had a lot less facial feminine surgery and shit. And she would go after and and attack and try and get people's videos taken down if they claimed she was trans because she was vehemently saying she wasn't trans. And then because of that, people started thinking fucking Zoe Quinn was trans. And a lot of people to this day still think Zoe Quinn is trans when really she's just a fucking ugly woman. Yeah, it was like her and her boyfriend or something scammed a bunch of people. Feminist Frequency, there was a lot of grifters in that space. Yeah, Blight Blade, like, but there's a lot of stuff. Like, it's a long history getting into Gamergate. Like, I feel like Sargon of Akkad or somebody would be the perfect person to like do a 2-hour deep dive into what Gamergate was. I feel like he should do like one last thing because that's like where he got his start. Yeah, what the fuck? There's 30 viewers, or 28 now. 7 likes, no donations, no memberships. Nobody new has joined the Discord. Nobody's followed me on X. I don't think. Hold on, let me check. No, nobody followed me on X. What are you guys doing? All right, we're gonna get into the actual content. I don't want to wait another hour to get into it because there's no way we're getting through this. So I'm gonna do a poll right now, and I want to see what do you guys what should we start with? And we will kind of bounce around. We'll skip around a little bit. And then we'll add one more, which is... All right, so here's a poll. So you have the New York City mayoral debate with Silva, Andrew Cuomo, and Zoran, right? It looks like Zoran might actually win and be the mayor of New York City, a terrorist sympathizing, Hassan-loving, full-blown Islamist socialist is going to be in charge of the once great city of New York. Then we have the Virginia governor debate. And that is Abigail Spanberger versus who is a CIA spook versus a black lady that is like kind of stupid and a super pro MAGA Trump lady. And then of course for, hopefully some type of white pill, we have Dave Smith versus Steven Crowder, which I saw just pop up. The Dave Smith versus Steven Crowder, I was kind of thinking we'd do in the middle. And then just kind of like white pill it and hop around to like most viewed portions, but we'll figure it out. So you guys tell me which one you want to start with, but we'll kind of do a little bit of all three. Yo, thank you so much, Shadow Warden. You didn't have to do all that. It doesn't go towards the donation goal, which I think is kind of fucking stupid. But I can't get the donation goal through Streamlabs OBS or regular OBS because I've tried it there too, just to see if it works. To do both, like they have to be separated. So super chats are the only thing that will actually go through. But again, 10 gifted memberships is fucking amazing. I appreciate it. I mean, that's basically most of the donation goal right there, anyways. But again, I always appreciate super chats, especially because they're tied to question. Trump will deport Zoran, so that debate doesn't matter ultimately. All right, I'll give it another couple minutes, and then we'll see what happens. But make sure you get in on the poll, boys. Hop back in if you're cleaning or cleaning the apartment or fucking off on your second monitor or whatever. Hop back in for me, and we'll get this show on the road. All right, it looks like people want to start with Seems like people are less interested in the Virginia governor debate, which I get. So most of you guys are wanting to do the Dave Smith versus Steven Crowder. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with the New York City mayoral debate. Okay. And then we'll kind of, when we get tired of that debate, we'll hop around the Dave Smith Steven Crowder debate as a white pill. And just like see where like the most viewed is on YouTube. Out as that little thing that shows you like these are the most, viewed moments or whatever. And we'll go into that. And then we may or may not get to the Virginia governor debate because it seems like you guys don't really want that one as much. And we'll just kind of see what happens. But since, because I was still thinking that one would be in the middle anyways. Still was the only one in the mayoral debate who even approaches talking sense. Well, we'll see.
Won't denounce
All right, let me... I'm actually going to do this bad boy. Sorry, I'm just switching monitors so it's easier for me to see. How do you guys feel about the new YouTube AI UI? How do you guys feel about it? It had a really stupid question like, what sandwich would you eat? Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. All right. So Slopazope, I don't know if you're here still. Okay. But not joking, this is my favorite sandwich. This is like so telling. And you're going to be like, I know he's simping for the Jews, right? This is genuinely my favorite sandwich. Okay. My favorite sandwich is there's this oh shit. Hold on, let me switch this out. There's this sandwich spot, this Jewish deli, okay, and they have their own version of a Cubano that is kosher, and it's beef tongue, and it's like a beef tongue Cubano called a It's, I swear to God, it's actually called a Cubano, and it is so fucking good. It's so delicious. It's so fucking. It's a Pearlie's diner in Richmond City. They have a sandwich called the Cubano, and it's so fucking good. It's like melt in your mouth, beef tongue, braised beef tongue, cooked with like the flavors and the other ingredients of a Cubano, and it's so fucking good. It's so good. Do I consider burgers and hot dog sandwiches? No.
2-hour debate live on all NBC New York and Telemundo 47 streaming and digital platforms.
Oh, live on Telemundo? Don't give a fuck.
If you ignore the
you to do what every mayor dreams
Hold on, let me just check the volume real quick.
of, and that is to write your own headlines. Imagine it's January 2027, and you have been in office for exactly 1 year. We would like you to quickly give us one headline about what you think your biggest accomplishment will have been in year number one. We'll begin with you, Mr. Cuomo.
Cuomo, 100 days, and he hasn't groped anyone.
First, thank you very much for sponsoring the debate and having all of us. The one headline, how many characters in the headline?
You know, you're familiar with headline length.
Rent down, comma, crime down.
How many characters? Shut the fuck up, you dweeb.
Comma, education scores up, comma, more jobs in New York City.
Now we're getting maybe a little
comma.
over the
It's literally not going to happen. Like, these are, like, no one could make that happen in 100 days. This is just fucking dumb.
average headline length, but
Optimism high.
thank you. Mr. Slee.
Optimism, like investors optimistic as New York turns around. That's the correct answer, you fucking lying sack of shit dweeb that killed people's grandparents.
What?
Like, don't get me wrong. I don't want Zoran, the socialist, to win. But like, did we all forget that Cuomo killed grandmas by intentionally taking people infected with COVID and then quarantining them into nursing home facilities so that he could hide COVID death numbers? What's your thoughts on Silva? I'm gonna be honest. I don't know much about him. Like, I know he supposedly said some. I saw him fucking clap back against Hassan on Twitter when Hassan was like, "Oh, great, we're going to put minors in jail." And he said, "Yep, if they're hanging out with, if they're committing violent crimes in gang affiliated groups, we're going to do the same to people who abuse their dogs, by the way." And I was just like, yo, I don't know much about this guy, but that's fucking hilarious.
Curtis Sliwa is without his iconic red beret because I'm talking to the people of New York City about the really serious issues of affordability, the cost of living, and obviously what I spent most of my life doing, which is public safety in the streets and the subways.
We would love a headline from you. What will your headline be, your big headline, and your number one as mayor?
Curtis Sliwa exceeds all expectations and looks very mayoral tonight.
Mr. Mondani, you've had some time.
Looks very mayoral tonight? Dude, this is why Zoran's going to win. Like, it's like, listen, Gen Z is voting, and Gen Z is voting mostly based off of quote unquote aura. And Cuomo and Silva are lacking in any real aura.
To think about it now, what's your headline?
It's a pleasure to be here, first of all, and I really want to thank the moderators and the opportunity to speak directly to New Yorkers about this moment in time and our opportunity to transform the most expensive city in the United States of America. The headline would read in about a year, Mamdani continues to take on Trump, delivers on affordability agenda for New Yorkers.
Thank you, Mr. Mondani.
Continues to take on Trump. Hey, dude, you're running for mayor of New York City. Why would you take on Trump? Do I think the commie will win? Polymarket has him at 89%, brother. Cuomo's at 11. Yeah, I think the commie is going to win. This is the next mayor of the former great city of New York. Like this is like feels like Atlas Shrugged happening, right? It's like New York is rotting with socialism now, the once great bastion of capitalism, where the New York Stock Exchange is.
Mondani, Sally?
Thank you, Melissa. We're going to talk about leadership. Voters have reservations about all three of you as chief executive of New York City, a city with roughly 300,000 employees and a budget bigger than many countries. We have questions for each of you, and Mr. Cuomo, we will begin with you. As a former governor of New York, you obviously have the management experience, but you resigned from office amid sexual harassment and COVID-related scandals. Why should voters now trust that you have the character to be mayor? You have 1 minute.
Good. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the question. First, you are right. I left office. There was a report that was done that had allegations of harassment. I said at the time it was a political report and that there was no basis to it. It was then sent to
Dude, having like 20 women come out against you, like, shut the fuck up. Like, we know you're a groper.
District attorneys. They all reviewed it. They found nothing. It was then litigated for 5 years.
We investigated ourselves and we found nothing. Got it.
Dropped from the cases. So none of that came to anything. When it comes to executive experience, I've run the Department of Housing and Urban Development, built housing all across the nation. I was governor for 11 years. The budget is double what it is in New York City, and I got government to work. I passed groundbreaking.
New York City's been failing for like 20 years. The fuck are you talking about?
Laws, minimum wage, paid family leave, built projects that had never been built before. This is no job for on-the-job training. And if you look at the failed mayors, they're ones that have no management experience. Don't do it again.
Thank you. Ms. Serena?
Thank you, Sally. In the theme of leadership, Mr. Mondani, you...
What experience did Rudy Giuliani have before he was mayor in government? I'm just curious. What? So he was just. Oh no, he was SDNY, Assistant U.S. Attorney SDNY. Okay, never mind.
Work as a foreclosure prevention counselor for winning seat in the state assembly. You have no substantial management experience.
I thought he was just a lawyer too, but apparently he was the assistant attorney at a Southern District in New York.
How are you ready to lead the nation's largest and greatest city in the world in one day? You have a minute.
You know, I have the experience of having served in the New York State Assembly for 5 years and watching a broken political system, the experience of seeing a governor in Andrew Cuomo who would rather have served his billionaire donors and the working class New Yorkers who voted for him, and the experience amidst all of that of fighting and winning for working class taxi drivers to free them from predatory debt and delivering the first free bus lines in New York City history, and working with unions and working class New Yorkers to finally raise taxes just that little bit on Mr. Cuomo's donors to start to fully fund our public school.
I want to go back and I want to listen to this at normal speed because this is why he's winning. Like all of his socialist ideas that Gen Z are too stupid to know are a problem, and millennials as well. But just listen to this man speak.
In the world, in one day, you have a minute.
You know, I have the experience of having served in the New York State Assembly for 5 years and watching a broken political system, the experience of seeing a governor in Andrew Cuomo who would rather have served his billionaire donors and the working class New Yorkers who voted for him, and the experience amidst all of that of fighting and winning for working class taxi drivers to free them from predatory debt and delivering the first free bus lines in New York City history, and in working with unions.
Dude, that is a level of polish that like we have not seen in politicians in a long time. Like he is a commie piece of shit. You know, like the world would be a better place, honestly, if he died in a car accident on his way home from wherever the fuck he is currently, without a doubt. But like this guy has aura, man. Like he does. He's gonna win. And like he's going to fail. And because of that aura and charisma, everyone is going to blame capitalism for his failures. Because it could never be the socialism that he implemented, because he is selling it so well.
And working class New Yorkers to finally raise taxes just that little bit on Mr. Cuomo's donors to start to fully fund our public school. And more than that, I have the experience of being a New Yorker, someone who has actually paid rent in the city before I ran for mayor, someone who...
Of being a New Yorker. Oh, fuck. Then now he's getting the fucking New Yorker, New York pride. We're fucking New Yorkers. We're better than everybody.
Has had to wait for a bus that never came. Someone who actually buys his groceries in the same city. And what all of that experience has shown me, which Mr. Cuomo can't seem to understand, is that it is far too expensive and far too hard for New Yorkers to afford to live in this city. And the definition...
Would the non-aggression principle support him being deported? I'm pretty sure the non-aggression principle would support you just killing him. I'm not saying you should, from an anarcho-objectivist perspective, right? I'm not saying that would be the morally good decision, because all that's going to happen is you're going to go to jail and you're going to make libertarianism look unhinged and radical, right? But at the end of the day, when someone is an avowed socialist that is calling for theft and murder and death at a mass scale for millions of people in the city of New York, and is probably going to get the power to implement that mass death and theft of property and destruction of human rights, like there's nothing wrong with killing that person. There's nothing wrong with just straight up murking. The thing is that, like I said, if you do that, all you're going to do is just make libertarianism look like, you know, like the dude who killed Charlie Kirk, right? Like no one's gonna be like, hell yeah, base libertarians. It's just not an effective means of having our ideas move forward in the future. It doesn't make any pragmatic sense as a strategy to do that, but there's nothing wrong with it. Like I wouldn't morally condemn that person at a personal level isolated, but given the context of everything, I would morally condemn them, because all they're going to do is set libertarianism back. They're not helping the movement by doing that.
Definition of experience is not doing the same thing again and again and hoping for a different result. That's actually the definition of insanity.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
If I can, I think I was invoked.
Yes.
In other words, what the Assemblyman said is he has no experience. And this is not a job for someone who has no management experience to run 300,000 people, no financial experience to run $115 billion budget. He literally has never had a job. On his resume, it says he interned for his mother. This is not a job for a first-timer. Any day, you could have a hurricane, you have, God forbid, a 9/11, a health pandemic. If you don't know what you're doing, people could die.
Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, how'd you do during the health pandemic, dude?
Want to respond?
And if we have a health pandemic, then why would New Yorkers turn back to the governor who sent seniors to their death in nursing homes? That's the kind of experience that's on offer here today. What I don't have an experience, I make up for in integrity. And what you don't have in integrity, you could never make up for in experience.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this dude's fucking winning. There's no, like, that is such a fucking, dude, I want to steal that line.
Experience that's on offer here today. What I don't have an experience, I make up for in integrity. And what you don't have in integrity, you could never make up for in experience.
Yeah.
What I don't have an experience, you don't have an integrity. And when you don't have an integrity you could never make up for in experience is a fucking you don't need to watch the rest of this debate. That line is fucking God. That is a God tier line. Dude, I could, as an entertainer that talks politics online, I can appreciate a good entertainer. And that is a fucking S tier fucking entertainer. It doesn't give no amount of, but he eats rice with his hands will ever fuck up the aura of a line like that. He's an evil piece of shit that wants to ruin and destroy and murder millions of people. You know, he's supportive of terrorism. He's, all for globalized intifada. He's all for, destroying America's culture. And, he's saying that why we need to take down Christopher Columbus statues and still stands by it. He's a socialist through and through that wants to destroy the economic well-being of everyone, tax everyone to death, and implement the most disastrous economic policies that have ever, New York City will be London 2.0. Yeah, he's absolutely doing the Sadiq Khan playbook. But that is a fucking haymaker.
First, what you said was totally false, as you know.
Which part was false?
During COVID, everyone did whatever they could in this state. And there have been numerous investigations where they've gone through it, and they said we followed federal guidance. But yes, people died during COVID, and my heart breaks for everyone that died in this state and across this nation.
But just to be clear, Mr. Just to fact check that, there is a criminal investigation reportedly underway at the DOJ about your testimony to Congress about your nursing home record.
Yeah, but that is a political issue with the Congress. They made a referral, which has gone absolutely nowhere.
Damn, the fact check girly coming in to support the socialist. We see who the moderator favors here, boys.
But there have been multiple investigations where the DOJ found that the nursing home investigation was politically motivated.
Okay, we're going to move on. We might have time to come back to it. I do need to move on.
May I just finish my rebuttal? But the Assemblyman still says he has no experience to do the job.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Sliwa, as founder of the...
Yeah, dude, he fucking is floundering while Zoran is out here putting out haymakers.
Guardian Angels, and as a radio host, you've been a well-known figure in New York City for decades. But you also lack substantial management experience. So how are you prepared to be the chief executive officer of New York City? You have 1 minute, Mr. Sliwa.
First of all, I created the Guardian Angels to provide public safety in the subways and streets when government was incapable of doing so. I didn't do it to get a title or a paycheck. Secondarily, I don't declare myself to be all-knowing. I will hire the very brightest and best in their fields who have dedicated their lives to trying to improve the city of New York or the state or the federal government or the private sector. But what I will say is, thank God I'm not a professional politician. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of no cash bail, which has been a disaster. We have the architect and the apprentice here of Raise the Age. My own son was almost killed because of that in a gang attack. We have the architect and we have the apprentice of Close Rikers Island, which would just release criminals in the street. Thank God I'm not a professional politician because they have helped create this crime crisis in the city that we face, and I will
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
Thank you.
That's a pretty good answer. It's a great answer. He doesn't have the aura of the other candidate, and he's running in a place full of nothing but retarded socialists. I mean, like, who the fuck still lives in New York City at this point after COVID, right? Like, at best, you are tied down there by like some means of like your kid's mom is there, or like you're poor and you can't compete enough to gain enough money to live somewhere else. But yeah.
Mr. Sliwa, candidates, President Trump.
AJW? Yeah. I don't know why that dumbass is still there. I love AJW, but it's stupid.
Trump has expressed intent.
I mean, if he wants to stay and fight, stay and fight, be my guest, but you're outnumbered, buddy.
Interest in this election and in all of you personally. Mr. Mamdani, the president called you, quote, my little communist. Mr. Sliwa, he said you're, quote, not exactly prime time. Mr. Cuomo, he has been critical of you, but said you have always gotten along. The president has threatened to cut federal funds to the city. And just yesterday, he killed the Gateway Project, the tunnel connecting New York to New Jersey. You've all promised to resist him in some way. What would you say in your first official call with the president to set the tone for your relationship moving forward?
Ariel, get the fuck out of New York.
Give me a minute for this. We'll start with you, Mr. Mamdani.
I would make it clear to the president that I am willing to not only speak to him, but to work with him if it means delivering on lowering the cost of living for New Yorkers. That's something that he ran his presidential campaign on, and yet all he's been able to deliver thus far has been prosecuting his political enemies and trying to enact the largest deportation program in American history. And what distinguishes me from Andrew Cuomo is the fact that he has gotten on the phone with that same president, not asking him how to work together to help New Yorkers, or not telling him that he would refuse to back down to protect those New Yorkers, but instead asking him how to win this race. That's something I can do myself. I don't need the president's assistance for. And what I tell the president is if he ever wants to come for New Yorkers in the way that he has been, he's going to have to get through me as the next mayor of the city.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, the whole like we're against Trump thing is just a stupid fucking question. Like you're not supposed to fight Trump or the president as the fucking mayor. Like, granted, I got no problem with you fighting, but the idea of like that you're running, it's like, dude. See, Zoran here has done something masterful, which is he has taken a question about how are you going to fight Trump, which you have to be able to showcase yourself as in order to win in New York, and tied it to how his fight against Trump is really just about making the lives of New Yorkers better. Like that is, as much as I hate Zoran, his ideas and his, death sentence for New York City, that is a perfect answer. Because now, if you're a normie, because you have to be retarded to vote for Zoran anyways, right? But to vote Democrat, you kind of have to be kind of stupid anyways. Like, even, I don't think any of these guys are probably going to be good. Maybe Silwa, I haven't looked into him that much. I'm not a New Yorker, but maybe. But you have to sell both of those concepts. And so the normie is going, yeah, he's going to fight Trump because he wants to help New York. That's a hard thing to thread, and he did it in a perfect way.
Mr. Cuomo, we'll give you extra time, but I'd like you to answer this question as well. You
have to be stupid to vote Republican? I think you have to be stupid to vote Republican every time. Like, if you're if you're red or dead, yeah, you're fucking stupid. But there are some good Republicans, right? Like, if you voted for fucking Thomas Massey, right? Like, you're not stupid for voting for Thomas Massey. I can't think of a single Democrat that would in Congress, the Senate, anywhere right now in recent history. Maybe there's one. Maybe you guys can let me know one, but I haven't found a single based Democrat.
First conversation with the president would be like.
Okay. First, I never had a conversation with the president that the Assemblyman was talking about. But he has a distant relationship with the truth. I would say to the president in the first conversation, look, we have had many, many battles. We fought together.
Tulsi is like not that based anymore. And, I mean, like she had some base positions, but she was also for like socialized healthcare. Like when she was a Democrat, she was for a bunch of expansion of the state, and she was very, very much so in assault weapons bans and anti-Second Amendment. The thing that really made her fully switch over to Republican was when she gave up those views on gun violence because she saw because she saw like some of the court cases and data in terms of gun control in New York City, actually. And then she changed her position. I'm led to believe, who fucking knows? She could just be a liar, right? But it wasn't until she gave up on socialist expansion of the state policies that she became a Republican. When she was a Democrat, she was pro all of those bad things.
Every day during COVID. And the battles were bloody. And I'd like to avoid them.
Yeah, Rokan is based on some things, but he's still a socialist.
If you come after New York, you know what I'm going to do. You know it's going to be ugly. And my chances are almost 50-50, even though you're the president. I'd like to work with you. I think we can do good things together. But number one, I will fight you every step of the way if you try to hurt New York.
Unless he weaponizes the justice system to go after the attorney general of the state, in which case you'll issue a statement that doesn't even name the president. And no matter what you think about Donald Trump, you know that not even being able to name him is an act of cowardice. And that's what we would see from Donald Trump's puppet on the right.
I do want to get this.
God damn. Yo, Zoran is on fire.
But Mr. Cuomo, I'll give you a few seconds to respond to that.
Oh, fuck,
I did, man.
man.
I said political weaponization of the justice system is wrong.
As a lover of the art of debate, Zoran is fucking killing it.
sides do it. It's wrong when Donald Trump does it. It's wrong when they did it to Comey. It's wrong when Comey did it to Hillary. It was wrong when it happened to Chris James.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. I want to give Mr. Sliwa a chance to answer this. Mr. Sliwa, your first official conversation
So when called out, you're like, oh, it was wrong.
with the president, what would you say to set the tone?
Well, first of all, there's high levels of testosterone in this room. I've had a love-hate relationship with Donald Trump that goes back over 30 years. But I know one thing. We have Andrew Cuomo. We have Zoran Mandami. They want to take on Donald Trump. Look, you can be tough, but you can't be tough if it's going to cost people desperately needed federal funds. Zoran Mandami, the president, has already said he's going to take $7 billion out of the budget right from the start if you're elected mayor. People are going to suffer in this city. People who need those federal funds. What I would do is sit and negotiate. I would say, look, Mr. President, we need that Gateway Tunnel. It moves millions of people from Washington, D.C. to Boston. But take away the Q train project. We don't need those 3 stations going from 96th Street to 125th. It's not a necessity. Sit with the president and whoever he delegates and try to negotiate. But if you try to get tough with Trump, the only people who are going to suffer from that are the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa, thank you. Brief response, Mr. Mamdani.
I mean, that's an honest answer, which is a stupid thing to do on a debate stage running for political office.
You know, Mr. Trump is already suspending infrastructure grants to this city, and he's doing it in a blatant act of political retribution. And what it requires is leadership that will stand up to him. And I disagree with Mr. Sliwa. We do need to extend the 2nd Avenue subway to 125th Street. It was a promise made to Harlemites decades ago. Okay. It's time to actually fulfill it.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Okay, quick question for each of you. Mr. Cuomo, you've been asked this before.
He mentioned my name. Don't I get a chance to respond?
Well, we got a lot of ground to cover. So
when was the last time you spoke with President Trump, Mr. Cuomo? You've been asked this before, and the last time you said...
And they're just like, shut up. You're the Republican here. Nobody cares.
You couldn't remember?
Which, by the way, I saw the polling data. Silwa does better if Cuomo drops out of the race than Cuomo does if Silwa drops out of the race. So there are a lot of people that are willing to vote for Cuomo just so that they don't get Zoran, the socialist. Like they'll bite, like there's a lot of like lesser of two evil voters. Which I don't think is a good idea, obviously. But nevertheless, like it is just funny that they're like, shut up, nobody cares about you. You have 14% in the polls. But the thing is that like he's within like 7 points of Zoran in the polls if Cuomo drops out. Whereas like Cuomo is like 11 or 12% behind if Silwa drops out.
I believe it was during his assassination attempt.
So last year in 2024. Mr. Sliwa, when was the last time you spoke with President Trump?
Oh, many years ago. We were receiving awards. I was praising him for saving the annual Veterans Day Parade. Those were the conversations that I had with him. Can I please respond? I was asked about the Q train.
Okay, real
quick. I am the mayor of mass transit. We do not need a Q train. I'm in the subways every day. We have more than a capable system of transporting people. The infrastructure needs to be fixed in the system that we have.
Mr. Mamdani, have you ever spoken with President Trump?
No.
Okay, there you go. Sally.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, follow up to that. President Trump has spoken positively about you and your candidacy, even as his justice.
The debate stage constantly give Zoran responses, but nobody else. It's very obvious that the candidates are on Zoran's side, but it's like you don't even really need that. Is Warren Buffett a hero of capitalism? No, I wouldn't say so.
Department, as we've noted, is reportedly investigating you for allegations you lied to Congress over your COVID record. Given that dynamic, how would you be able to stand up to this White House? How are you not compromised? And just take into account that New Yorkers are troubled by what they view as a compromised relationship.
Are you able to eat lettuce? You could make lettuce wraps. Yeah, I can eat lettuce. I do eat lettuce wraps. Like sometimes I have burgers with lettuce wrap. What a weird question. I will say this though. I want to go to a local Korean or Asian market and try perilla leaves. Like I was looking up, like, cause I'm trying to find shit that I can eat. I can't eat a lot. And like, you know, like you see like those big ass leaves that, like Korean barbecue or whatever, where they like wrap stuff in and then eat out of that. Apparently it has like a minty, earthy flavor to it that like can change the taste of meat. And I might try out some perilla leaves soon. I'll get back to you guys if I find some and tell you how they are.
Relationship the current outgoing mayor has with the president.
Yeah, first you're wrong when you say there's any investigation of me. That's not true.
Do you have evidence there is no investigation?
I've heard absolutely nothing. Congress did a press release. They said they sent a letter to the Department of Justice, which they do routinely to generate press, and that's what that is. I fought Donald Trump. He investigated me repeatedly with the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice Inspector General said that it was actually politically motivated. That does not back me up. When I'm fighting for New York, I am not going to stop. And I'll tell you something else. If the Assemblyman is elected mayor, Donald Trump will take over New York City, and it will be Mayor Trump who runs New York City.
We have to move on. Just a very quick follow-up. Yes or no? You're saying unequivocally the Justice Department is not investigating you, correct?
I've heard absolutely nothing.
They could be, and you might not have heard it. But okay, we'll move on. David?
I haven't heard anything.
Okay, that's all.
That is virtually impossible, by the way.
Okay. So, Mr. Cuomo, you did put out an ad the day after the news first broke in the New York Times that you were under investigation, calling it a political investigation, saying they were...
Listen, guys, this is C-SPAN. C-SPAN, you know, C-SPAN and then the re-upload from Oneida News, okay? They don't have the resources to run it through a green screen, guys. Come on.
Were coming after you as they had to, after other Democratic politicians. You haven't denied this
That
previously.
the Republican Congress was. Yes, I believe they play politics with the justice system. I believe the Republican Congress does it. I believe Donald Trump
What's KT? I don't know what that even is.
does it. I believe the Democrats do it. And that's why I think people are sick and tired of the justice system and the politics.
If you think that there's no difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, then that's the candidate for you. If you think it's time to have a Democratic Party that actually stands up to Donald Trump and his billionaire-backed assault-forcing people,
that's the
Thinking that the billionaires are behind Donald Trump is always fucking hilarious. That is like overwhelmingly the billionaires are behind the Democrats. Oh, and by the way, Zoran, you have billionaire donors too. And you have heirs and heiresses of billionaires that are giving and funding your campaign. I love when they're like, actually, the billionaires, and they love Republicans. It's like, no, dude. The billionaires do love Republicans because they're fucking socialists, but they love Democrats more because they're more socialist, because socialism always helps out the corporate interests until it gets to that level where the state nationalizes industry. Unless a candidate is saying the state is going to nationalize, is actually going to create, the socialist state, corporations and billionaires love socialists because they give them all of the power.
Democrat, right? You're not a Democrat. You're a Democratic socialist. You didn't vote for Kamala Harris, right?
We have other ground to cover. We have other ground to cover.
That's an incendiary charge.
You may have a chance to address it, but we do. We have a lot of issues to get to with New York.
Hey, look, they did cut him off.
I'll be very quick.
You didn't say leave it blank in the Kamala
I'll be very
campaign?
quick. I said leave it blank in the presidential primary because primaries are a place to air dissent. And like many Americans, I was horrified by the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. And if you want to look for me on the ballot, you'll find me as the Democrat.
Mr. Mamdani, thank you. We have to move on. This week, the world is reacting to President Trump's Israel-Hamas peace deal and the release of the hostages. And many are cautiously optimistic about a lasting peace. Of course, the mayor has no direct role in foreign affairs, and we certainly have a lot of questions for you about city matters. But this war has been a major topic in the campaign.
Yeah. What's your opinions on Israel-Palestine? Fucking, this is, it shouldn't matter. The only thing that should matter is all of the crazy fucking jihadist shit that Zoran has said.
And there are criticisms about your positions in the past and how you envision leading on these issues as mayor. So we have questions for all of you, but first for Mr. Mamdani, because of something you said that's been generating headlines in the news today as we come into the debate yesterday on Fox News. You were asked if Hamas should lay down its weapons, key to the peace plan and ceasefire. And some say they found your answer confusing. You said, quote, I don't really have opinions about the future of Hamas and Israel beyond the question of justice and safety and the fact that anything has to abide by international law. And that applies to Hamas, and that applies to the Israeli military. So for the voters tuning in tonight, Mr. Mamdani, what do you believe about Hamas?
Yeah, that's a politician's answer.
And how lasting peace will be achieved? We know it's a complicated matter, but we'd like to keep your answer to a minute if you could.
Of course, I believe that they should lay down their arms. I'm proud to be one of the first elected officials in the state who called for a ceasefire. And calling for a ceasefire means seizing fire. That means all parties have to cease fire and put down their weapons. And the reason that we call for that is not only for the end of the genocide, but also an unimpeded access of humanitarian aid. I, like many New Yorkers, am hopeful that this ceasefire will hold. I'm hopeful that it is durable. I'm hopeful that it is just. And for it to be just, we also have to ensure that it addresses the conditions that preceded this. Conditions like occupation, like the siege, and apartheid. And that is what I'm hopeful for.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lefty, polished answer.
If I may, that means from the river to the sea.
I'm being marginalized out of this.
Shout out to the lady throwing up her set in the corner.
It's debate of three. Excuse me, it's a debate of three. Do we acknowledge
No, they switched. They switched. It's a new lady.
Mr. Sliver, go ahead, and we'll give you a second. Go ahead, Mr. Sliver.
The President of the United States should have been
It's a new lady with a new green screen, and the green screen has massive wrinkles in it. Which creates shadows and fuck up the green screen, and then they're still not using a program. They're not using a chroma key, right, to pull greens out. And this lady is wearing a green shirt. What the fuck is going on with C-SPAN and their interpreters?
Applauded by you, Zoran Mamdani, and you, Andrew Cuomo, on the day that he brought together that international coalition.
You lack the technological capacity of your typical YouTube and Twitch streamer.
And applauded by you, Zoran Mamdani, and you, Andrew Cuomo, on the day that he brought together that international coalition that met in Egypt, that came from the Middle East and the Persian Gulf. I certainly applauded him for bringing peace to Gaza and trying to end the hostilities in the war between the Israelis and Hamas, so there can be peace between the Israelis and peace between the Palestinians. But you seem, Zoran, to be incapable of praising our president and answering. You were.
I feel like they found out that the first interpreter was fake live. Dude, Mark said something earlier. He was like, no way that's real. Like, it did look a little off.
Capable of give credit where credit is due. He's brought peace to Gaza.
Gentlemen, we want to hear everything you have to say. We have other questions. Doesn't matter. Mr. Cuomo, please brief response because we do have other questions on this issue that you may be able to address. Go ahead.
I did applaud President Trump and his administration. I think it was a great accomplishment. I hope the peace holds. The Assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The Assemblyman will not denounce Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The Assemblyman just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning that Israel does not have a right to exist as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged. That is from the river to the sea. That's why he won't denounce globalize the Intifada, which means kill all Jews.
Let's give Mr. Mamdani a chance to respond to that.
I want to be very clear. The occupation is a reference to international law and the violation of it, which Mr. Cuomo has no regard for since he signed up to be Benjamin Netanyahu's legal defense team during the course of this genocide. And I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists and streamers and Americans with whom we agree of every single thing that they say. We need to take the case to every person, and I'm happy to do that, which is why I was on Fox News yesterday talking about how I wish it was more like NASCAR, so we could see all the billionaires who are sponsoring you right on your suit jacket.
Melissa.
For the record, he invited Hassan Piker and Stavros to an event after this. So, like, yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, sure. I denounce what he says now that I'm openly being called to denounce it because it gets me a nice W to make it seem like Cuomo's lying. But also notice how in his answer, he didn't say shit about globalize the Intifada, which I feel like is way worse than I invited a streamer to a couple of events. Like, yeah, I don't agree with everything he said. Maybe address the fucking globalize the Intifada that you've when he's asked about it. And at one point in time, didn't he say he said globalize jihad or something? Like he misspoke about it or something, which is like fine, whatever. But it's just like he very clearly will not denounce that because he was asked about it and he was like, well, that's just the voice of, that's just a voice of a people, blah, blah. Like, what the globalized Intifada means different things for different people. Instead of just being like, yeah, it's fucked up, don't say that. He was like, well, I don't know. Like he straight up supports that. Like he's perfectly okay with that so long as that is some means of bulking at Western power and against capitalism. Like this dude is a full-blown jihadist and a full-blown communist.
We're going to turn it to Sally, actually.
Yeah, actually, this kind of flows, and then we'll go back to Melissa. Mr. Mamdani, you told NBC's Meet the Press that you don't believe it's the role of the mayor to police speech. Your words about this war have comforted many New Yorkers, but they've troubled others, and I want to ask about some of this. There is your recent refusal, as we just discussed, to condemn the slogan, globalize the Intifada, which many view as a call to arms. In 2017, you rapped lyrics praising the Holy Land Five. These are men who were convicted of supporting terrorism. How would you assure New Yorkers, especially Jewish residents who might be concerned about this, that you would be a mayor for all? You have 1 minute to answer this.
Thank you for this opportunity. When I'm speaking about the responsibility of leading the city, I mean leading not just those who voted for me, leading not just those who vote, but leading every single person who calls the city home. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers. And I have been so thankful for the opportunity I've had to sit with so many Jewish New Yorkers over the course of the primary and through the general. And it's in those conversations that I learned that this phrase evokes many painful memories of bus attacks in Haifa, of restaurant attacks in Jerusalem. And I heard from a rabbi about their roommate who was killed on one of those buses. And in hearing that and the distance between that impact and the rationale that some use of saying it, of speaking about the Israeli occupation of Palestinian land, is why I said that I would discourage this language that I do not use. And what I'm looking to do as the first Muslim mayor of the city is to ensure that we bring every New Yorker together. Jewish New Yorkers, Muslim New Yorkers, every...
Yes, this is a really crafted, really aura farming, really JFK-esque answer that essentially says, I will continue to support the phrase as a Mott and Bailey.
Single person that calls the city home, that they understand they won't just be protected, but they will belong.
Mr. Sliwa, we will get to you. First, I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Cuomo. While you are a strong supporter of Israel, you have also been slow to develop a relationship with the city's Muslim community. You have called Mr. Mamdani a terrorist sympathizer. How do you assure those New Yorkers, especially...
Well, he is a terrorist sympathizer. That's crazy. But also, how did you treat the New York City Jews during COVID, dude? Like, I mean, I get that you go out because the billionaires want you to fucking support the state of Israel. I'm sure the $7,000 a post checks really help your fucking campaign funds. But how did you, when push came to shove and Jews and Hasidic Jews were trying to go to religious services during lockdowns, how did you treat those people?
Muslims and Arabic New Yorkers, that you will be a mayor for all. You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, well, first, I think the Assemblyman created the perception himself. why wouldn't he condemn Hamas? Why wouldn't he condemn Hassan Piker? Why did it take us here tonight for the first time for him to say it? He still won't denounce globalize the intifada, which means kill all Jews. Just say, I denounce it. He won't do it. That's the issue. And his divisiveness
can you address the question
is
that we're bringing
chronic.
to you? I think you've made the point, but can you please answer about your own relationship with the Muslim community? You did not visit mosques for many years. More recently, you have been.
Yeah, I don't think it.
Dude, the moderators are grilling Cuomo every time he gives a bullshit politician's answer, but not Zoran, the fucking commie. Like, it's so clear that, especially this white lady, is very much on Zoran's side.
Anyway, the assemblyman.
This fucking mid crypt keeper looking bitch definitely owns a Hot Girls for Zoran t-shirt. There's no way she doesn't.
Is representative of the Muslim community, which is a vital community in New York City, and I am very fond of, and I've been working with. I think he's playing his own politics. Many of his positions don't even follow the Muslim faith, so I see them as two totally separate things.
Mr. Mamdani, want to respond?
You know, it took Andrew Cuomo being beaten by a Muslim candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what Muslims want...
Dude, Zoran is fucking so good at this. This is terrifying. There's no way he's losing this debate. He's losing this election. Polymarket has him at what, like 84%? It's better than that.
In this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of the city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah, except, that's totally false. I've worked with the Muslim community for many years.
Name a single mosque you went to when you were governor. Can you name a single mosque you went to in 10 years?
Before you were ever here. Before I
was here?
Before you were even in state government. I worked with the Muslim community. Yeah. Imams presided over state of the states. We worked in religious working groups, tolerance groups, anti-Semitic groups, etc.
All right, gentlemen. Mr. Sliwa,
yeah, I mean, like, he's just got him every single time.
I have a specific question for you, but I'll give you a second.
Zoran, this is what disturbs me about you. You will be celebrating your birthday this weekend. In 1991, I was in the streets of Crown Heights with the Guardian Angels for 30 days and 30 nights when the first Democratic Socialist mayor of New York City, that's right, David Dinkins, was a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America, abandoned the Jews for 3 days. They were left to their own means. And we protected them for 30 days and 30 nights. Then your favorite mayor, Bill de Blasio, in 2019, abandoned the Jews again when they were being attacked in Williamsburg and Borough Park and Crown Heights. And I had to bring the Guardian Angels in for 30 days.
Why are they still fucking just interrupting this dude anytime he's like, shut the fuck up, Silwa. Nobody cares about Republicans here.
So Jews don't trust that you are going to be there for them when they are victims of anti-Semitic attacks.
Okay. Brief response, Mr. Mamdani. We have a specific question for you from Rosarita, but Mr. Mamdani, please.
I agree, by the way.
One of the most meaningful experiences I've had over
Yeah, I mean, even if either one of them drops out, like, I think Silwa, like I said, last time I looked at the polls, Silwa was like 8 points behind him.
The course of this campaign has been the conversations I've had with Jewish New Yorkers. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me about the door that they've had to lock that they had kept open for 40 years. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me on the M57 about...
Who the fuck just started locking their doors in New York City in 2024? Like, look, if you get killed because you left your door unlocked in New York City, like, that's a Darwin Award if I've ever heard one. What the fuck? Jewish people came and they told me that they had to lock their doors. I don't believe that. That sounds like a lie.
Who've told me about the door that they've had to lock that they had kept open for 40 years. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me on the M57 about an apartment the speech therapist was trying to sell when a realtor told her, put the Jewish books off the table. Jewish New Yorkers who've told me about their fear in living in this city. And I will be a mayor who finally addresses that, not through the theatrics of the politics on this stage, but through action. I'll do that by ensuring that we have police officers outside of synagogues and high holy days.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to, and we do have a specific question for Mrs. Sliwa. Rosarita.
Thank you, David. Mr. Sliwa, you've called for tougher policing of pro-Palestinian protests, and you've suggested that Mr. Mamdani uses languages that is anti-Semitic. How do you assure New Yorkers that you'll be the mayor for all?
Well, I've been there for all people at all times for 46
Did they grab the person with the thickest Latina accent that they had in their studio to ask like a few questions? Like, what the fuck was that? Look, I get it. Bilingual, you know, that's cool. I don't speak Spanish. But like, that is like such an overblown, that is a Telemundo fucking, that's like a, oh fuck, what is it? What are the Spanish soap operas? I can't think of the names. Novellas or whatever. Like, that was such a fucking thick, unnecessarily thick accent. Telenovela, that's what it is.
Protests, and you've suggested that Mr. Mamdani uses languages that is anti-Semitic. How do you assure New Yorkers that you'll be the mayor for all?
You'll be the mayor for all. Like, it's even got the done up Latina like attitude added to the accent. Like, that is so overplayed.
Well, I've been there for all people at all times for 46 years as leader of the Guardian Angels here and around the world. Whether it is a religious violation of people's rights to worship as they choose in a mosque, in a church, in a synagogue, or a shul, whether it's because of racial identity. Remember, in the summer of 2020, Asians were under constant attack because of the lockdown and pandemic. I don't remember Governor Cuomo coming to their aid. You were the governor then. I was out there going into all the neighborhoods, Flushing, Bayside. We were in down in Bensonhurst. We were in Chinatown itself, where Asians were being attacked indiscriminately because they were thought to be carrying COVID. We protected them then. Governor, you were not there for them. De Blasio was not there for them. We understand hate. And in order to counteract hate, you have to get the community involved along with the police to protect people when they're under siege. Jews are under attack now more than ever before. And I don't believe either of you have the capabilities of protecting them with increased.
That's a really good answer. He pales both from the moderator's, obvious preference for Zoran, as well as just the fact that you're running for mayor of New York. Like, nobody gives a fuck about, this, centrist populist view.
Anti-Semitism.
That is pure fiction. I passed the no hate in our state, the strongest hate crime law in the United States of America. We tolerate no hatred, no discrimination.
Dude, it doesn't matter if you sign a fucking Asian hate bill when you when you are completely silent about the fact that black people, Silwa didn't want to fucking say it either, that black people could not stop beating fucking random Asians and Asian elderly people up like hotcakes. It wasn't fucking COVID. It was the same shit that has been a problem between the black community and the Asian community in inner cities for the last 40 fucking years, because black people fucking hate Asians. And they fucking feel like every single one of them is stealing their wealth whenever they're in their community, whenever they fucking immigrate over here. And so any fucking excuse to gin up hatred, they turn everything against them. And what did you fucking do? You let fucking your own prosecutors just let people walk free. There was people that beat the shit out of Asian elderly ladies. And then one of them even got into a physical altercation with another random Asian on the courthouse steps as she was leaving from being released from violently attacking an Asian. But, fucking, it was COVID or Trump's fault or something. I signed a bill. Shut the fuck up. You didn't do anything.
We are from every place on this globe, and
Unless
we're
it's
proud
you
of
that's
it.
perpetrating it.
And we're tolerant, and we accept. If you notice, the Assemblyman still won't say he believes that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. He is a divisive personality all across the board. NYPD are racist. Barack Obama is evil, liar, and he gave the finger to the Christopher Columbus statue.
By the way, Cuomo, your laws with no cash bail turn the haters right back in the street to violate and attack again and again and again. You're the reason for that. No cash bail.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
I feel like no cash bail is actually not as big as a problem as oh god, I can't think of the term for it, but New York has a specific thing that makes it really difficult to violate people's parole. And I feel like that is probably more of a problem than the no cash bail. Right? Because no cash bail for someone that committed a robbery and it's their first offense, yeah, they might go out, they might commit more crimes, etc. But there's a discretion that the judge can engage in whether or not someone, whether or not someone actually should qualify for that, right? There's still a discretion whether or not they get let out on bail. And the amount of money that they put forward is not really the issue here. I think the bigger issue is when people are put out on parole and then they violate their parole, but there are laws that make it difficult for them to be violated. Yeah, I mean, no cash bail is still a problem. I'm not saying it isn't an issue. I just feel like it's less of an issue than violating people's parole, if that makes sense.
There have been a number of absolutely unfounded lies that have been said by Andrew Cuomo. I would just like a moment to address them directly. I've said time and again that I recognize Israel's right to exist. I've said that I will not recognize any state's. I said that I will not.
As a Jewish state.
If I would be allowed to finish, that I would not recognize any state's right to exist with a system of hierarchy on the basis of race or religion. I have made that very clear, and part of that is because I'm an American who believes in the importance of equal rights being enshrined in every single country, whether we're speaking about Israel, whether we're speaking about Saudi Arabia. You can stand here and you can lie all you want, but New Yorkers.
We have the question.
We want to address some issues here.
What? What? He won't support Israel. He just said he believes in the right of the state of Israel. It's just it has to be a Jewish state. No state should have the right to exist. So fuck all of them. But I get why Israel kind of wants to be a Jewish state, man. You know, like, if you just let a massive amount of fucking Muslims in that country, they're gonna do what they've done every other time in the Middle East. Like, look at Lebanon. That is what Israel is trying to avoid by being a quote unquote Jewish state. Is that if you have a voter bloc that is larger than the Jews, they will simply vote to expel and exterminate the Jews. Like, these are not, like, it is a sick and twisted and fucked culture over there. Islam is a sick and twisted religion. Fuck Islam. Islam is inherently statist. It is inherently authoritarian. It is inherently violative of human rights. I don't know enough about Judaism to know whether or not it is so. And Christianity is commiserate with anarchism and voluntarism, given correct interpretations, though most Christians are statists and most hardcore Christians are Christian nationalists, right? So kind of fuck them all. But Islam is, you cannot be a Muslim and follow the non-aggression principle. These two contradict. You cannot be a good person and a Muslim. It is impossible. There's no such thing as a Muslim that is a good person. There is no such thing as a Muslim that is not arguing for the destruction of the rights of humanity. There's no such thing as a good Muslim. There are good Christians, and I've known good Jews, though I don't know enough about the religion of Judaism to really know whether or not it's inherently violative of the non-aggression principle. And so, like, I get why Jews want to maintain power and control within the state of Israel, because they know what they're going to get. They're going to get Black September, right? They're going to get exterminated if they allow the Arab Muslims to have a majority voting share in their country. They're gone. That said, fuck Israel, fuck nation states. The correct answer is private property and anarchism, and, you know, reducing the size and scope of that state. And, you know, nobody is giving a libertarian answer to that. I went to vote with my 19-year-old daughter in November. The emojis make you seem like a bot, Lauren. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know if you're a bot or not a bot. It's the first time I've seen you. Maybe it isn't, because it's a very common name. I'm just going to let you know, the USA flag emoji, thumb up emoji, smiley face emoji makes it seem like a copy pasta bot. We voted for the presidential candidate who was found guilty of felonies and was found liable for sexual abuse. He owes $83 million. Yeah, this is a very, the comment also kind of gives you away as a copy pasta stupid bot. That being said, fuck Trump. I don't know where you think you are. Then again, you're probably a bot. You probably won't respond. But, like, this isn't a fucking pro-Trump stream. Like, hold on. As a matter of fact, because it's important. All right, let me go to docs. Let me go to my folder. Here you go. Here's who I voted for. I voted for John Galt, the hero of Atlas Shrugged. I didn't fucking vote for Donald Trump, okay? I voted for Hung Cao. I knew he was probably going to lose. The name was hilarious. When I looked into his platform, it didn't look like he had any policies designed to increase the size and scope of the state, but I could have been wrong. I voted for Peanut the Squirrel. I voted for Cthulhu, okay, because Black Pill Boys. And I voted for the only guy that wanted to get rid of, that was for parental rights and education for the member school board, and wasn't for transing kids without parental knowledge. And then for the constitutional amendment to Virginia, I voted to get rid of a tax. Okay, I went to the polls, I voted, and I didn't fucking vote for Trump. So you're in the wrong spot. All right. Now, granted, taxation cuts without spending cuts really isn't really truly a tax cut. But if there's a tax cut on the fucking ballot, I vote for it. So that's what I voted for: a tax cut, Peanut the Squirrel, John Galt, Hung Cao, Cthulhu, and the only dude that wasn't pro-trans, the fucking... You misspelled Cthulhu's name? How dare you? Well, you know, fucking... It is what it is.
We have another polarizing issue that we would love to discuss with you candidates. And let's talk about the National Guard here in the city of New York. Now,
No, I'm not voting for Chase. I vote principled. I vote for people that I don't believe will increase the size and scope of the state. Chase was a prag lefty. He explicitly was very much so for shielding leftism and queer theory. Right? He came to a gay rights protest and stated, just like genders, there are it was something like he made some post and was like, just like genders, voting is not non-binary or is not binary, right? So he's like he's specifically for like expansion of like gender queer theory bullshit. He said that the state needs to pay for gender transition of surgeries in for prisoners. So he didn't even give he said that it was a violation of their rights to not have the state pay for gender transition of people in jail. I was like, no, this dude's a lefty. He's going to protect fucking all kinds of human rights violations and parental violations in schools. He doesn't get my vote. Alice, the Desky candidate, yeah. Should have put Lovecraft's cat name on there instead. You sound really homophobic right now and transphobic and Islamophobic. Islamophobia isn't a thing because there's no such thing as an irrational fear of Muslims. All fear of Muslims or of Islam, the religion, is a justifiable and rational fear. There's nothing irrational about it. I don't have any fear of gay people. I'm super cool with gay people. I'm just not cool with fucking queers, right? Queer theory. I'm not a big fan of critical race theory, critical theory in any of its form. I don't support leftism. In terms of transphobia, again, I feel like if you looked at if you've looked at my content over the years, you know that that's just a bullshit charge. Right? I've done tons of content with both detransitioners as well as trans people. Right? I've interviewed Tran Paul multiple times, and we've had great talks. I still occasionally DM fucking several trans people. Like I have trans friends. You get it, buddy? But no, it's just like I'm not against transgender. I'm not against you having the right to do that. I just don't want to fucking trans kids without parental permission or consent. This shit's evil.
Let's go back to Mr. President Donald Trump. One threat hanging over the city is the deployment.
Tran Paul is oh my god, why can I not think of his name now? Buck Angel, the female to male trans person, one of the first to get a bottom surgery in the United States. Model, androgynous model that then eventually became a male trans porn star
of the National Guard troops, like he has done, as you all know, in other.
I've interviewed him a couple times, and I actually DM'd him not too long ago, and he said he was like traveling. What did he say? Out of town until next week. This is a while ago, but we're gonna. He wants to schedule something, and then I just haven't gotten back to him because he was out of town. But yeah, I'm gonna schedule another talk with him here in the future.
Other cities. The NYPD commissioner has rejected the idea as unnecessary, but the president ordered troops to hit the streets of New York.
He's not the first female to male, but he is one of the first to get bottom surgery.
Now, how would you respond, Mr. Sliwa?
I think it was like the second in the state of California or Texas or something. I don't know. It's been a while since I've talked to him about the details.
You have a minute.
There's no need for the National Guard in New York. Kathy Hochul, the governor, when we had a crime crisis in the subways that I'm well familiar with, being down there all the time, unlike my two adversaries, she sent 750 National Guardsmen down into the subways.
Or sorry, chest surgery, not bottom surgery. Yeah, my bad, Tran Paul. Quite famously hasn't had bottom surgery.
In 2024. Remember the horrible case of Debrina Kawar? Does anybody even say her name anymore? That woman was set on fire by that migrant. As a result of that, the worst crime I've ever seen committed in the
Yeah, dude, and then the cops saw it too and was just like, all right, whatever, and walked away.
System. The governor did the right thing. She sent an additional 250 National Guardsmen, giving us a total of 1,000 National Guardsmen in the subway system, while our mayor, Eric Adams, was telling us it was all a perception. So Governor Hochul has responded. I would tell the President of the United States, since I'm familiar with cities all across America having guardian angels there, if you were going to send the National Guard, you don't need to send them to New York City. There are other cities that could desperately use their help in dealing with their crime crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Mr. Mamdani, how will you respond?
You know, I agree with Police Commissioner Tish in that we do not need the National Guard here in New York City. We do not need them for the purpose of safety, because if it was safety that President Trump was so concerned about, he would send them to the 8 out of 10 states that have the highest levels of crime in this country, but he won't, because they're all run by Republicans. What New Yorkers need is a mayor who can stay.
That is such a fucking lie. That is such a lie that 8 out of the 10 of the highest crime cities are run by Republicans. Now, he's correct that 8 out of 10 cities that with the highest crime have Republican state governments. They are blue cities in red states because they are in the South where a lot of black people are. But he's too much of a pussy to say the truth. Yeah. The truth is that we have a problem with black violence. Be it the culture, be it the fact that the average IQ of black people is 85, be it the specific types of blacks that stayed in the South as opposed to the diaspora after Jim Crow into other parts of the nation. Whatever, there is a multitude of variables as to why that is a problem. And we should look into that, and we should try and correct the ones that we can correct and not the ones that we can't. But it starts with being fucking honest and being able to absolutely say that it is black people predominantly in blue cities, in very specific neighborhoods in blue cities in the South that tend to be run by Republicans as a state, but the cities tend to be a cancer in terms of crime on the rest of their state.
Stand up to Donald Trump and actually deliver on that safety. When Donald Trump sent ICE agents on people in Los Angeles, Andrew Cuomo said that New Yorkers need not overreact. That is the furthest answer that New Yorkers are looking for. They are looking for someone who will lead, someone who will say that they will have their back, someone who will actually fight for the people of the city. And that's who I am, because I'm not funded by the same donors that gave us Donald Trump's second term, which isn't something that Andrew...
Yeah, they're different billionaire donors that fund you.
Thank you, Mr. Mandani.
Yeah, first, the answer in the subways is not more National Guard. I put National Guard in the subways also. It's more NYPD is the answer. But the National Guard is not, he's not sending in the National Guard to do any real function. It's control, it's power. He's trying to say these Democrats don't know how to run these cities, and it's a political gesture by sending in the National Guard. He has said if the Assemblyman is elected, he will take over New York. Forget the National Guard.
But this is
he
the
has said, I'm going to take the funds.
Guys, I just want to point out that we're not even an hour into this debate, and we're 32 minutes into the debate. All right? I'm making great time for me. Currently, the ratio is 2-1. All right? Like, I need you guys, I'm trying to not give 20-minute speeches randomly and actually somewhat do more actual reaction in the reaction content.
Order the troops to come here.
Yes, well, I went through this with him. He sent the National Guard to 20 cities when I was governor. You know what city he didn't send them to? New York. Why? Because I said to him, don't you dare, we don't need it, and he backed down, and he will again.
So that proves...
Yeah, because I said to him, I said, don't you dare. We all know you're full of shit.
Wait a second. The president is going to back down to you, Andrew Cuomo. I know you think you're the toughest guy alive, but let me tell you something. You lost your own primary, right? You were rejected by your Democrats.
Why
and you have a difficult understanding that what the term no is. You're not going to stand up to Donald Trump.
I agree with Curtis.
You're not going to stand up to Donald Trump.
Zoran, yeah, I agree with Curtis here on this one. Like, he knows Curtis is so far behind him that he can be like, that Cuomo is the real threat unless Curtis drops out. That's fucking hilarious.
Trump. Okay. And he can't stand up to Donald Trump, who knocked him right on his face.
You negotiate with him. You don't fight with him, because only the people of New York City will lose.
You have to stand up to negotiate.
How's everything with me? Oh, we're doing good. You know, we're making some content tonight. We have yet to get a single super chat, which is rare. Okay. But we got 10, I think we got 11 new members, 11 memberships tonight, which is, great, right? 22 likes on the stream. 20 of you watching right now at a minimum haven't liked the stream. Like, share, subscribe, help me out. My life will be doing a lot. Drail, it's always fucking Drail. Drail, I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. But in terms of health, I'm starting to kick shit around. I'm starting to feel better, right? I'm prepped to go to DebateCon here soon, which should be a lot of fun. Hopefully I'm debating Enemy Charlie, as well as just hanging out with at DebateCon. We're shit's going all right. We're doing good.
I'd like to see a show of hands. Are there any circumstances where any of you would allow the NYPD?
$23 and change? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, Karad. Hopefully, good luck.
To cooperate with the National Guard if Trump sent them to New York? Show of hands. Yes? No takers. Okay. Moving on. If history as a guide, National Guard troops in the city could trigger protests. And we have questions for each of you about how you would handle that. So, Mr. Sliwa, you have been arrested for protesting migrant housing and for trying to serve Mayor Bill de Blasio with court papers. How would your NYPD handle protests? And would you continue participating in protests as mayor? You have 1 minute.
Well, I've been arrested oftentimes in civil disobedience. That is a great American right. But demonstrations have a time and a place. And it used to be before Bill de Blasio, I know he was your favorite mayor, Joe Mondani, that you have to get a permit. There's a time period you were in a structured area. You get a sound permit. It could be turned around in a day. If there was going to be civil disobedience, you discussed it with the police department. And obviously you had an opportunity of expressing your anger or your outrage at whatever it was that motivated you to sit down in the street, to block traffic or block an egress. Now we have rampaging groups that go running through the streets, that enter all kinds of facilities and violate other people's rights. And there's no one who's willing to stop it. When I'm the mayor, there are rules and regulations. Everybody has the right to demonstrate, but you can't violate other people's rights, or you yourself must be arrested. And I would remove the face coverings. Remove those face coverings. Why are you afraid of identifying who you are as a demonstrator, unless maybe you're an agent provocateur who's been sent in here to...
I was with him until he said to remove the face coverings. Like, fuck your permit, but like blocking egresses and blocking roads, to me, is a violation of the non-aggression principle. It's one of the few things I disagree with on like Liquid Zulu with. Right. I think if there is a means for you to detour, there's a means for you to go around, then like, yeah, it's not aggressive. But when you are blocking traffic to where there's nowhere for them to go, that this effectively becomes, like this becomes a form of kidnapping via the usage of common property. We disagree on that. That's fine. Liquid Zulu and I can disagree on some things. But the remove face coverings, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, Siwa. Like, go fuck yourself. There is no reason whatsoever that people shouldn't be able to protect their identities. Okay? If they commit a fucking crime, that's fucking your problem. Okay? That's the police's problem, that you suck so bad at catching people that commit crimes because the CCTV footage doesn't have their face. The amount of people that get canceled, that lose their fucking jobs, that have to move to a different state or whatever because they said a bad word or they did something that pissed off somebody on the left or pissed off fucking Raya on Libs at TikTok because we got to make sure we fucking get rid of this Lowe's employee. Like, fuck you. Wear a mask. Wear a fucking mask. You don't need, like, if you're going to fucking go protest, put a fucking mask on. It's a great way to stop. It's a great way to stop the mild tear gas that they use, right? So that there's a shield on your tear gas. And it's a great way to fucking protect your identity. We absolutely have the fucking right to be anonymous when protesting. Go fuck yourself, Silwa. That's a terrible position, but that is absolutely the fucking conservative and lefty position of wanting to use state power to punish people for saying things that you don't like.
Thank you. Rosarina?
The next question goes to you, Mr. Mamdani. You were arrested for blocking traffic in a pro-Palestinian protest, and you participated in a sit-in at Grand Central. Protesters offered block streets, bridges, and hubs like Grand Central. How much of that would you allow as mayor, and what's your line in having the NYPD arrest protesters? You have a minute.
Protest is a part of what makes this city's history what it is. It is a part of the First Amendment. We deserve to have a mayor who stands up for that First Amendment, especially as we have a president that's looking to shred it at each and every opportunity. And we will continue to have protests in this city, as we should, no matter who is the mayor. And the line will be on the question of breaking the law. What we have today, however, is an attempt to intimidate so many who are looking to use.
Is Trump really trying to shred the First Amendment at every opportunity? Or is he just trying to deport people and people that are here on green cards that are engaged in unlawful protests, like the ones at the University of what was it? Not Chicago. What the fuck was the university? Was it Cambridge? It was one of these private universities where they were threatening Jews and where they were blocking off private property. And then they were passing out, presumably, I don't know if they were or they weren't, but according to the DOJ, they were, this individual was in charge of negotiations as that group was passing out literature from Hamas, as well as is that what we're fucking talking about? Colombia. Is that what we're talking about? Is getting rid of green card holders that have violated their green card and are pro fucking terrorism and are engaged in illegal activity and the violation of private property rights and threatening people? Is that fucking terrible fucking crackdown on free speech? I get that ICE is fucked, but what the fuck are you where is he cracking down on free speech at every opportunity. I'm not seeing it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some cases I missed, right? Seems more like he just fucking hates people that are fucking terrorists like you.
Use that freedom of expression to share their opinions about the city and the world around them. And to be frank with you, what New Yorkers are looking for.
Yeah, he's not good on free speech, and he says wild fucking shit constantly. Like, so I mean, like, if that's what he means, maybe I'm being nitpicky with him exaggerating because I hate the commie jihadi, you know, but the commie jihadi is still exaggerating here.
Is someone who can show leadership in City Hall. Because when they don't see that leadership, that's when so many take to the streets. And if you had a leader like Andrew Cuomo, who was telling people not to overreact, when they see ICE agents abducting girls as young as 6 years old to deport them, many New Yorkers will take to the streets. We deserve to have a leader who will actually be followed.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, deporting 6-year-olds is fucking wild. It's fucking wild.
Through on the values of the city. That's the leader that I'll be.
Mr. Mondani, just a quick follow-up. If you're elected, would you still participate in protests?
No, if I'm
what about the officers? They also protect their identity with masks. Police officers don't have rights. Police officers do not have rights. Period. They are already criminals by the nature of them being agents of the state to go out and violate people's rights. So no, go fuck yourself. You don't get to protect yourself. Now, am I saying that you should go full-blown Black Panther fucking, Tupac Shakir's fucking mom and go murk cops? Again, no, because that's just going to make us look like radicals and it's just going to blow up in our face and it's not going to get us any closer to liberty. And also, I do have some empathy for the family of police officers, right? When their dad gets killed and you have a kid that doesn't have a dad anymore and things like that. Now, their dad's a criminal and a piece of shit, and he should face punishment for the crime of being a police officer. But so long as the fucking state exists, they're going to exist. So yeah, no, they don't no, fuck them wearing masks to protect their identity. I don't care if fucking cops get doxxed. I appreciate it.
elected, I'll be the mayor, and I'll be leading the city from City Hall.
But no participation in protests, right?
The important thing is...
Amen. Don't go feeling bad for cops now. Listen, there is a difference between what is justified and what do I think is right and beneficial to human society and to a functioning society, and what I think actually helps all of us and myself in the long term. And I just don't think a dead cop is really helping anybody. I think they'll find another 18-year-old with a 90 IQ to fill that person's position. I think it will harm the liberty movement. And I think there will be a kid and potentially a wife very often that are without a mom or without a dad. Like, I don't think it benefits us in any way. Now, do you have the right to go out and kill a cop? Yeah, they're a fucking cop. They don't have rights. Right? Like, you absolutely have the right to do that. I just don't think it's a good thing for anybody. I don't think it helps anybody. And yeah, I have empathy, and I'm going to have empathy for that kid, and I'm going to have empathy for that potential wife. Now, looking at the statistics, maybe the wife isn't getting beat anymore if she's got a dead cop for a husband, but, so maybe, not all families would be better off, but,
The lead from City Hall, that's what I'll be doing.
Yeah. If I may respond, because I believe my name was invoked.
A very brief response, and then I have a question for you.
I dealt with ICE. I stood up with ICE. I had a war with ICE here in New York when I was governor. And I stood them down, and they moved out. What the assemblyman is saying is, he doesn't believe in law and order. He believes in defunding the police, disarming the police, disbanding the police. That's who he is. Abolish jails.
Sorry, 15 seconds, and then just 15 seconds because we have a question for Mr. Cuomo.
Mr. Cuomo lies again and again and again. I am not running to defund the police. I am running to actually work with the police to deliver public safety. Andrew Cuomo says that he has stood up to ICE. He has not said a word about the abductions that are happening right now.
He's referring to a previous comment you made, and we will get back to this. But Mr. Cuomo, a question for you.
It's a comment he made.
I said that. Yes, I understand. I said that. As governor, you put the National Guard on standby during the George Floyd protest. You didn't deploy them. As mayor, talk about how you would balance the right to protest with maintaining order in the streets.
They cannot fathom the idea of cops someday taking their guns. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag because, like, you're right, we're right, but also I was at the rally in Richmond, armed, and when we fought against the Virginia legislator trying to take away our gun rights, and there were a lot of cops with us, and those cops were from out of town, because a lot of the rural communities and counties had stated that no matter what laws the Virginia legislature passed, they would refuse to enforce them in the state of Virginia. A majority of them did. Now, Virginia is a little weird and a little different because the culture of Virginia is fairly right-wing and fairly libertarian, but there is a massive amount of money from Northern Virginia where all of the politicians in this country and all the lawyers and all the people that work at the Pentagon and in the government kind of live. They all live in upstate, upstate Virginia. And so there's a lot, and because we have off-year elections, so our elections are bought and sold by politicians and the political donor class more than any other place in America against what the normal people within the state want. So Virginia is very much a state in conflict because of all of the DC suburbs. But I mean, there are a lot of cops that were like, "Fuck you," the Second Amendment. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I do understand that sentiment, but ultimately they are wrong. That is only kind of like a temporary thing of the Overton window right now.
The right to protest is a sacred right. There is no doubt about that. But the law is the law also. And you have New Yorkers now who are afraid in this city. They're afraid of Donald Trump coming. They're afraid of that anarchy. And they're afraid of the anarchy in the city itself. We have to provide public safety that makes New Yorkers feel safe. Demonstration is one thing. Violating the law is something else. Blocking public transit is something else. Stopping students from going to class is something else. Harassment, intimidation, that's a hate crime. That's illegal. Enforce.
You notice that Cuomo hasn't actually described a single policy position this entire time? And that Zoran has barely done it other than the ones he's campaigning on, which is like the free bus system. Like he still, they haven't talked about rent control. He hasn't talked about any of his other policies. But notice that like literally Silva is the only one that's even given a substantive answer on anything. Like Cuomo is just tripping over himself and getting owned by Zoran. And Zoran is just giving smiles and platitudes and bullshit with like just fucking insane aura. And then Silva is just sitting there like, actually, like just showing up with like the paperwork, like, this book of papers actually shows that you're wrong. Like he's the only one that has said anything of substance whatsoever almost an hour into this fucking debate.
The law. Respect the
40
police.
minutes in.
They're not racists, as the assemblyman calls them. They're not a threat to public safety, as he says. They're not anti-queer. They are here to protect New Yorkers, work with them, fortify.
Yeah, but he gives a story, but then he gives like policy positions, like this is why we shouldn't have masks. This is why we should have demonstration permits in specific areas. I don't necessarily agree, but he's giving something.
That's ironic that you say that now,
I'm sorry,
Andrew
Mr.
Cuomo, because when you were governor for 8 years, your parole board released 40.
Eggnog. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of eggnog. It's okay with some whiskey. It's all right, It's just not. It's not my thing. Sorry if you're pro eggnog. It's just not to my liking.
3 cop killers back into the street. Your father, when he was.
Yeah, I've always said that, Eddie. I've always said that that's the right thing to do.
Governor released none. I knew Mario Cuomo. You know Mario Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo. You released none. Don't say you're pro.
Mr. Mamdani, if you want to respond briefly to the comments that Mr. Cuomo raised about things you've said about police, you can do a brief response to that.
I have been clear time and time again that as much as Andrew Cuomo wants
You're not wrong, man.
to bring up tweets from 2020, which is around the same time that he was sending seniors to their death in nursing homes, I am looking to work with police officers, not to defund the NYPD, looking to ensure that officers can actually do one job when they're signing up to join that department, not the many jobs we're asking them to do today.
He was specifically referring to comments you made. We will come back to that, but we're out of time.
And racist.
We're moving
That's
on.
what you
Thank
said.
you.
Your words.
We're moving on. Thank you. Despite record low crime numbers, polls show that crime remains.
I mean, I know it's a socialist talking point, but like, and it's like, I don't know why Cuomo is like, you have to attack the left from the left. Cuomo is really bad at this. Like Cuomo sounds like a political stooge, connected elite retard, which to be fair, he kind of is, but like, he's so bad at this debate. Right? You don't attack him for saying that, oh, you said the police were corrupt and racist. Congratulations, you just gave him more votes in New York. That's a popular opinion in New York. It's a dumb opinion, right? The idea that cops are super racist when all of the data shows us that when you compare police interactions with communities to the amount of shootings and to the amount of violent crime and all of those things, that police are actually slightly less likely to shoot black people than they are white people, despite the fact that black people act a fucking fool, then you know that the cops are not engaged in this racist activity against black. Are there some cops that are racist? Fucking obviously. But to say that the institution is racist and corrupt, Cuomo, I'm with you, right? Like, it's corrupt by its very nature because it's a monopoly on power and violence, and they do all kinds of illegal shit, like, you know, civil asset forfeiture and things like that. But the idea that they're racist is just false. But I wouldn't say that against Zoran because that's just going to get him more votes, you dumbass. Every fucking like Gen Z female heard that and went, you know what? I do got to get out and go vote for Zoran.
A top concern for New York City voters. The three of you have very different approaches to crime fighting and how to manage the NYPD. We want to get into your plans. So we'll start with this question. It's a two-part question.
I'm curious how this vibes with your statement on cops. I must have missed something.
But it's short. How will you make the city safer? And how will you change the NYPD? You'll have 1 minute. We begin with Mr. Cuomo.
I would add 5,000. Well, let's take a step back. Remember what happened. The far left, the socialists said defund the police, defund the police. They took $1 billion out of the police. The NYPD is now down at one of the lowest levels in modern political history. I would add 5,000 police, put 1,500 in the subways.
The police didn't just leave because of defund the police, you fucking dweeb. They left, many of them, a large portion of the NYPD did not leave because of defunding. They left, and what they did is they went to go work in Buffalo. They went to go work in Syracuse. They went to go work in Utica. They went to upstate and western cities, okay, to leave the NYPD because you had them locking up people for going to religious practices, because you were violating human rights left and right. And so the real problem with policing, other than the fact that it's a monopoly on power and violence and that it is an inherently corrupt institution and all of the laws, etc., was because of all of the horrible fucking policies that you had the NYPD act out on its own citizens. And then what ended up happening is you replaced many of those police officers with fresh recruits. Okay, but the problem is when somebody has 20 years experience, a fresh recruit doesn't have the same level of effectiveness. They're not instantiated within the community. They don't know people. They don't know who to talk to. They don't have their informants. Their detective work isn't as good because they're not as connected with the community. The people that are beat cops don't know the people. They're not trusted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They lack experience and they lack the connections necessary to be an effective police force. Now, the right answer, of course, is to privatize the police. The right answer is to, get rid of some of the regulations on private security, right? The Jews, for example, have some of their own hospital forces and they have some of their own security to a very small degree. You should deregulate that and allow communities to police themselves to a greater degree. Those are some actual fucking solutions. But just 5,000 more police will solve this problem is retarded, especially since the brunt of the problem wasn't necessarily defund the police. The actual brunt of the problem was the combination of defund the police plus the fact that people left the NYPD in droves because you were a fucking monster.
Raise the starting salary because you can't hire them. You can't even fill a class right now. And you have to add additional police officers because the attrition rate is so high. Part of that is going to be saying to the NYPD, I respect you. I don't think you're wicked as the Assembly.
Why is the attrition rate so high? It's not, I don't, whether or not I respect you.
Said, I don't think you're
like during COVID is when a mass exodus of the NYPD started.
Corrupt. I don't think you're racist.
And it wasn't just defund the police and Black Lives Matter. It was your COVID policies.
Value you. I will have your back. I'll be a mayor to work with you. That's how you're going to get the police to apply for the jobs. And then we have to work on the relationship between the community and the police. The police can't police the community. They have to police with the community.
You're up next, Mr. Sliwa.
This is amazing. I'm standing here with my two adversaries, both of whom have threatened to defund the police. You, Andrew Cuomo, during the summer of 2020, you said, if you don't reform police departments, I'm going to defund you. And you certainly said that, Zoran Mandani. We need 7,000 police. We only have 32,500. The problem in recruiting police, which neither of you are addressing, is that their insurance was stripped from them. The state, you did nothing when you were governor, and here in the city, 2021, the city council and Eric Adams did nothing. They don't have qualified immunity, which you benefited from, Andrew Cuomo, with the 13 lawsuits filed against you for sexual harassment. Tom DiNapoli says we're paying out $60 million. Why? Because you had your qualified immunity as governor, and yet people have stood by as police have lost their insurance that all civil servants have. That's why you can't get recruits in, because they're not insured. I will return their qualified immunity because they need to be protected like other civil servants.
Qualified immunity is not going to solve this fucking problem. It's just going to make the problem worse. You literally showed how qualified immunity kept justice from being served, and then immediately said that's why we need qualified immunity for the cops. What fucking logic? What retard logic is it to give an example of how qualified immunity was used to keep justice from being served against sexual abuser Cuomo, and at the expense of the New York City taxpayer, and then immediately be like, and you know what? They're leaving, so we got to give them protection for corruption and sexual assault back. That'll solve the problem. Brother, no, what you need to do is you need to allow insurance companies and police unions to be the ones that pay when police officers commit crimes. And then, yes, less people will become the police. But when the police union says you got to pay $200 a month for your insurance because we looked at you, you're a new recruit after you've been here and you haven't had reports, it goes down to like $150 or $120 a month. That's part of the pay scale increase, is that your insurance rates go down, right? Then the police themselves and their insurance will be the ones that are actually paying when crimes occur and when corruption occurs.
Not New York State, it's New York City under qualified insurance, qualified immunity. It's not insurance at all.
You are entitled to free legal counsel, which is what he's referring to.
Yes.
You have spent.
Yes, but it's New York.
Yeah, you have 3 authoritarian socialists fighting to see whose form of socialism is best for New York City. Like New York City is fucking doomed. Because the favorite is the commie jihadi. Because they want more socialism.
Has revoked qualified immunity. It's not insurance.
Is still the taxpayer footing those bills? Yes, because the taxpayer pays the fucking police, right? There's no way, like, a police union shouldn't exist. That being said, right, it still would localize, it would still go closer towards what we want, right? Like, there's no way for the taxpayer to not indirectly foot the bill for this. However, if we put it on insurance companies and we allow the market to enter, and we allow the market to enter in such a way that individual police officers are given insurance rates based off of their behavior, you're going to incentivize that individuals get less corruption charges, that individuals don't randomly beat up somebody just because they had a bad day, etc., because the incentives will be against them. You are correct that you're still dealing with a monopoly that is funded by the state. And the only real answer is to privatize the police force. But you want to move closer towards market solutions and closer towards capitalism in any way that we can.
It's qualified immunity. It's nothing to do with insurance.
So that protected you in all these lawsuits.
And
yeah, SNAP benefits going away, throw a party. Hell yeah.
Lawsuits because there was a report filed. I said it was political. It turned out to be political, and that's why
all 13 women were lying. Come on, Andrew. All 13 women were lying.
After 5 years,
a state trooper too.
Yeah, after 5 years, 5 DAs, 5 years of litigation, I was dropped from the case.
Mr. Mamdani, how will you make? Okay, Mr. Mamdani, how will you make the city safer?
Andrew Cuomo, we investigated ourselves and we found nothing. Silwa, what we should do is we should make sure that the police can investigate themselves and find nothing. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, the logic here is so insane.
And how will you change the NYPD?
Thank you. This is the concern for so many New Yorkers, and I'm proud to have a comprehensive plan to bring new ideas to the city. If you want more of the same, vote for Andrew Cuomo. If you want an actual approach to lower crime, look at our Department of Community Safety. That is something that has been hailed by experts as addressing so many of the pieces of why New Yorkers are not feeling safe today. We will ensure that no longer are police officers asked to do the job of both policing and responding to the mental health crisis. We will have...
Yeah, just for the record, look into it. Go ahead. Every single place that this has been implemented, it has been a disaster in terms of crime rates in the area, they have nothing to show for it. Like you're absolutely right that media and people in academia that are critical theorists love these programs and then write bullshit studies with cooked books data where they intentionally use poor methodology to try and make it seem like it's okay in some way. But none of these programs where they replace police officers with mental health professionals have had any significant impact in a positive direction towards lowering crime or towards improving, people's mental health, etc. It just hasn't. It doesn't work.
Have dedicated teams of mental health outreach workers in the top 100 subway stations with the highest levels of the mental health crisis and homelessness. We will ensure that cops can finally go back to the response times they used to have in 2020, closer to 11 minutes, as opposed to the closer to 16 minutes today, because they won't be asked to respond to the 200,000 mental health calls that are coming in through 911 every year. This is evidence-based. It's been successful elsewhere in the country. It's time we deliver it right here.
It literally has not been successful anywhere.
In New York City, it's time for
Thank
a
you,
change.
Mr. Mamdani.
Sorry, Mamdani, we already had it. It's called the Homeless Outreach Unit.
I'm sorry, this is not free for all. We have another question for Mr. Mamdani.
Bill de Blasio funded them by $1 billion out of the budget.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mamdani, we're going to
Mr. Sliwa, please shut up. Nobody cares about the Republican.
talk about disciplining police officers. The civilian watchdog that investigates police misconduct regularly recommends discipline for cops accused of wrongdoing, but the police commissioner often overrides them. You want to change that policy so that the board has final say. Please explain to viewers in 30 seconds why you believe the police commissioner should no longer have that final say.
What I've said is that I think it's time to remove much of the politics out of the question of accountability. We have the Civilian Complaint Review Board, which, as you said, studies, assesses, and investigates into complaints of abuse and the violation of the law. And oftentimes those recommendations are then subject to political pressures and not followed through on. I think New Yorkers deserve a system where they know.
Well, I need to listen to that question again. Because it seems like she was feeding that he was correct in the question.
Free for all. We have another question for Mr. Mamdani.
Bill de Blasio funded them by $1 billion out of the budget.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mamdani, we're going to talk about disciplining police officers. The civilian watchdog that investigates police misconduct regularly recommends discipline for cops accused of wrongdoing, but the police commissioner often overrides them. You want to change that policy so that the board has final say. Please explain to viewers in 30 seconds why you believe the police commissioner should no longer have that final say.
Right. So the question that's given to Zoran is, here's this presumably independent organization that says that your policies are right and correct and that this is a problem. Please explain why you're so correct. Thank you. Like that's an insane question framing for a question in a debate. Like can you imagine if I was on a debate? Like just like on a Twitch debate, right? And then like the moderator was like, "Hey, I have a question. Person on the left, I have this information that says that your position is the correct position. Can you please explain why you're so right?" Like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Am I wrong? Like, is like, am I taking crazy pills? I haven't seen anybody else get a question like that.
What I've said is that I think it's time to remove much of the politics out of the question of accountability. We have the Civilian Complaint Review Board, which, as you said, studies, assesses, and investigates into complaints of abuse and the violation of the law. And oftentimes those recommendations are then subject to political pressures and not followed through on. I think New Yorkers deserve a system where they know it won't then be assessed once again that there's actually more to the recommendation in the investigation that's being done by the CCO.
Okay, we're wrapping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, do you believe changes are needed for how officers are disciplined? And are there any powers that you would give up as mayor? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, and so then we're going to ask a similar question to Cuomo. And the question is, Mr. Cuomo, are you willing to give up any power? Right? Like it's almost hinting at the fact of like that you were an authoritarian with your power, which is true, right? But it's like the question they give to him is, "You're so right. Can you explain why you're so right?" And then they go to Cuomo and they're like, "Would you even be willing to give up any power, Mr. Cuomo? Can you explain how you'd fix things?"
Yeah, I would not remove the police commissioner from the CCRB. I'd leave it with the police commissioner. I think Commissioner Tish is doing a very good job. I would trust her. The difference between me and the assemblyman is he doesn't like the police. That's why he won't hire more.
Right, and then this is why Cuomo is such a fucking idiot. He then comes in, he's butthurt by the question. You can tell he's butthurt by the question and the response, but then he just puts himself antagonistic to what makes sense. They framed it as if his policy makes sense. And then what you said is, nah, he's doing a good job. Even after the question said this independent watch organization is right, and then he gives an explanation of how it's right, and just like you said, it's right. It's right, it's right, it's right, it's right. And then he goes, nah, actually, nah. What a dumb, like you're just shooting yourself in the foot because they didn't even say like, well, you oppose that. Can you explain why you oppose that? Like then it would make sense to be like, no, I oppose that for these reasons. But instead, you're just like, no, he's doing a great job.
Not remove the police commissioner from the CCRB. I'd leave it with the police commissioner. I think Commissioner Tish is doing a very good job. I would trust her. The difference between me and the assemblyman is he doesn't like the police. That's why he won't hire more police when everyone else says we need
fucking crab party.
Need more police.
That's
he wants
funny.
to do social workers
That's
on
funny,
domestic
Shadow
violence
Warden.
calls, which are very dangerous.
Join the.
He's
oh,
told you
shit.
what he thinks.
I could smack myself in the face with my own mic. Join the Discord if you haven't, folks.
He thinks the police are racist, wicked, corrupt, and a threat to public safety. Thank you. Those are his words.
Very quick.
Brother, you're just making him sound based. Like, motherfucker, the police are corrupt. Some police are racist, but, you know, overwhelmingly police are actually soft on the black community because they're so afraid of being called racist because of your party. But now you're just, I'm running as an independent. Like, you're just, it's like you're campaigning for Zoran, you fucking idiot.
Mr. Mamdani, very quick.
Look, Andrew Cuomo is a politician of the past, and all he can speak about are the tweets of the past in 2020. Those are tweets which I have apologized for to New Yorkers and police officers directly, and they are not what I'm actually running on.
No,
They're incapable
But quickly,
of actually
Mr.
speaking about the platform that we have
Mr.
here,
Mamdani,
which is one that will keep New Yorkers safe.
Can we just quickly ask you, because I think what some people feel they haven't heard from you, we hear you saying that you don't believe that anymore and you've apologized. People have not heard you sort of describe the evolution of your thought, how you got from there to here.
You know, growing up in this city, I would think often about safety and justice, and the ways in which that relationship has been irrevocably harmed. When I learned about the exonerated five, when I learned
Irrevocably? What the fuck? Where did that come from?
And the ways in which that relationship has been irrevocably harmed. When I learned about the exonerated five, when I learned about Sean Bell, when I learned about Eric Garner, when I learned about Michael Brown. And then in 2020, when I wrote these tweets, learning about the death of George Floyd. And that was a moment where it felt as if the distance between these two ideals had never been further. And in becoming an assembly member and serving and representing more than 100,000 people in Queens, learning that to deliver justice means to also deliver safety. And that means leading a city where you recognize the bravery of the men and women who joined the NYPD and put their lives on the line. Yeah. It means representing the Muslims who were illegally surveilled in my district and the black and brown New Yorkers who have been victims of police brutality.
So, Mr. Sliwa, you've been out there, you've been on the trains, and I would like to know if you believe changes are needed of how officers are disciplined.
Let me just suggest, Zoran, what you've suggested.
Zoran Curtis.
Zoran,
thank you.
Excuse me. Let me just suggest what you have proposed with this new police outreach unit will endanger women and children in domestic violence situations. I know I've been involved in so many of them with the Guardian Angel. They will be killed. They will be maimed. Number two, in dealing with emotionally disturbed persons that I have dealt with for all my years as a Guardian Angels, you need trained professional police officers. Yes, you can have mental health workers with them,
Thank you, Mr.
but that has been suggested. It was done before by the homeless.
Dude, are we even timing? I feel like Silla's not getting nowhere near the time that Zoran is. But I mean, this just feels like it's very clear how biased they are. Like every question of Zoran is like, can you explain the evolution? Like, can you expand upon that? Right? You're so fucking right. You're so great. Can you tell us how much better you are? Right? It's like it's very funny and just kind of transparent.
And the guy you thought was the best man, Bill de Blasio, disbanded.
Mr. Sliwa, thank you. Brief response.
To be very clear, the Department of Community Safety is not about responding to calls of domestic violence. We are speaking about mental health crisis and the homelessness crisis. These are the focuses of the work that they will do.
All right. We have other questions for that a little later in the debate, but we want to just change the pace a little bit, candidates, switching gears to the high cost of living in New York City. To kick us off, we have a few quick pocketbook questions that New Yorkers wrestle with daily. So we want to know how much you spend a week on groceries. We'll begin with you, Mr. Cuomo.
Depends how many times my daughters come over, but probably about $150.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa?
Oh,
$150 a week on groceries with a big family? You are lying. You do not buy your own groceries. Cuomo clearly does not buy his own. I spend way more than that. I don't know if he's just eating nothing but like Kraft mac and cheese and Doritos or something, but if you're eating healthy in Virginia, you spend more than that. In New York, there's no way a wealthy, like he's trying to downplay how much money he has because he wants to make it seem like I'm struggling like you guys too. Like that is the dumbest lie to say. Dude, right, like when I go to Costco once a month, if not twice a month, we spend $400 at Costco. And then at my like corner store, like not corner store, grocery store across the street, like we're spending a couple $100 a month there easy. Like we're spending for two people, me and my roommate, we're spending minimum $600. Like that's crazy. I live in an apartment. I don't have room for like a big freezer. I mean, granted, I have a cat and I spend like fucking $35 or $40 a month on cat food. Right? Like I'm spending at least $40 a month on cat food. Now, granted, I feed my cat real food, like I feed him like Fresh Pet, right? And she's doing a lot better on that. Like feed your pets real food. If you wouldn't eat ultra processed food, don't feed your pets ultra processed cheap kibble. Right? But like I'm saying, like I'm buying shit in bulk and I'm spending way more than that. Like that is, I don't know what garbage food you have to eat to only spend 100, 150 a week. But it's certainly not the food that a wealthy elite is spending, and it's certainly not in New York.
Sometimes my daughters come over, but probably about $150.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, I'd say about $175 with a gallon of milk, now $5 and always rising up. Loaf of bread.
Okay, yeah. But here's the thing, man. You're not saving money by eating slop because you're taking years off of your life and you're taking energy out of your life. Like God's honest truth, man. If you're eating the corpo slop, like you're tired. You don't have the energy you should have, which means you're achieving less. And if you're achieving less, you're making less money. Like eat real food, guys. A $5 gallon of milk, if only. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we drink A2 milk. Like we are kind of bougie, but we eat like I know Andrew Cuomo is probably eating. You know what I mean? Like we're not eating fucking the slop.
Oh, I'd say about $175 with a gallon of milk, now $5 and always rising up. Loaf of bread. Simple loaf of bread. It used to be 99 cents. It's like $3 now.
Thank
the price is too
Mr. Sliwa, thank you.
costly.
That's a brief answer. Thank you. Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, I actually agree with Curtis on that. It is too costly. Now that eggs are down to less than $4, though, my average spend every week is about $125, $150.
Yeah, eggs down to $4, right? Like those aren't real fucking eggs, man. Like I buy pasture-raised eggs. Pasture-raised eggs, the ones that we buy are, was it $12 to $13 for 18? And if we go to Whole Foods, you can get them sometimes 24 for 13. But like $4 for eggs, like that's, you know what I mean? You're buying fucked up shit.
All right. Do you carry credit card debt or do you pay it off every month? Mr. Mamdani?
I pay it off every month.
Mr. Cuomo?
Paid off.
Mr. Sliwa?
I don't have a credit card. I have a debit card.
And for the record, what is your
You're a true man of the people. Credit card, man. I ain't got money for all that debt. What the fuck are you talking about?
monthly rent or mortgage, Mr. Sliwa?
About $3,900. It's not subsidized there. So
Mr. Mamdani, what is your monthly rent or mortgage?
$2,300.
Mr. Cuomo?
He has a rent-stabilized apartment that a poor person's supposed to have. Mine is about $7,800. Okay.
We are actually getting to
$7,800 is wild, number one. Number two, $2,300 is crazy for rent stabilized, which should show you how rent control doesn't fucking work. Number three, that is funny, but it's not. You just sound petty.
We're gonna cover that subject. Sally?
Thank you. We're going to talk a little bit more about the runaway rent in this city. Mr. Mamdani, you're pledging to freeze rent for nearly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments. That really affects less than half of all rentals in the city. What is your plan for those who aren't in stabilized apartments but are struggling?
Just for the record, there are like two things that no matter what type of economist you are, you can agree are bad. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're Austrian, Chicago, if you're an MMTer, if you're Keynesian, post-Keynesian. It doesn't matter what school of economic philosophy you have. A majority of economists in every school agree that tariffs are bad and that rent stabilization is bad. The only people that are pro rent stabilization are fucking communists, and the only people, Marxist economists, and the only people that are pro tariffs are not economists. And it's just crazy to watch fucking both of those policies just become popular again. It's fucking insane.
Struggling to pay the rent. What are you going to do for them?
Well, I'm proud to say that.
Here's $7,800 for rent, but only $150 for groceries. Somebody's lying. I just don't think he buys his own groceries. I think he pays someone to buy his groceries, and he doesn't even know what he pays.
Rentals in the city. What is your plan for those who aren't in stabilized apartments but are struggling to pay the rent? What are you going to do for them?
Well, I'm proud to say that yes, we'll freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, and I will also build 200,000 truly affordable homes across the 5 boroughs over the next 10 years to ensure that tenants, whether rent-stabilized or market rate, can actually have more housing such that they are not being priced out of this city. And finally, I'm also going to make it easier for the private sector to build housing in the city, because what we see today is that it's not labor, it's not materials, it's the weight that is often costing so much to actually build the housing we need in the city.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's can we get a real debate on these topics, on these policies? This is the first time we've actually talked about a policy. We are 51 minutes and 23 seconds in, and all he did is confirm that his policy is that policy. And it's a dog shit policy. Dude, rent stabilization is so bad. How bad is it, Fabian? It's so bad that in fascist Italy, they had rent stabilization. And they brought in a libertarian-leaning guy to be the minister of finance. And the first thing he did was he got rid of some of the tariffs and some of the ban and exclusion of imported goods and lowering tariffs and got rid of rent control. And that was the only thing that stopped the Italian economy from collapsing. And then they let him do that for 2 years. And then the fascists got mad because he wasn't fascist enough. And then they brought in a new fascist minister of finance. And then that guy immediately brought rent control and the economy started collapsing again. Like it's so bad. Even the fascists were like, maybe we shouldn't do this. Like it's such a dog shit stupid policy.
And a follow up for you, Mr. Mamdani. The cost of maintaining a building change year to year for land.
And that's setting aside that it's just a violation of human rights. It's going to call like that it's a violation of the right of people that own property. And like it's just horrible for everyone.
So much to actually build the housing we need in the city.
Thank you. And a follow up for you, Mr. Mamdani. The cost of maintaining a building change.
I think actually the best arguments against rent stabilization, if you haven't read it, read it again. Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell. He goes into like what occurs with rent stabilization and how it actually ends up benefiting wealthy people, benefiting people that don't have children, right? Because one of the things that it really does beyond the supply and demand equation in terms of the building of new properties or the improvement of properties, one of the things that people, it's like kind of an unintended consequence that people don't realize that it does, is that people fight to stay in rent stabilized apartments. And so what ends up happening is landlords can't raise rent and because of the rent stabilization. So what ends up happening is you have like a man and a woman or just a man or just a woman living in like a 2-bedroom place. And instead of the rent going up and then them moving to a 1-bedroom place so that they can get cheaper rent, they end up staying in that place. And then families with children can't find affordable housing because they can't get into rent stabilized places because all the rent stabilized places are already taken by people that actually don't need the rent stabilization. And so what it actually ends up doing is it ends up benefiting childless and wealthy people the most, excluding the landlords, and ends up really fucking over families and children. There's so many ways in which rent stabilization is just a dog shit idea.
Year to year for landlords.
It's also a thing that it does is there's a lot of people that only live in a place part-time, right? And they have multiple places that they own, but they want to keep their rent stabilized place.
To actually build the housing we need in the city.
Thank you. And a follow-up for you, Mr. Mamdani. The cost of maintaining a building change year to year for landlords. The Rent Guidelines Board is legally required to consider those costs when deciding whether to freeze rents. So how can you promise a rent freeze today before ever seeing that data next year?
You know, we've seen the data time and again. It's data it's been data that's been overruled by mayors again and again. The last Rent Guidelines Board study showed that profits were up 12% for landlords of those units. And what did they do? They raised the rent, adding to more than 12% under Eric Adams' administration. What I'm speaking about is actually reflecting the needs of these New Yorkers and the state.
I like this is the commie jihadi is like profits went up 12%. Yeah, sure thing, buddy.
Of the market today. These are New Yorkers who have a median household income of $60,000. We do not need to be pushing them further out of the city. We need to keep them in their homes.
Aren't you saying in that answer that you are going to prejudge? You will not have seen the data for next year, and you're making a determination based on data you haven't seen.
I've seen the data year after year of the fact that salaries are stagnating, costs are up, New Yorkers can't actually afford their apartments. And I will also take action to actually ensure that the landlords of those buildings can better handle their costs by taking on their insurance, their property taxes, and their water.
And you haven't seen next year's data yet, but we're going to go to
I do have a question for you on this subject. You have proposed something that you're calling Zoran's Law. You think that Mr. Mamdani earns too much to live in his rent-stabilized apartment, though I should note that there are no income tests for rent-stabilized apartments. But critics say your plan would force people to pay too much of their income towards the rent. So if you think Mr. Mamdani is gaming the system, what about the other New Yorkers, thousands of them just like him, who earn similar salaries, who are living in similar apartments?
Okay, just to follow up on what Sally was saying, because she's right. This is not a new plan that the Assemblyman is talking about. It's Bill de Blasio's plan. It was called Freeze the Rent. Bill de Blasio says the mayor can't say legally he's going to freeze the rent. There's a Rent Guidelines Board. There are certain considerations that have to be looked at. You're right, Sally. You can't say today what it's going to be in 4 years. Also, freeze the rent only postpones the rent, because then you have to have an increase to cover the costs. Otherwise, the building is going to go bankrupt. And it does nothing for the majority of renters who aren't in these rent-stabilized units. There's nothing for NYCHA. There's nothing for homeowners. There's nothing for people in black, brown communities who are getting priced out. about. I was the HUD secretary. I built affordable housing all across this nation. I built affordable housing in this city when I was in my 20s. I know how to get it done. I will get it done. On the rent-stabilized units, what I'm saying is those are the precious units, and we should, we should keep them for the most rent burden.
We have to move on. But I have a question.
They're precious. Don't touch my precious. Like, if we view the one ring to rule them all as socialism, and we view the entire concept of Lord of the Rings as a means of the evil state and of the evil of authoritarian rule and how power corrupts, and the desire to throw the one ring into the fire and allow liberty and free markets as a means of freeing Middle Earth, you will. It's just hilarious that he calls those few rent-controlled apartments precious. There's just something so funny about him saying, don't touch my precious. Give it to me. It's mine. I need my rent-stabilized apartments. My precious.
Question for you.
No, sorry, he invoked me for much of that question. Just a very brief response here.
Very brief.
You know, you've heard it from Andrew Cuomo that the number one crisis in the city, the housing crisis, the answer is to evict my wife and I. He thinks you address this crisis by unleashing my landlord's ability to raise my rent. If you think that the problem in this city is that my rent is too low, vote for him. If you know the problem in this city is that your rent is too high, vote for me.
If I understand it correctly,
Sons of
Mr. Cuomo,
millionaires
your
need
program,
Yeah.
Dolan's law would not evict Mr. Mamdani.
It would not evict.
It would apply to people applying for apartments. But the tenant advocates.
It would evict no one.
This
would be an income limitation
We have to move on. I have a question for Mrs.
This is like a spat in the schoolyard. Let me suggest.
Mr. Rosner has a specific question for you.
Yeah, well, I wanted to talk about affordability and obviously address that issue.
Mr. Silo, we don't give a fuck what you have to say.
So you propose, Mr. Sweet.
Like, literally, they just keep, like, they give questions to him, and then they let both of them respond to the questions for him, and then they give questions for Zoran or Cuomo, and then they're like, we gotta move on, Silo. Like, come on, dude. Nobody cares. We get it. You fucking, we get it. You're a guardian angel. Nobody cares.
There were plans that would made a point of talking about the struggle of renters and property owners. Describe your plan to help renters and landlords.
Well, first off, we have 6,000 available apartments that the mayor controls in NYC, and they've been empty for years. That you address, number one. Then we talk about senior citizens who are living here. My whole goal is to improve and not to move. I'm concerned about the seniors, especially those that own homes. If they're 65 and make less than $250,000, no property tax, because the property tax is way too high. We need to cut it in half to keep people who are here. And then in terms of rentals, we have affordable housing that can be built in these huge skyscrapers. You see them all throughout Manhattan and in northern Brooklyn and in Long Island City, which we have 25 Empire State Buildings full of commercial space that will never be occupied for office space. We should be converting them into affordable apartments. They're in dense areas. The infrastructure can support it. I'm the only candidate here who's against the city of Yes that would destroy residential neighborhoods.
I have to interrupt you because we have a program.
How are you going to force them to, are you going to use the power of the state to get rid of corporate offices in New York City to build homes? Like, how are you going to do this? Like, just stating that there are places that people can live, therefore we're gonna do it. Like, are you gonna nationalize all of these Empire State Buildings? Like, how are you gonna do this?
Moment right now, we're about halfway.
Also, you have massive building regulations, and you can't convert those places into apartments, not because those people don't want to sell them, but because those places can't have apartments, because you have all of these laws and regulations about how many outlets, what type of insulation needs to be in there, what type of access to elevators and like stairs, etc. How many feet the ceilings need to be in certain areas, how much square footage, per like restroom. Like, you guys have this insane amount of red tape that treats residential buildings versus commercial buildings under completely different building codes, and you would have to spend tons of money to be able to convert those offices into apartments. You want to convert those offices into apartments, give an actual policy. And the policy is get rid of all that fucking red tape. The policy is get rid of all of these regulations that make it impossible to do what you say you want to do, but you say, oh, I'm going to do it because fuck yeah. That's not a fucking policy that does anything other than that's just promises. Promises that we all know you're all going to break. The only one I actually believe here is Zoran. He's actually probably going to implement his shit, and it's going to destroy New York. We need to have self-closing doors in case of fires too. I mean, like, okay, fair enough, but there's all kinds of shit that's different in commercial and residential properties in terms of regulations. I'm not familiar with all of the building codes of New York City, to be fair.
Through the mayoral debate, Channel 4 and Telemundo 47 will return to regular programming.
Nah, fuck this. We're going to move on to the next one. I can only take so much of this. I know that like at some point Zoran fucking like gets a insane zinger about all the women that have accused Cuomo of like sexual abuse and shit. But like we're just gonna move on to Dave Smith and Steven Crowder. We watched the first half of the debate. I got the first half of the debate done in under 2 hours. 56 minutes into the debate, under 2 hours, I got half of it done. If this was the only thing we were doing tonight, then we would have completely gotten it done. Everybody in chat, clap for me. I'm learning how to fucking get through a reaction a little better so it's not a 4-to-1 ratio. We got it down to a 2-to-1 ratio. I'm patting myself on the back if you won't pat me. All right, I'm trying to improve as a content creator, boys. All right, I'm trying to just let it go, speed it up a little bit, and fucking get through it. But let's look at some highlights from the Steven Crowder thing. We'll probably listen to like the first couple of minutes. Why am I not getting the most popular thing? It's only an hour. Maybe we can just go through it. Because I feel like most of you don't care about the fucking Virginia Trump retard, which I think it's crazy. We have a governor of Virginia that's a CIA spook, and then and Jay Jones, wants to kill Republicans' children that are elected officials that because they were nice to him, and then they wants to watch as they're slowly tortured to death because wants the wife to watch because that's the only real way that they'll change into being a socialist. And during that debate, I've seen some of the clips during that debate. She just sits there and smirks like the CIA spook that she is because she knows she's going to win, despite all of that. Despite Jay Jones, her attorney general candidate, is a full-blown psychopath because that's what Democrats want. They want your children to be tortured in front of you until you fall in line with their socialist policies. But in Virginia, Republicans can't really win anymore. Even though the electorate is really purple, it doesn't matter because they get outspent 10-1 by all of the DC politicians. Yeah, he's losing in the polls. She's not. I went off the polls, all right? Capital Science. This was the number one thing people wanted to see.
When American program, very funny man, comedian. He is host of Part of the Problem, a funny podcast. Go and watch that. Listen to that, Mr. Dave Smith.
He's Part of the Problem podcast, a very funny podcast. Way to, in your intro, show that you don't watch the podcast. Part of the Problem is a full-blown political podcast. Dave Smith is a comedian. Legion of Skanks is a funny man podcast. His stand-up funny man podcast. When he goes on Joe Rogan or when he does Part of the Problem, it's not really a funny man podcast. It's a fucking it's a full-blown political podcast. Steven Crowder just very clearly showing that he doesn't watch any of it, and he's just like, yeah, go check it out. It's a funny man podcast. I need to listen to what he says.
What do you do effectively, right? I think that's silly. Please welcome to the program, very funny man, comedian. He is host of Part of the Problem, a funny podcast. Go and watch that. Listen to that, Mr. Dave Smith.
Describing Part of the Problem as a funny podcast automatically is just I don't know. I feel some type of way about it.
Mr. Smith, can you see me? Can you hear me, sir?
I can indeed. Do you see and hear me?
I do, and I'm angry because you seem to be aging at a much slower rate than the catcher's mitt in front of you.
Is that true?
Yeah, it is. You got that thick head of black hair, and it's like every day I wake up and I have a new wrinkle. So you and John Stossel, adrenochrome, we don't need to talk about it.
Did you just tell me I have a thick head of hair? Do you have body dysmorphia? How do you see yourself? Do you see yourself as a bald man, Stephen?
No, I don't see myself as a bald man. I just see your hair as luscious, and we don't need to talk about that right now. This is veering into people want to see blood, kid.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but does anybody feel like Steven Crowder can be funny sometimes? He genuinely can be funny. I've watched him before. He has moments where he's funny. But it feels like he's constantly trying to be funny and failing a lot. Is that an accurate assessment, or am I just because I'm a libertarian, I'm getting more and more, and I've moved more and more away from Steven Crowder, and I think some of his ideas are dog shit, that I'm biased here? Because like sometimes he is funny, but it feels like he's trying to be funny way more than he is funny.
But look, Dave, did I miss anything as far as
maybe I'm just like maybe it's the fact that I'm a millennial and I am making content that is mostly for Gen Z, right? Like there's a lot of Gen Z in my audience, and like I watch a lot of meme compilations that are like Gen Z stuff. And so like maybe I'm just like slowly morphing towards like a fucking mixture of millennial and Gen Z sense of humor. Like, cause I'll never get the random screaming shit that you guys do. But you know, no, I mean like he's funny sometimes. I don't know. It just something's weird there.
like plugs or their upcoming shows? I know your podcast, your ex. What's the best place for people to go find you?
No, all that stuff's good. ComicDaveSmith.com is my website if people want to go check that out. But all that was good.
Okay. Well, and I'm very glad that we've had you on the show. I know you had some scheduling issues, and I just want to set the stage here for a little bit, and then I want to give you the floor. Look, I think here's the reason that you're on the show. For people who don't know, this goes back several months. I think that you and I agree on a whole lot more than we disagree, which is why I was surprised at some of your takes. For example, like, I think on foreign aid, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this or you disagree, I don't think we should be providing foreign aid to anybody, Israel included, as well as all the surrounding nations. I think we fund all sides of this war. I think we do that a whole lot. Stop all of it. Let the chips fall where they may. I agree with you that no one should have secret nukes. I think that Israel's nukes are so secret that Dave Smith and Stephen Crowder can talk about it on a podcast, but I don't think that anyone should be able to have some kind of a different protocol on nukes. AIPAC, I've said they should go screw themselves with a wire brush. I don't like any lobbying group that acts outside of America's interests. I think we would agree on most of that. And as I understand it, you're pro-life. You've talked about that. I know when we test called, you have a cute little guy about the same age as mine, and I think that fundamentally changes you. So all of these things.
Late millennial, yeah, I've noticed that. That seems to be what most of you guys are. Most of you guys are like 28 to 32. That's what I get from the YouTube metrics, but the YouTube metrics are can be wrong often, right? But it seems like most of you guys are late millennials, early Gen Z. Maybe. But then there's like a good chunk of Gen Z and Gen Xers in there as well. But, you know, so what do I know? I don't have enough viewers for the p-value to be good enough for me to really make a determination. Let's be honest.
We'd be aligned. This is why I'm such a universe apart, where when I invited you on the show, where you called for impeaching President Trump. That's definitely a divergence, and I don't see how that's better for America.
Oh, look at the baby in the chat, boys. There's a baby in the chat. Everybody wave to the baby. Oh my goodnesses. Look at the little baby. I'm teasing you, man. Welcome to the show.
Or the movement, if we agree on so much. Could you, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, well, yeah, I think I certainly would agree with you on all the things that you outlined there. But I think I would go a bit further and say that not only am I very critical of the foreign aid to Israel or critical of AIPAC, but I'm also very critical of the neoconservatives who are essentially, you know, a core constituency in the Israel lobby. I'm very critical of the Republican Party that essentially allowed the neocons to become the drivers of U.S. foreign policy in the George W. Bush administration, and many people who still have those same tendencies. I mean, the Mark Levins and Ted Cruzes and people like that. Well, maybe not officially, technically neocons, certainly are in effect no different from them. And so in terms of, you know, one of the things,
we seem to be 3 minutes into the video, so I wager you have been talking for 30 minutes. Poval, I got through 58 minutes of the Zoran debate in fucking less than or like right at 2 hours. All right. We've been cooking. I've been learning to be a little quicker. I'm going at 1.5 speed instead of 1.25 speed. All right. Like fucking fuck off. I'm learning. I'm trying to make better content in the way, and I'm listening to feedback. I'm going to be long-winded and verbose. It's who I am. I hate fucking chair reaction streams like Hassan does, but I need to understand that if I only get 30 minutes into a video and I expect 4 hours of your time, that's also a problem, right? So I'm meeting you guys halfway in the middle, and I'm tempering down my personality a little bit, being a little bit more concise. And let's go.
Like, in terms of me calling for Trump's impeachment, one of the things that's interesting to me is that I got so many people as a response to that who essentially, you know, were saying Ben Shapiro and Josh Hammer and all these guys criticizing me. Look at him. He's betrayed Donald Trump. All the neocons, Mark Levin, the never Trumpers, the original 2016 never Trumpers. Like, I still remember that copy of National Review. I'm sure you do too. They all said, but no, look, to me, I don't have any loyalty to any politician because I'm a free man in the United States of America. Sure. Donald Trump launched a war of choice, a war of aggression on behalf of a foreign country while we were in the middle of negotiations with said country. I thought it was an unbelievably reckless decision. Thankfully, you know what I mean? At least for now, it didn't turn into a catastrophe.
War of aggression. It's very interesting how Dave Smith is one of the least principled libertarian ANCAPs if he even is a libertarian ANCAP at this point, right? Zulu has made very great arguments as to why he isn't. But war of aggression really does kind of show his bias here. Because, like, I am far more ANCAP than Dave Smith, all right? I'm willing to say that. I just am, right? I at this point, I can just proudly say that I am far more principled ANCAP than Dave Smith. And I hate war, okay? But being anti-war doesn't necessarily make you an ANCAP, right? Being anti-war does not an ANCAP make. And this concept of like war of aggression, it's a very gray area when it comes to the Operation Midnight Hammer. Because Operation Midnight Hammer is very explicitly and specifically going after nuclear facilities that were creating enriched uranium from a country that is a sponsor of terrorism. Now, you could very easily make the argument that Israel also has a nuclear program with enriched uranium and doesn't follow the guidelines and is a sponsor of terrorism, right? Like you could make the argument that why wouldn't we also strike Israel's nuclear program? But the concept that it's like a war of aggression when it's an extremely targeted attack against what is without a doubt an intentional threat by a nation state towards innocent human lives is like kind of a wild statement. And this is like maybe I've gone too far into the objectivist bent and the way that I view war, and like maybe I need to like refresh myself on anarcho-capitalist philosophy or something. Maybe I'm missing something, but just this concept of like war of aggression. Really, it's two criminal enterprises, three if you count Israel being involved, right? Kind of fighting against each other. And so like there's that element in the sense that like any military action that the US is doing is aggressive in nature by the fact that it's using stolen funds, et cetera, et cetera. But like that is just like, I don't know, that just feels like a very weird fucking way to phrase it that is like very biased.
Like many of the other conflicts have. Thankfully, you know what I mean? At least for now.
Yeah, Poval, right? Like if the U.S. is, but at that point, then it's every war is a war of aggression. If we're just talking about like nation states that are using stolen money, then like every war is a war of aggression unless it's like some anarchist commune that's perfectly voluntary somewhere.
It didn't turn into a catastrophe like many of the other conflicts have, and Trump deserves certainly a good portion of the credit for that. But no, I don't take that back at all. I believe that America should only fight wars when America is threatened, and I don't believe in this adventurism, which I think is absolutely crazy, which continues under the Trump administration, continued under the Biden and obviously the Obama and Bush administrations. I'm against all of this stuff. So yeah, I was loudly in opposition to the Iran war. Okay, and I think that's fair. I think some of what you just said I agree with. I disagree with some of the premises, but it sounds like you're saying you still support the idea, or did at that point in time, the impeachment of Donald Trump. And this is where I think we diverge. And I know you've also pointed this out, and by the way, I think rightfully so. You're a libertarian, but you are not an open borders libertarian. You've talked about the need for borders, correct? Yes. Yeah, because I always said, small L libertarianish, but I've always labeled myself conservative. I've never agreed with him on that. Were you ever at any...
Brother, you're not a fucking small L libertarian. You're just a fucking right-wing socialist.
Point, like the Reason Magazine sort of open borders approach to libertarianism? Yeah, I mean, I think like when I first became a libertarian, I was kind of, that was probably my default position. Is like, just allow freedom of movement. The government shouldn't really be doing anything to nonviolent people. But it was actually libertarian thinkers who convinced me the other way. Most notably Murray Rothbard and Hans Hermann Hoppe. And essentially, I just got convinced by their argument that it's not, in fact, the correct libertarian position. Like, it doesn't follow from libertarian principles that government property ought to be available to the entire world. In fact, what follows from libertarian principles is that is really more taxation is theft. That the government robbed from the domestic population in order to fund and maintain government property, and therefore it should probably approximate what the domestic population would like to be done with it. Right. If that makes sense. I don't know that that's
a terrible argument, but I get what he's saying.
Mainstream libertarianism, but I think that your view is the correct one, and I agree with you. Listen, but I do want to. Can I just very quickly just say that it is true that there are organizations like Cato and Reason and stuff like that that are more open borders. Yeah. But it's also true that Ron Paul, I think, is probably the most mainstream libertarian ever, and he completely agrees with border restrictions. So it's debatable what the mainstream libertarian position is. Okay, but I think yours is correct in that, and I just because a lot of people see libertarians, and of course they see the foolishness that they see on a national platform of open borders. A lot of libertarians and go like, you're not that. I also want to be clear too, to be as charitable as possible. I hate the word, but just to be as sincere as possible. There are people out there, and I know that you've appeared at TPUSA, and Charlie Kirk talked about this.
Also, just to be fair to the open borders libertarians, I don't think I've met a single open borders libertarian and been like, should we abolish all welfare programs that benefit immigrants? And they're like, well, no, we should keep some of them. Like, their position is very clearly different than the open borders people. The problem is that they attach themselves to those open borders people, and that they're de facto arguing for mass forced integration by honing in on why we need to stop any and all immigration law and citizen law. But like when if I hear you being like, oh, I'm open borders, like I just kind of expect a major but the real problem here by and large is the socialism of the state, and this many of them will they'll downplay those things, and that is where I start to get angry.
There are people out there who hate Jews. I do not consider, and for anyone watching in chat, I do not consider you amongst them at all, to be clear. So I don't want this to turn into Jewsburg.
Well, I mean, he's a Jew, so
I don't think that's the case. I think there are those people, and because I invited you, Candace Owens, some other people on the show, you're the only one who had the balls to show up, which I appreciate. I don't want people lumping you in that category. I think you have legitimate grief.
Friedman was open borders, but anti-welfare. That's what I'm saying. Literally every open borders libertarian that I've ever spoken to, be they little L libertarians that aren't real libertarians, or be they full-blown ANCAPs, all of them that I've spoken to have been like, yeah, this is a problem because of welfare, because of all of the means by which we fund these people, and we create a system where they are invited into this country by taxes, etc. And the real answer is to get rid of those things.
With the government of Israel, and that does not make somebody anti-Semitic. I just say this because I want to cut off at the past people going, he hates Jews, or people going, he's a shill for the Jews. It's like, well, okay, none of those things are true. Going back to the impeachment, that was the original question. So you stand by it. Here's the thing. Being real world conservative, right-wing, small L libertarian, what mechanism would you have in place for that? And how is that better for America? Because obviously, even if we get to a mechanism, you'd lame duck the most effective president of our lifetime. I think it's hard to argue the most anti-war president of our lifetime.
The most effective president of our lifetime is a wild fucking claim. Donald Trump is doing a horrendous job. At this point, I have come to the position, and I'll say it now, I think Kamala Harris might have been a better president than Donald Trump. I think from a purely consequentialist perspective, I think that what Kamala Harris would have done was more of the same, which was a slow death. And while that would have occurred, I think it would have woken up more and more people against the left. It would have galvanized the right in a reasonable means and a reasonable way against socialism, against neoliberalism, against all of the things that the left are doing. And we would have had 4 years of her, and then we would have had a candidate that I think would have been more reasonable and more rational and less socialist than Donald Trump. Right? I think that just like Joe Biden, the Kamala Harris would have been run by people whose names most Americans don't know, and not actually by her. And I think we would have had more of the same, more of the slow decline. And what Donald Trump is doing is trying to fix it in all the wrong ways. He has started a trade war with the entire fucking world. He's lying about inflation, saying that he's curbing inflation when he's not. He's kicking the can down the road. He has done numerous stupid policies. He's turning Democrat cities into police states, bringing in National Guard so that ICE can get rid of not that many people. And he is tearing apart families, destroying people that have committed no fucking crimes other than the arbitrary crime of crossing a border. Okay, they've done no property crimes whatsoever. And is lumping them in with people that we actually do need to get rid of, like Tren de Agua and criminal organizations. And instead of having a pathway to citizenship for children, there is this utter confusion and breakdown of families, and you have children in detention centers, and then you have children that are being deported to countries that they've never lived in past the age of 1. It is, and then the children and then deporting people there's absolutely no reason to deport people that have American citizens as children. He has made the process expensive and stupid, and not actually done anything to correct the underlying issues such as immigration reform or legitimate real welfare reform. The big beautiful bill was supposed to have these giant spending cuts in them, And while they do have some level of spending cuts, they're overblown by both the CBO and by his own administration. And they come with raising the debt ceiling limit because he's not actually cutting spending in a meaningful way because we're going further and further into debt from his programs. He's saying all kinds of stupid and irrational things that are contradictory on a day-to-day basis. He's doing everything he can to attack Rand Paul and Thomas Massie, the only people that are actually America First in Congress, and instead propping up fucking rhinos and fucking ass kissers, and who that are propping them up, such as Scott, for example, for putting forward the same bill that Thomas Massie has been putting forward for 10 years, whilst attacking Thomas Massie as like a leftist because he doesn't agree with his dog shit inability to get anything done in Israel. This plan that is supposedly working in Israel, where like some of it is like kind of maybe already falling apart, is like a great plan. We know Donald Trump didn't fucking come up with it, and he has been feckless in his ability to actually meaningfully force Israel to actually do anything. Like, I don't think that Kamala Harris wouldn't have reached a similar peace deal in Israel, because I don't think America has been a driving force for a peace deal in the situation in Gaza. I think that this is just a natural occurrence of the fatigue of the Israel-Palestine issue, and that they know that they can't fucking continuously bomb while the world is pissed off Gaza forever and ever and ever over like that they're running out of like the moral high ground of the hostages that Hamas was hanging on to. That only goes so far before Bollywood puts out another fucking video of like, you know, of like the same person that died, like, you know, dying for the 17th time or whatever. But nevertheless, the area has been devastated by war, and they are the ones with power, and people care more about power and balance than they do about moral claims about, you know, right or wrong in terms of, you know, aggression. So I think Operation Midnight Hammer was sketchy as fuck, right? Or Twilight Hammer, or whatever the fuck it was called, right? Where he attacked the nuclear facilities, right? Like, I think there was a huge risk that he lucked out on that seemed to fucking work well enough. I just don't see any reason that Kamala Harris would have been a significantly worse president, and I think the right would have galvanized. But instead, what we have now is we have the right being, you know, splitting apart, while we have, like, you know, the fucking anti-Jew, fucking far right, whatever the fuck, woke right, whatever the fuck you want to call them. Obviously, I have my issues with the term woke right, along with sensible conservatives and both of them are getting more and more socialist. So because they want to support MAGA socialism, or they want to support fascism socialism. None of them are going libertarian. We're going in the exact opposite degree in terms of our politicians, at least. I just don't see any fucking argument that Donald Trump is this great, effective president. He's been dog shit. And the big, beautiful bill is all you have for it, is some just trimming the fat off of the wasteful spending in Medicare and Medicaid, you know, towards immigration, is not something to hang your hat on, man.
And you'd end up with 4 years of like a Biden or a Gavin Newsom or a Whitmer. That's how it plays out in the real world. You okay with it? I'm not. That's where I disagree.
Well, I think, first of all, J.D. Vance would become the president if Donald Trump was removed. But again,
more hawkish than Trump, though, so it doesn't fix the problem.
Yeah, I don't know about that. And I don't know if I agree with you that, I mean, look, yeah, if you're comparing Donald Trump to Obama and...
Maybe I'll post your Kamala comment out of context on ANCAP Zitter. Fuck you,
George W. Bush and Joe Biden. Like, yes, okay, he's preferable.
I mean, actually do, and then get a bunch of people angry at me. Give me clout, boys. All right?
But again, I'm just making the point.
I think I just think it's an important difference. That's where I think we separate. I am comparing him to all presidents before him and the alternatives. And even if J.D. Vance becomes president, yeah, I know it goes to the lineage Vance, and then I believe it's Johnson, Rubio, it would be a lame duck presidency, right? Because the public would just see this man's impeached for the third time, corruption, and it would be waiting out the clock until there's another election.
Well, I mean, first of all, the first two times Donald Trump was impeached, he was impeached for complete nonsense. And so it would be a little bit different to have a president impeached for launching an illegal war. That is a very different thing. But I think the more important point here is that, look, obviously there's no mechanism.
Steven looks pissed. He's like, no, get behind the MAGA crowd. Like, you can see, look at him. He's fucking, you can tell he's mad. He's like, no, it'd be fucking different when, you know, presidents just decide to engage in fucking war. Like, it's crazy that, like, we've all just kind of accepted that presidents can start wars whenever the fuck they want. It's completely unconstitutional. But conservatives and Republicans and people like Steven Crowder, they don't give a fuck about the Constitution. The Constitution, this holy fucking document that they love so much, is only a thing that they care about when the left abuses it. Like, dude, you're not supposed to declare fucking wars without the fucking approval of Congress. And being like, oh, well, actually, see, so fucking Congress allowed them to fight terrorism. So if we just call it a terrorist organization or a terrorist state, then we can just kind of bomb whatever we want whenever, bro. No, you're supposed to have a fucking vote on it. And everyone's supposed to look at their congressman and their representative and go, this guy voted for war. And then you're supposed to be able to oust them in the midterms because fuck you for voting for that war.
An illegal war. That is a very different thing. But I think the more important point here is that, look, obviously there's no mechanism for me to have Donald Trump impeached. I'm not a member of Congress who's introducing articles of impeachment. I'm a commentator who was on record supporting Donald Trump in 2024. And so when the war first broke out, what I was doing was saying in the loudest possible way that there's a huge group of people here who supported you, who are not only upset about this, but are repudiating everything about you, are criticizing you in the strongest possible language. Now, I am one of, in terms of like the Trump base of influential support, I'm one of the smaller members who was criticizing him. I mean, he had Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and even Charlie Kirk, who didn't exactly criticize him, but certainly was critical of the idea of getting into a regime change war with Iran. And I felt like at the time, like,
but did they call for impeachment and execution?
Did I call for execution?
You said that Donald Trump should be buried beneath the prison for war crimes.
Oh, yeah, yes. Okay. Well, that's a separate thing. But what I called for in this case was.
But did they do anything comparable?
Well, hold on. Let me.
Hold on, Dave. You intend to filibuster, and I want to stick to this just because this is outside of that. I don't think we have that big of a disagreement. Right?
Well, I don't think I'm filibustering. I was just trying to finish my point.
Okay. So I think you've already described, answer right, the mechanism. The mechanism in place would be Congress, correct? I'm not saying that you do it yourself, Dave. But like you.
What do you mean? So you asked a follow-up question, which is he should be buried under the prison or he should be executed, etc. And then you didn't let him respond to that at all. And then you accuse him of filibustering? Like that's a really shitty way to conduct a debate and or interview. Like I wouldn't do that. Like I feel like you guys would rightly call me out if I accused somebody of that and then just immediately steamrolled and then told them that they're filibustering if they even try to respond to this new follow-up that you've asked. Like you got to let him respond to a follow-up. Like what the fuck?
Said you were using an influential platform, there were some other people, and largely the left, who were calling for impeachment. So I think that still you stand by it. But the real world fallout of that is far worse for the United States and for the Keep America, Make America Great, America First movement. And that's where I think we diverge. And when I see you saying that, first off, it gives me pause. And I only see you just mentioned those people, and the left calling for his impeachment. And you say, well, yeah, he's better than these other presidents. Okay, so what would be better if you're calling for the impeachment? And it could be...
So again, we see the evil of statism right here. Right? It's like, okay, yeah, sure. Maybe what he did was wrong from your perspective, but like he's better than these other ones. So why don't we just risk wars, because maybe we'll risk less wars. Like, what? Like, what a fucking cowardly moral position to hold. Is that like, how, like, don't you recognize that these Democrats would be worse? So why would you call for impeachment or justice for war crimes or for engaging in wars without congressional approval? Or why would you even give a fuck about the Constitution? Because these other people, they'd be even worse, wouldn't they?
Facetious, the execution of Donald Trump. That seems pretty extreme. And it seems like a big difference.
I mean, you can say I'm filibustering, but let me explain my...
It is genuinely extreme. That's okay. Just own it. Yeah, I'm a radical. I have radical principles. Unlike Republicans, I actually follow my principles. And when you follow your principles through to conclusion, what ends up happening is you have radical beliefs because you find out the contradictions and the inaccuracies and the moral evils of those people that do not have those principles. When you actually follow principles, you say and do extreme and radical things. It is unfortunate that being principled and being morally just is a radical position, but it is.
Position here is that the point I was making was that so many of Donald Trump's most important, there's really never been a moment in my lifetime like that before. There's really never been, I can't think of any time where George W. Bush did something and Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly were just like, that's it. We're done supporting him. And Obama never lost Rachel Maddow or something like that. And I think the fact that so many of us stood up against that was, in terms of, like, to your point, in terms of the real world, what can we actually do? I think that was the most effective thing that we could do at that point, was just to make it very clear that if you do get us into another catastrophic war here, you're going to lose a huge portion of your support. This is the only incentive that politicians respond to. Okay. Now, in terms of your point about me
saying
that... Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So, and I know that you and I think we both share a fundamental hatred of mischaracterizations. Hopefully, you don't think that I've done that here. I've asked these questions fairly. I think that's a mischaracterization. I think it was.
Unrelated, do you think secondhand smoke violates the non-aggression principle? No. The reason secondhand smoke doesn't violate the non-aggression principle gets kind of complicated, and I think I'm going to reach out to Casimir because we had a phone conversation about this. Not secondhand smoke. We had a phone conversation about air and noise, and to what degree noise is violative or a violation of the non-aggression principle. And too long didn't read, but I want to have a longer conversation, maybe bring in Zulu as well to have this conversation about the concept of like, air pollution and noise pollution and light pollution and things like that. Is about the concept. It really goes down to where you homestead, right? And so if you are in a bar that allows smoking and then you go into that bar, yeah, like it allows smoking, like you're taking in that risk. But let's say let's say we're in a neighborhood, right? And then you go and you like take a cigarette and you blow it in, you put the cigarette right next to like a random person in the neighborhood that's like walking their baby with a baby stroller, and you walk up to them and you blow cigarette smoke in their face and you like leave the cigarette like right next to their face. That would be aggression, right? So what I think it comes down to is the property you are on and how is that property homesteaded rules, either explicitly or non-explicitly, according to the first user principle. And it comes down to there's going to be tediums and there's going to be kind of like gray areas in that. But overall, I do not think it is automatically a violation of the non-aggression principle. Rather, the correct answer is, where are you and how was that property homesteaded? Specifically, the rules and the assumptions of what is non-aggressive. It also depends upon the behavior. Like, are you attempting to get away from that secondhand smoke, right? Like, are you wearing a mask? Are you saying, hey, man, please don't do that. I don't like secondhand smoke. Are you trying to stop that in some way? Or are you just kind of like sitting there absorbing it and demanding that cigarettes not be in this property that you don't own per se, right? And so I would love to have that as like a portion of a larger discussion about, properties such as the air or sound or light that bleeds from one private property's like official borders into another, and what is or isn't a violation of the non-aggression principle, because it is like kind of like very, very specific legal theory.
At large of Donald Trump from you. I think to say that he should be impeached based on a betrayal when we probably don't have a president with a more clear track record on any issue than Donald Trump on Iran. If I said Israel, I meant to say Iran, where he said they can't get nukes. That famous escalator ride down, immediately said, and if I'm president, Iran won't get nukes. And before that, on X, saying Iran cannot get a nuke, 60 days talking, negotiating, they weren't playing ball, time is up. You can disagree with it. But to suggest that that's a betrayal, I would say that's the exact opposite. People maybe need to do the research on the candidate who they're supporting, in your case, endorsing, electing. He was very consistent about that.
No, I disagree completely. And I think that Donald Trump also bragged about not getting us in any new wars and bragged about ending wars, many of which he didn't end. But no, I mean, look, there's a major difference between just saying Iran won't get nukes, which could mean anything, and saying I will launch a war.
Bro, what? Dude, this is the type of shit that pisses me off. I'm going to show you guys something. This is the shit I regularly deal with and why I've started putting video game music in the background. Go to my fucking YouTube studio. Go to content. I gotta make sure I don't show monetary stuff because I'm not supposed to share. Right? When we go here, dispute rejected. This is from fucking Pretzel Rocks, right? Like, I pay for this. I pay to be allowed to have this music, but because it got paused because I'm speaking and then it got restarted halfway through, they're like this video is blocked in all of these countries, right? Or not monetized in these countries, which is basically everywhere because of this copy. And then I had to wait 27 days is when they finally said, no, we're definitely going to do it. So now I have to dispute it again. Actually, I'm just gonna fucking trim it out because this is fucking annoying. Whatever, nobody's watching this shit anyways, right? It's just easier to deal with than fucking going through another dispute. But like this is why I'm playing video game music in the background, right? It's like I had a video in fucking monetization hell for 27 days just for some Chinese bot farm somewhere to then go, no, we're going to do it again. And then they're going to let it sit for 7 days. And then they're not going to fucking take me to court. They're not going to take me to court. And the reason they're not going to take me to court is because they'd fucking lose. But it's just like, it's just so fucking annoying. And that's why I'm just playing video game. When you're wondering, like, why is there Final Fantasy music playing in the background? Like, what's going on with that? What's going on with that is fucking... There we go. Let me see how loud that is. Yeah, there we go. It's pretty quiet in the background. Like, what's going on is that shit doesn't get copyright strike. So, yeah, no, I'm not paying, Pretzel Rocks $120 a year so that I can fucking put in the goddamn chat what the music is. Put it on the screen what the music is. It's music that I've paid for to have on my stream, and then Chinese bot farms fucking still destroy my fucking revenue and destroy my ability to get into the algorithm. Like, guys, like, you just can't play music unless it's from fucking video games if you want to fucking have any success. I know that's a random ass rant, but fuck IP and fuck YouTube's copyright system. Let's get back.
Major difference between just saying Iran won't get nukes, which could mean anything, and saying I will launch a war against Iran if they enrich up to 60% and are still willing to negotiate down the enrichment. I'm sorry, those are just very different things.
Well, you called for impeachment before he launched the strike, and we're not. Dave, hold on a second. You always do this where you say, let me finish a sentence, but then you address a point and then scattershot at different points. You called for this.
Okay, first of all, that's not. I hate the term filibuster because filibuster is not it's not a debate bro tactic. Filibuster is a tactic that you use when, you want to shut down debate by talking over and over and over and for too long. That's like being long-winded or verbose. Now he is accusing him not of filibustering, but of shotgunning a bunch of different ideas. Okay? But the thing is that what he keeps trying to do, which you keep pushing away from, is address the attack that you made against him for him claiming for Donald Trump to be under the prison. This is the third time that you've shut him down to not be able to answer that question because you want the audience to keep that in mind that, like, this guy says we should kill Trump without him being able to explain the context of that so that your audience will be on your side in this regard. And then you keep bitching about him talking too long. Like, I get that he talks a lot, like he is verbose, that is a thing, but like, you can redirect. You say, hey, can you address this other claim? Like, I understand what you're saying, but I really want you to address this claim. But just complaining about him talking too much and then shutting him down from being able to answer the thing that you kind of like, the redirect that you gave him that you never let him answer, is a serious fucking problem, and it's a slimy fucking tactic. And by the way, the term isn't filibuster, it's gish gallop. He's not gish galloping. He's being too verbose. But you're accusing him of filibustering and gish galloping, but you're not letting him address the second claim.
On the exact point that you just asked me about, Stephen. You're claiming I'm filibustering. You're interrupting every time I speak.
No, I'm not, Dave. I want to address that one point, and then we'll go back. We're not at war. You called for his impeachment before the strike. I do think if you're talking about, what other option outside of diplomacy, because you said there are many other options, it could mean anything. Donald Trump, again, in context, if you look at the context, said it was a huge failure, Barack Obama's policy on Iran. He said that you cannot set red lines that you do not enforce, and I will enforce my red lines. Donald Trump was very clear. He set a red line, 60 days are up, so we've tried the diplomacy. Well, what other mechanisms are in place to prevent it?
Yeah, okay, well, I don't think, again, if you're saying that enriching up to 60% was the big problem, then the JCPOA wasn't a failure. They weren't enriching anywhere near to that level until Donald Trump tore up the agreement, or walked away, pulled America out of the agreement. And yes, he arbitrarily set a timeline of 60 days, but there were meetings scheduled for the next day or 2 days later when Israel first struck them and Donald Trump walked away. So the alternative was obviously to keep negotiating. Look, Iran was there to negotiate down the 60% enrichment. They had been down to 3 to 5% when America was good standing members of the JCPOA. The obvious alternative would have been to keep negotiating.
So you believe that it's a more effective form of world leadership and an impeachable offense to set a date, a timeline, say last call, count to three, and then say I didn't mean it?
No, I'm saying
but that would be what he would do.
No, what he's saying is don't fucking set up additional meetings and make it seem like you're that you're engaged in this diplomacy and then engage in a secret or clandestine operation to bomb their facilities when, yes, they have enriched uranium, but that you could consider weapons grade, but they don't at that moment have the capacity to launch a nuclear strike. At best, you could say that maybe they could launch a dirty bomb. If you want to make that argument, like, I don't necessarily think that's a bad argument per se, but it is like you are mischaracterizing the argument completely.
Effectively, right?
By you, I mean Steve.
No, I think that's silly for a president.
Okay, right, but that's not what I said. But you think what you said is silly. Okay, but what I'm saying...
No, he did say, right, we're 60 days up. Was Iran negotiating? Did Iran come to the negotiating table? Did Iran allow inspections?
Finish whenever you want to, and then I'll try to...
Oh, I asked you that. We're 60 days up. Did Donald Trump count to 3?
Yeah.
So he should continue negotiating after he sets a red line.
Yeah, well, no, Stephen. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit more than 1 cent.
Okay.
It's a little bit more than 1 centimeter deep. Okay.
Please enlighten me as shallow as I am.
Dude, it's like you just.
I know. Go ahead.
No, just a lot of people told me that. Watch out, he's going to be constantly interrupting you. But I didn't realize it was actually going to be like this. Okay, so Donald Trump. What happened was Donald Trump had signaled at the beginning of the negotiations that he would be open to some enrichment, but that he wanted it to be brought down. And then Mark Levin and all of the hawks, they insisted that you put in the poison pill of absolutely no enrichment of uranium whatsoever. And he went along with that. And Iran was like, yeah, that's. And then he set the 60 days. Now look, I think it was a bad move to ever put that poison pill in and to ever set those 60 days. But yes, at that point, once you've done that, diplomacy in this case was obviously preferable to force. And I think, in fact, probably we are in a more likely position now that Iran breaks out and tries to get a nuclear weapon than we were if he had continued the negotiations. But certainly, you exhaust the
I wouldn't go that far, Dave. Like, I mean, we did fuck up their facilities and put the fear of God into them again, right? We did let them know that, like, no, you're not getting a fucking nuke. That's an opinion that is, maybe has better evidence on this. This is like more Dave Smith's wheelhouse than mine. I'm less concerned with talking about war and foreign relations and more concerned about talking about philosophy and domestic policy, right? So like maybe I'm missing something, but I don't know that I'd go so far as saying obviously we're like more in this, bad position. Like I can agree with you from a philosophical perspective that like what Donald Trump did is an obvious violation of the Constitution, and that like maybe it would have been preferential to not do this secret strike. But again, like but maybe it wasn't. You know what I mean? Like maybe like I don't know all of the things that are going on behind the scenes. None of us do. We kind of have to make these like imperfect arguments because when you're dealing with national secrets and national diplomacy, half the shit is secret and unhidden. Hidden. We don't know what the fuck is going on. And so like I don't know necessarily like from a purely consequentialist perspective, which Dave and Steven Crowder both are, right? Neither of them are like principled fully that like this was the better or worse option, but it is something that is absolutely impeachable, and it is an aggression, and it is something that I would have preferred we not be involved in, and was a huge risk. Luckily, the risk seemed to pan out fairly well for us.
Negotiations. You try diplomacy as much as you can. War should always be an absolute last option. And he didn't exhaust that. Instead, he supported attacking them in the middle of the negotiations. That is dishonorable. It is unethical, and it's bad leadership.
I mean, the JCPOA is something I think that many people stick to just because Iran's more compliant than Israel is. You know what I mean? Like, it's just funny.
Yeah, I don't think it's dishonorable. I don't think it's unethical, and I don't think it's bad leadership. I think it would be bad leadership to allow a country to completely flagrantly disregard their own agreements, to not honor their word, to have international oversight committees that you cite, Dave, as the gold standard, saying, yeah, they're only a few weeks away from this kind of dangerous uranium enrichment, and then to say, let's continue diplomacy. So here's my question to you. Because you said impeach, you said war crimes, and it sounds to me like there's no president in our lifetime who you wouldn't bury beneath the prison for war crimes. Can you name one?
No, I think every president in my lifetime has been a war criminal. That's right.
Okay, so every president in your lifetime has been a war criminal. They impeached Donald Trump beneath the prison.
It's part of being a world empire, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Donald Trump is a neocon. As a matter of fact, I think he's the least neocon of all the presidents that we've had. We might just have a disagreement on that, but I definitely think he's
a neocon.
Well, you said your gripe was with neocons and your criticism of Donald Trump. I have criticisms of Donald Trump. H-1Bs, big one. I went in hard on that, for crying out loud. When you talk about the Epstein debacle, unveiling that, Pam Bondi shouldn't have a job. The Chinese student foreign visas, right? I think that's a big problem. I criticize him on a regular basis, calling for impeachment and buried beneath the prison when this man has ended more wars than any other president, at least that I can recall pretty close. He's ended many wars. The only one that he hasn't ended is Ukraine.
Which ones did he end?
We're talking about conflicts right now. I mean, for 12-day war is done, if you want to, because you've attributed that to Donald Trump and Israel. We now have a ceasefire. Okay. Before that, we had the Abraham.
He started and ended one. Okay.
Abraham Accords. I mean, if you look at the invasions that have taken place.
None of those ended a war.
Yeah, none of those ended a war. Like Abraham Accords, like may have like been a good step by Jared Kushner to, in many of those deals to, further relations between, different Islamic and countries in Israel, but that didn't end a war.
Abraham Accords didn't end any wars.
So if we're looking at the other examples in the past where you look at invasions from Russia when they got froggy, obviously they tend to favor Democrat administrations. I think he's been very non-interventionist, not an isolationist. And I think that Thailand, Cambodia is one that comes to mind. India, Pakistan. None of those count. Israel, Gaza, India, Pakistan.
No, it's not that none of them count, Stephen. It's just
Azerbaijan, Armenia. I know that because I have a lot of Armenian friends. I mean, you keep interrupting me. Do none of these count?
No, he didn't end any. None of these are examples of Donald Trump ending wars, other than the 12-day war, which he started.
I don't think any of them are wars that Donald Trump was conducting that he ended. I mean, Donald Trump, look, in his first 4 years, he inherited the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan. We had troops in Syria. We had troops in Somalia. He talked about pulling them out. And in fact, I think he was the major reporting about him being lied to about the number of troops in Syria. But he never did get them out. He kept the war going in Afghanistan for 4 years, surged it, even though he knew it was an unwinnable war. I will give him credit, he eventually wrote the plans that did get out, but it was for his second term. And then, of course, he left it to Joe Biden to completely fumble the entire thing. He kept the war in the Saudi invasion of Yemen going his entire first 4 years. He just broke records for the most strikes in Somalia in any year. We've been bombing them since 2002, I think. I mean, so I don't know. And he's backed Israel his entire time in their destruction of Gaza, and he's failed to stop the war in Ukraine. So, like, again, his rhetoric is certainly better. And there are a few things I could look to that I would point to, go, hey, he did a really good job there. But I don't know. I don't really agree with your overall characterization.
Well, it's not that you disagree with my overall characterization. Your question was, name me any wars he's ended. And then you move the goalpost, right?
What? What do you mean you moved the goalposts? He asked you to name a war that Donald Trump ended, and you couldn't name one. You just said that there were conflicts that stopped. What war? What war did? Hold on.
The Saudi invasion of Yemen going. I will get the wars.
So if we're looking at the other examples in the past where you look at invasions from Russia when they got froggy, obviously did more. I criticize him on a regular basis, calling for impeachment, and buried beneath the prison when this man has ended more wars than any other president, at least that I can recall pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, like Abraham Accords, certainly, maybe like released tensions, but it didn't end any wars.
He's ended many wars. The only one that he hasn't ended is Ukraine.
Which ones did he end?
We're talking about conflicts right now. I mean, for 12-day war is done. If you want to, because you've.
So 12-day war is a war he started and then ended. Sure, I'll give him that. That's technically he ended that war, but it's a war that he got himself, that he involved the U.S. in, and we initiated strikes. So I mean, like, if we're talking about ending wars, like, are we supposed to praise him because he started and ended the same war?
We did that to Donald Trump and Israel. We now have ceasefire. Before that, we had the Abraham Accords. I mean,
hold on.
For 12-day war is done. If you want to, because you've attributed that to Donald Trump and Israel. We now have a ceasefire. Before that, we had the Abraham Accords.
So we now have a ceasefire. Okay, yeah, Israel had several ceasefires. The war, I mean, like maybe he's ending this war. We'll see. Maybe this one. But like a ceasefire is not an end to a war. There's no like fully implemented signed peace deal. That I mean I get like he's a ceasefire very often, especially when we're talking about Israel or just the Middle East in general. A ceasefire between like different terrorist organizations, right? Like that's very often that's a pause. That's not an ending. But if he succeeds in this, then he will have ended it. I don't know to what degree he deserves credit for it, but if it ends, it ends.
I mean, if you look at the invasions that have taken place,
none of those ended a war. The Abraham Accords didn't end any wars.
So if we're looking at the other examples in the past where you look at invasions from Russia when they got froggy, obviously they tend to favor Democrat administrations. I think he's been very non-interventionist, not an isolationist. And I think that Thailand, Cambodia is one that comes to mind. India, Pakistan.
India, Pakistan did like some skirmishes. Donald Trump didn't end that war. Like, these are not wars that he was involved in that he ended, or wars that were like going on that he ended.
None of those count. Israel, Gaza, India, Pakistan.
No, it's not that none of them count, Stephen. It's just
Azerbaijan, Armenia. I know because I have a lot of Armenian friends. I mean, you keep interrupting me. Do none of these count?
No. I don't think any of them are wars that Donald Trump was conducting that he ended. I mean, Donald Trump, look, in his first 4 years, he inherited the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan. We had troops in Syria. We had troops in Somalia. He talked about pulling them out. And in fact, I think he was the major reporting about him being lied to about the number of troops in Syria. But he never did get them out. He kept the war going in Afghanistan for 4 years, surged it, even though he knew it was an unwinnable war. I will give him credit, he eventually wrote the plans that did get out, but it was for his second term. And then, of course, he left it to Joe Biden to completely fumble the entire thing. He kept the war in the Saudi invasion of Yemen going his entire first 4 years. He just broke records for the most strikes on Somalia in any year. We've been bombing them since 2002, I think. I mean, so I don't know. And he's backed Israel his entire time in their destruction of Gaza, and he's failed to stop the war in Ukraine. So, like, again, his rhetoric is certainly better. And there are a few things I could look to that I would point to, go, hey, he did a really good job there. But I don't know. I don't really agree with your overall characterization.
Well, no, it's not that you disagree with my overall characterization. Your question was, name me any wars he's ended. And then you move the goalpost, right?
No. When I said wars he's ended, I didn't mean like he picked up a phone call and then a conflict like between two other parties. I'm saying wars that America's been involved in,
so diplomacy doesn't count
or fighting.
So none of those would count.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't count. I'm saying it's not exactly a war he ended.
Well, I want to have this conversation in good faith. And if you say, name me any wars he's ended, and I go, okay, Thailand, Cambodia, Israel, Gaza, ceasefire, Armenia, Azerbaijan, you could argue, hold on a second. You could argue that Yemen, really a proxy war with Iran, which kind of brings us back to the initial point. It's certainly more than other presidents. So picking up the phone and
this is such like a actually I'm technically correct thing. Like, it's very clear that the context of the conversation is about whether or not he is substantially less hawkish or less neoconservative in America engaging in regime change wars throughout the world. Meanwhile, he's threatening to fucking bomb Venezuela, and we're moving ships over to Venezuela. He's like continued funding the Ukraine-Russia war while being like, I'm totally going to end that, don't you worry. But because he made some phone calls as the president of like skirmishes between two other countries, it's like, oh, actually, see, I'm technically right. But it's just not speaking to the heart of the issue at all. See, like, this is the problem with this claim Stephen is making of, I want to be good faith. Is like, good faith means that you're actually debating in the spirit of the conversation, not that you're immediately accusing people of filibustering and then refusing to let them answer the question about Donald Trump being buried under the prison. Not that you're engaging in conversation about like whether or not he's substantively more hawkish or more of a non-interventionist, non-neoconservative view on foreign policy and anti-war president, and like talking about the fact that he didn't end the Iraq war, he didn't end, all of these wars that we're engaged in, and in fact got, initiated or did bad things in other conflicts, or at the very least, put his foot down, started and ended a war. And then you're like, well, technically he ended that 12-day war. Technically he made a phone call and like flexed his power with this skirmish between two other nations. Like, that's actually absolutely Steven Crowder being bad faith, while then acting like in gaslighting like Dave Smith is being bad faith here. Oh, Donald Trump is fucking like the drug smugglers, right? Like, we're just straight up fucking bombing boats and being like, they're terrorists, so whatever. Like, no, he's very hawkish and he's maybe not as neoconservative, obviously, as like George Bush or Reagan. But we're still bombing Somalia. Like, pull out of these conflicts. Stop paying for these conflicts. He ran like he was going to get Israel, Palestine to the table, and he was going to use American power and might to stop this. And like, it's taken him a really long time to get a ceasefire. He ran on fucking stopping the Russia-Ukraine situation, but we're still funding Ukraine. He's still bombing in Somalia. He's talking about starting new conflicts potentially in Venezuela. He started and ended a 12-day war with Iran. Like, Steven Crowder is very narcissistic behavior, right? He's projecting this bad faith thing while being bad faith onto Dave Smith. It's a really shitty and bad faith way to be, and then he's acting like he's the victim of Dave Smith's bad faith goalpost shift. When it's very clearly just a clarification of like what we're talking about here.
Aging in diplomacy, which I thought you would be supportive of, he's done it more than other presidents. And I would say he's set apart pretty significantly, which is why I don't want to impeach him. I don't think that would make America stronger, more effective. I think it would make us weaker. That's really the crux of this. I think he's better than other presidents. I think he's the most effective president of our lifetime. And I don't think it's an impeachable offense. He asked me which wars did he end. I just gave you a list. Do those count?
Well,
I mean, Steven Crowder is a normie conservative with no philosophy or knowledge of politics history, became a conservative pundit, so there's not much to expect. He seems like an actual meathead. What's really crazy is that I think you guys are underestimating Steven Crowder's knowledge compared to the normal person. That's I think you guys aren't. You guys act like you're black-pilled, but you're really not that black-pilled. I don't think you realize how dumb the average person is and how ignorant the average person is. I think Steven has a pretty good grasp on history and a pretty good grasp on like a lot of stuff. I think he has been doing this for a long time, and I don't think he's an idiot. I think he's wrong. I think his philosophy is full of contradictions, which leads him to stupid conclusions. But I don't think you're dealing with an idiot here that's completely ignorant.
Okay, look, if you're talking about the war between Israel, if you can call it a war, Israel's destruction of Gaza, yes, after funding and facilitating.
That is a wild thing to say. I'm so black-pilled that a chirp happens once in a while and I don't notice it. God damn, dude, that's rough.
The whole thing for his entire second term of his presidency, he's gotten a very loosely holding together ceasefire as of right now. So yes, as I've said on my show and said publicly, I give him credit for that. That part was better. The funding it for the his entire presidency, which you seem to agree with, that part was wrong.
I agree with the funding of it, you're saying?
No, I said, which you already said.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you. Yes,
You agree with me.
No, I'm just making, I agree with you. Yeah.
So, okay.
You and I share that same common ground, but I just think it's important.
Okay.
Dave, you said interrupting. I've got a timer clock going. I don't think you're going to like the way it looks. Okay, so I was listing the other examples of Donald Trump being a non-interventionist in comparison to Biden, for example. Even just using your example there, talk about funding the war, Israel, Gaza. Ceasefire's pretty damn quick into Donald Trump's presidency. And I'm not saying it's perfect. I think it's better than no ceasefire. I think picking up the phone and ending conflicts is better than not, but we still find ourselves at the intersect of impeachment. And so, let's move on, you stand by it. I believe that the impeachment, which you called for before the surgical strike on Iranian enrichment facilities, was based on him starting another illegal baseless war, right? That would be the reason for it?
Yeah, sure. A war of choice, a war of aggression, an illegal war. The Constitution is very clear. You need Congress to declare a war. Every single war since World War II has been illegal. There was absolutely no need to launch those strikes. They pose no threat to us.
Okay. So that's where I would disagree, but I also understand that you're consistent, and I do appreciate it. You think that every war since World War II is illegal, every military strike, and every president is a war criminal who should be executed. I don't think that's realistic. And if you look at the War Powers Act,
guys, it's not pragmatic, brother. Yeah, we get it. You don't have fucking principles. Like, I don't know. I saw this post, and it was God, it was like such a good attack the right from the right. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Here it is. Right? So here's the original post, right? We'll go down a little bit of a rabbit hole. So this is Rand Paul. I actually wasn't invited to the White House lunch today, but that's okay. I had a previously scheduled Liberty Caucus lunch with Massey for Kentucky, right? So Thomas Massey in Kentucky being like, yeah, the White House lunch, they didn't invite us, right? Because Donald Trump is a petty piece of shit. And then this bow-tied ranger goes, in typical libertarian fashion, Rand Paul and Thomas Massey brag about not having a seat at the table where the actual decisions are made. Terminal losers. And then this lady, right? I'm seeing every now and then. I don't find her particularly base. I don't follow her. But she says, imagine wanting a seat at the table Jesus would have flipped over. Right? It's just like, And it's what I see from conservatives so often. Is just like they almost brag, like they're always like, well, you're not principled at all. Oh, I appreciate that you have principles, but like you're not being realistic here. Like you need to be realistic. And I was just like, damn. That is so fucking like what a pathetic cuck Steven has to be. Right? Like, dude, just like the level of cuck you have to be to recognize that somebody is principled and that they actually want to follow the Constitution. But it's like, oh, but you're not but like your principles aren't realistic. So anyways, we're just going to play the game of lesser of two evils. Like, you know, it's like, oh, okay, cool. You know, if that doesn't matter, then like, why call yourself a Christian? You know what I mean? Because you don't have any principles. You don't actually believe in you believe that it's okay to choose evil in order to stop what you believe to be a greater evil. You're no martyr. You're no Christian. You don't have any fucking faith. You don't believe in God. You know what I mean? Like, come on. These are just things that you say that are convenient and that you tell yourself so you can go to sleep at night. But at the end of the day, you will choose what you believe is Satan every fucking time, right? Like, you will choose to be on the path towards evil, the path against God in your belief every single time. When push comes to shove, you choose evil. And you actually attack those that call out that evil. You fight against those and try and silence those. Maybe not like with like full-blown censorship, right? Like, obviously you're bringing him onto your show. But like, you try and downplay and defeat righteousness and good in the name of sin and evil, at least from your perspective. So like, it's so crazy to me that you're so cucked to be like, oh, I get that you have all these principles and everything, but like, come on, let's be realistic here. Dude.
It delegates the authority exclusively to the president to make that kind of a call, and they have the right to withdraw.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, again, to be clear, I'm not arguing that that's realistic, but in the same sense that, like, you might say there should be no abortions, and I could respond to you and say, hey, that's not realistic, and that is true. It's not realistic that at any point soon in the United States of America, there'll be no abortions, but that's what's right. And so I'm just staking out my claim of what I believe is right.
Right. Okay. So you mean morally you would like to see him impeached?
I mean, morally, I think it's immoral to launch wars of aggression and choice is what I mean.
Okay. So, but then you said that would be unconstitutional and an illegal war. Obviously, the Supreme Court disagrees. Obviously, every other president who was far more hawkish disagrees. And obviously, even right now, when you're talking about Democrats who love, I wish you and I, come on, you got to agree with this. I wish you and I had a passion for anything as much as these people have a passion for trying to impeach your political theater against Donald Trump. And that didn't really even gain any steam. Because no one, aside from Dave Smith and a few other people, think this was World War III or an unconstitutional strike.
When did I say it was World?
So no one except Dave Smith thinks that it's unconstitutional to engage in military action without congressional approval. Like honestly, like so this is now where he lies to himself to maintain his own contradictions. This is where he has to lie to himself. Right? Like, hold on. Let's just look real quick. All right, All right, so let's just read what the framers of, oh my God. Hold on, guys. I'm so sorry. My bad. There we go. All right, so let's read what the framers put in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11. The Congress shall have power to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. Does the president have that power? Right? Do we want full text? Right? Just so we can be more clear. Sorry. Here we go. Shit. What is the fucking section? It's section 11, right? But it's... God, why are you doing this to me? I just want it in its, like, I don't want the fucking explanation. I just want the full fucking... Oh my God. Let me just fucking... Dude, why are you doing this? Why is the Library of Congress giving me this shit? Where is the fucking... All right. Oh my... Then read the 10th Amendment? What is the 10th Amendment? What? Hold on. Doesn't Crowder think the Second Amendment is trampled on by California? The courts don't think so, and neither has any California governor thought so. Where's fucking... I thought... Well, I don't want the fucking historical background. Let me just get the full fucking Constitution. U.S. Constitution. Full PDF. Oh my fucking God. Why are you doing this to me? Article 1 is the War Powers Clause. Article 2, Section 2 is the one that outlines the presidential powers. Right? Like, so if we go to, and then we go to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water, right? So it's explicit that declarations of war are a power of Congress, right? And then we go to executive, I think it's section 2, right? The president shall be commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states when called into actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer, and yada, 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 except in case of impeachment. He shall have power by and with the advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties, right? So treaties require the Senate's approval, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur, and he shall nominate and by and with the advice of consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, yada, yada, other public ministers and councils, judges, yada, yada. Now, wait a minute. I might be in the wrong section. Is it section... Am I missing something? Yeah, I don't like where is this he gets to declare war whenever he wants? Have trouble with technology? Yeah, I'm kind of dumb sometimes. Well, that didn't help. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you. Powers not delegated here belong to the states is the 10th Amendment. But I mean, the 10th Amendment gets a little dicey because it's like power. Yes and no, because then you get like, this is why I hate the Constitution and constitutional scholars, right? Because like there's the emoluments clause and there is the bringing in of other portions of the Bill of Rights and things like that as an imposition onto the state. And so like there's a lot of weird interpretations of what powers the states begin to lose, right? Notice the power. Yeah, there is no power to declare war that's present. It's not a power that he has. Now, treaties is a power that he has, but again, that requires the consent of the Senate. I mean, this is why when the League of Nations was set forward before the UN, America didn't join the League of Nations because despite the fact that the president wanted us to be a member of the League of Nations, he couldn't get Senate approval. So he couldn't be involved in that treaty without the Senate approving. And you need 2/3 majority for the Senate to approve said situation. And we had conservatives that were isolationists that said, fuck the League of Nations. So despite being the architect of the League of Nations, America wasn't a part of the League of Nations. Regardless, let's get back to him, just utterly fucking coping that like, whoa, fucking Supreme Court says so. So you're crazy. The president can bomb.
Aside from Dave Smith and a few other people think this was World War III or an unconstitutional strike.
When did I say it was World War III, Stephen?
You talked about escalating this again back on social media, saying this could lead us into World War III. That's why you wanted to.
What did I say? Please show my specific quote about World War III and what I said.
I will find it and I can provide it publicly.
No, because I hear a lot of people saying this to me, but I don't remember saying that. So
okay.
When did I say?
You didn't think it was going to escalate global conflict?
Oh, I was concerned about escalation, but that's a very different thing than saying this is going to lead to World War III.
Okay, well, I'll rephrase then, because you did say you didn't call for it. I'm like, well, bearing beneath the prisoner's execution, right? I don't want to do the wordplay thing. If you didn't say World War III, I apologize. It would be other people. I'll clarify that.
No, I'm not, listen, I'm not saying you, are lying. I'm just pointing out I don't think I said that.
Well, can we agree that was a tenor and tone for a lot of people calling for impeaching Donald Trump? Escalation, global conflict?
Right, yeah, there were a lot of people concerned about that.
Yes,
sure.
Exactly. Is that where we are?
Are we in World War III?
No, I didn't say World War III. Has it...
Yeah. Imagine being anti-abortion and then argument that if Supreme Court agrees with you that you are correct. Facts.
Escalated or has it de-escalated? Because I'm looking at it. Hold on a second. I said don't impeach because I actually think that our only chance.
I think Dave is being maybe a little bit I don't want to say shady, but he was definitely saying he's saying he's worried about the escalation to World War III. Like you're gonna fucking cause World War III. Absolutely sounds like something Dave would tweet out. But again, it's not like he's actually saying this is inevitable. World War III is inevitable if you do this action. He's speaking on Twitter. I hate when people take tweets seriously. I'm a pretty serious person about politics, right? Like, that's who I am, right? Like, well, let's go there quickly because I don't know if there's like porn on here, right? Are we gonna get real serious about what I meant when I said, quote, my college boyfriend oof meme? Right? Or every single time a millennial woes thing? You want to take me seriously? Yeah, this is a pretty serious tweet. The NGO grifter class has received their talking points. This woman lives in a multi-million-dollar home near a yacht club in New York City. She's paid to ensure the poor stay corporate slaves while feigning solidarity because they are afraid of liberty. Viva la libertad. But if I was debating fucking Steven Crowder, he'd be like, you're saying that corporations actually own slaves. Okay, so you're saying that capitalism and that the market actually has slavery. Like, why are you making this claim that slavery was never abolished? It's like, dude, stop taking shit people say on Twitter literally. Like, that's bad faith shit. Like, just engage with the spirit of the argument here. Being like, ooh, I got you. You said that corporations own slaves, but you claim to be a capitalist. Like, quit being a swarmy little cuck. Just stop.
Chance at de-escalation is a president like Trump. And I think at this point, he wasn't impeached. I think an unbelievable...
Like, I'm fucking, like, dude, the more I fucking watch Dave Smith's debates, the less I fucking dislike Dave Smith, despite the fact that I think that he has a whole host of fucking problems in the way that he communicates libertarian ideas. And I think he's gotten very far away from the philosophy. Like, but dude, the people he deals with are so fucking disingenuous that it's just like, I get his frustration and his loose language and his attempt to communicate some libertarian ideals to normies that I'm just like, fuck, man.
Surgical strike, agree or disagree with it, was conducted with no collateral damage, with planes out over the ocean before they woke up in the morning, and no one even said a word. That's why they couldn't retaliate, because they have no way to. I think the 12-day war ended, I think, with a ceasefire agreement in Israel and Gaza, and I think we're better off. I think objectively there's been de-escalation as opposed to escalation, and I don't think that's by accident.
How the fuck is that de-escalation when you bomb people and then you stop it? Like, that's not what de-escalation is. Like, if the argument is he hawkish? Is he kind of like a neocon? And it's like, well, we didn't put 100,000 troops in Iran and get ourselves into another, $3 trillion war that's going to last for 20 years. So therefore, he's actually a pretty good non-interventionist guy. I don't know if you know this, but a bomb is a type of intervention. Like, come on. Twitter is dead. It's X now. I hear fucking Twitter was a superior name. X, it's fine. X is a stupid fucking name. I kind of like that Gen Z call it Zitter. Even though that is also a stupid name, I kind of like it.
I think if we impeach him and we follow that doctrine, I think we end up in a much worse place.
I think that we would be in a much better place if Donald Trump had simply moved to cutting off all foreign aid to Israel and supporting this war and not attacked Iran in the first place. But yes, it is absolutely, okay, but that's a pretty big deal. So it is absolutely true that after we dropped those bunker busters on the Iranian nuclear sites, and then they responded with, kind of a typical Iranian response where they just wanted to save face, but really wanted to make sure that they didn't escalate the situation at all and gave advanced warning before they sent those missiles back. Donald Trump took that off ramp immediately and did de-escalate things after that. And I think it's great that he did that. Again, the whole thing never needed to be started to begin with, but we'll see. We're kind of in halftime of this war now, and we'll see where this goes. Every time Netanyahu's interviewed about this, he's still talking about the capabilities that Iran is building back up. They're vowing to rebuild their nuclear program. Donald Trump is saying that'll be a big problem if it happens again. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't think Iran saber rattling is anything new, right? I think that's happening no matter who's president.
Yeah, that's right. And we'll see. We'll see where this goes.
I do think the ceasefires are pretty new. I think they're pretty unique, and I think it's kind of a call card to Donald Trump, which is why I wouldn't want to see him impeached or buried beneath the prison. I also, and here's the thing, we're talking about Israel funding the war.
He got a ceasefire, okay? So how dare you? He's a good guy. He's one of the good ones. Dude. You recognize that aid to Israel as well as aid to Palestine is American taxpayers having their money stolen and given to fund two sides of a conflict. You recognize that Donald Trump is not vetoing aid to Ukraine and hasn't kept up any of these blustering, dumb promises to end the war on day one, either in Israel or in the Ukraine. You recognize that he started a war, but it's somehow good because he then ended it quickly and took the off-ramp. You don't got shit to say about the fact that we can't stop bombing Somalia. Like, that's a real fucking threat to us. This is just such a cucked fucking slimy position to be a hawk But because you're not as neocon as the hardcore as like Buckley, all of a sudden he's actually one of the good ones.
We can go to that. We can go back to Iran if you would like to. But I agree with you in not funding. And this is a genuine question. If we stop funding Israel, right, stop foreign aid, I want to use the correct term, foreign aid to Israel, as well as, for example, Syria, list the country, my answer is yes. We also bridled Israel quite a bit, which I will say I'm a fan of. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, one of the greatest moments in presidential history. I don't think there's a world in which Netanyahu apologizes to Qatar outside of President Trump walking him. And I think that we saw even since then, going the timeline, Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance saying...
when did this come? I don't know when this debate occurred, to be fair, okay? This debate aired a day ago, but was this a live debate? And the only reason I'm saying that is because, I don't know how publicly available, I don't know how much, I don't trust fucking anything that comes out of the fog of war that is Israel Gaza, to be honest with you. But even still, it is very likely that the quote unquote ceasefire isn't a real ceasefire anyways, and that conflict is still occurring. But I'm recalcitrant to act on new information that comes out of Israel Gaza, because both Israel and and Israeli Times and fucking Palestinian war journalists make up a lot. I want to say make up a lot of shit. Israel tends to not flat out lie that much, right? They lie about as much as American media does, which is all the time, right? But it's mostly lies of omission or spinning it oh, but actually, right? And it's well, a witness stated this, and then they kind of make it seem like that is the position when it's just something a witness said. Whereas the Palestinian, media, they just make up shit all the time. They make up shit constantly. So especially when something comes from Pallywood and it's look at this video of children being bombed. And it's and then 2 days later, we see that same kid being bombed 8 different times. I don't know. And I'm I'm recalcitrant to make statements based off of rumblings and, media reporting from that region. They both make up shit. Yeah. The Palestinian media is worse though. The Israeli Times does it the way we do it, which is they do lies of omission, and then they say shit a source familiar with Netanyahu's thinking, or you get a bullshit story that isn't telling the truth and is painting a picture that didn't really happen that way. Whereas the Palestinian media will just straight up share fake footage and AI constantly. And that doesn't happen that often from Israel, though it does happen. For example, that guy that supposedly, he lost his legs and then, his eyes were blown out from Israeli bombs. And then Israel accounts, I don't know who, and Israeli officials even, and people in acting official capacity are sharing pictures of him with his eyes being fine. And then finally we realize it's oh no, the guy had severe conjunctivitis and he had a bunch of cream in his eyes. He's not fucking permanently blind. Palestinians were lying about it being from Israeli bombs, and he lost his legs a year and a half ago. And then pro-Israeli accounts were sharing this actual AI photo of the guy's eyes being fine. And they were dude, we have the video. The original video shows his eyes are fucked up. They just happen to be because he's sick and he got really bad fucked up conjunctivitis and he's not permanently blind. And so it's just everybody's lying about everything in that region. Type "is they" in Google. Yeah. Is they cutting food stamps? Is they cutting food stamps? Meme. Is they meme? Is they cutting meme? Is they cutting EBT? Is they cutting off food stamps? Is they cutting off food stamps? Reddit. Is they a pronoun? Way down at the bottom, a grammatically correct situation for "is they." Do is we. Yo, it do be like that sometimes. Oh, that's fucking funny.
If they annex the West Bank, we'll stop all funding, right? I think that we're leading the dance, and I think that without the bridling of the United States, in other words, if it's two guys, we lock them in a racquetball court, Israel, Palestine, you work it out, I think you'd see a much worse genocide. But I'd let the chips fall where they may, either direction.
I think it's absolutely not the case that if America wasn't backing Israel, and when you talk about this, because you say foreign aid to all the countries, right? You got to think it's not just that we prop up Israel and give them all types of weapons and intelligence communication.
Yeah, I mean, we give more foreign aid to Israel per capita than anywhere else, but like we give a lot of foreign, like in terms of foreign aid, like a lot of countries receive more foreign aid than we get. But again, yeah, it's like our cooperation with the Five Eyes program. It's like our intelligence. It's like, weapons and technology that we just give to them, but we won't give to the Chinese. Like there's a lot of like aid that isn't just direct financial support.
And veto every critical resolution at the UN.
I thought it was a pronoun thing too, Tyler. But it turns out that was way at the bottom of the list.
That we prop up Israel and give them all types of weapons and intelligence communication and veto every critical resolution at the UN. But it's that we also prop up Jordan and Saudi and Egypt and all of their surrounding countries to be friends with Israel. And so the idea that if we pulled all of that back, Israel would be more aggressive, I just think is absolutely wrong. I think they would have no choice. In fact, it's the moral hazard that America always creates when we go in back. Like, okay, Ukraine's willing to fight and not take the deal because they got a blank check from America. And same with Israel. They get way bigger than their bridges because the U.S. is backing them up. And I think we should just get out of that business altogether. And honestly, if we agree on that, there's really not much else to argue about because that's the whole game. The whole game is that America is involved already. We are propping them up. And
well, the whole game is something that you have to be more specific about, which is why is Saudi Arabia and Israel and U.S., why are these three people allies? And they're allies for different reasons, but the primary reason that the U.S. is involved in the region and is utilizing these people as allies is for the petrodollar, right? Like you cannot talk about the U.S., you cannot talk about this situation without discussing what the real game is here. And the real game here is to topple regimes that want to sell oil in currencies other than U.S. dollar because we have to export our inflation to the entire world so that we can have a bullshit DEI, women HR, programs and universities with bloated fucking administrative costs and a service economy as opposed to a real economy because we offshoot all of our inflation to the rest of the world because there's trillions of dollars out there that people use to trade oil with OPEC plus. That's the real game. And we can't just say bye-bye to that region because if we say bye-bye to that region, then BRICS will grow. Iran will become a much stronger ally within BRICS and much more stable within BRICS. And you are going to see very, very, very soon, you will see oil throughout the world traded in yuan. And then all of a sudden, China is the one that gets to offshore their inflation. And inflation stays localized to us. And what you have is maybe a slightly stronger Europe, a much more ascendant and stronger China that is able to engage in currency manipulation to an extreme degree and inflate the currencies throughout the world. And then you see America return towards using its own assets and its own oil, but also you are going to see dollarization and IMF and all of these things begin to collapse as the U.S. economy starts coming to face with the fact that the only thing we really have is fucking tech. And then we have a serious problem where inflation gets rampant and the middle class and the lower class become far worse than they currently are, and like we face another Great Depression.
We weren't doing that. I don't think we ever would have even attacked Iran. I don't even think we would be talking about Iran right now.
Yeah, see, that's where I disagree. And that's where I disagree. And by the way, the same people you talk about Saudi Arabia, and by the way, my answer is yes, right? Just to be clear. And just so you know, I'll get accused of being anti-Semitic for that position. I said it to Ben Shapiro on the show in 2015. I said, let's just stop funding all of it. Because if you add it up collectively, not just the nations who align with Israel, but the nations who would probably like to wipe Israel out, they technically come out ahead because we spread money around, and I think it's foolish. We would agree on that. But Saudi Arabia is an interesting example. Because when we're talking about Iran, I don't care if Israel...
Yo, what's up, Casimir?
Sees Iran as a threat. I care if Iran is a potential threat to the United States. Obviously, the fact that they're run by a death cult who chant death to America.
Casimir, I need you to know that, yes, we are a half hour into this, but we got through an entire hour of the mayoral New York debate, okay? So fucking, I'm at like a 2-to-1 ratio. I'm slipping behind a little bit, all right? But nevertheless, I'm fucking working on being concise and getting through reaction content.
Isn't enough to go on. I'm not saying that. But I do think it's notable that every single one of their neighbors, including...
Not sure how fake HR jobs fit into that, because we're talking about a whole economy that is based off of GDP number go up because we spend money on unproductive things and we're able to offshore our inflation. But if we weren't able to offshore our inflation, then I think a lot more of the economy would have to return to actual productive things. And HR jobs might make GDP number go up because companies spend money on them, and then those people pay taxes, and then, economic activity incurs, but it's not actually producing anything. Like, yeah, sure, your first couple of HR jobs in a company are productive in some capacity in making, relationships more meaningful, making the workplace more productive, protecting them from lawsuits and things like that. But when you have bloated administration and massive amounts of HR, like look at LinkedIn, look at LinkedIn things with HR, and what you will see is mostly women that are doing interviewing candidates, and like their job is to just fucking make sure that there's 200 fucking candidates that for the most petty and dumb reasons get rejected so that they can justify their own position at the job. I agree, but the factor of the petrodollar is about 1/3, while 2/3 is the actual. Yeah, the Suez is obviously an important, aspect of global trade with America as well. You're not wrong.
Places that we would consider, certainly in the West, radically.
But I did bring up BRICS, right? And that would be a problem for us for sure.
Islamic are very concerned and keep saying, hey, Iran can't have a nuke. So it's not just us. Saudi Arabia has said that if Iran nuclearizes, they absolutely would have to. It would be an arms race. Why do you think that every other surrounding nation who would be more sympathetic through religion, through culture to this nation have begged those capable to prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons and overseeing governing committees? I know we don't want to use the word intelligence because people do wordplay with that. The IAEA saying, yeah, they're close. Why does everyone think that a nuclearized Iran in that world, and pretty much every president or war criminal also acknowledge that it's a problem, and Dave Smith has caught something that all these people miss to the degree that it's an impeachable and executable offense? That's my differing opinion.
Yeah, I mean, again, to say, Dave Smith's caught something that all these people miss. Like, what are you talking about? The government and the Sunni Gulf states? Yeah, okay, I've caught something that all of that. It's like saying, oh, you think you caught something that the CDC missed in the height of COVID or something like that?
No, it's not.
Yes,
I think you did catch something the CDC missed. I think you were right in COVID.
Okay, I think I'm right on this too. I think that obviously the radical Sunni states hate the radical Shiite state because they are regional rivals. And by the way, there was
Yo, what's up, Computer Carnage? We're on our second debate. Aren't I impressive?
a bunch of Egyptians and Saudis and Al-Qaeda who was backed by Saudi Arabia who came and knocked our towers down. It wasn't any radical Shiites. That's our beef. That's the reason we supposedly launched this whole war on terrorism, was to get the radical Sunnis. Now, of course, our priority has to be getting the radical Shiites. And your buddy Ben Shapiro actually kind of admitted why on his show.
Why do you mischaracterize, Dave? Why do you do that? He's not my buddy. I said I talked to him about that. And I
mean, I guess that's true. You guys, well, I didn't mean to mischaracterize. You were talking about having talked to him. Yeah, I forgot you guys you're falling out. But regardless, he was celebrating when Al-Qaeda took over Syria because, hey, we broke up the Shiite crescent and now Iran can't move weapons into Lebanon. And isn't that great for Israel? Well, I have a different perspective of that as an American. And so, look, I'll say it like this, okay? Nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. In the wake of 9/11, the George W.
I read this book called The Shia Revival, like way back, way back, when I was still like a commie, and like talking about like, Wahhabism and Salafism and, different jihadi belief systems. And this like, it is true, right, that Sunni and Shia have like a hatred of each other that often spills into attacks, and they both hate the fucking Kurds, right? But like the idea that like, Iran is a problem just because of Sunni Shia tensions, it's like, I mean, it's certainly an element in the region, but like there's a lot more going on there.
Bush administration, led by the neocons, in all of their wisdom, decided to put Iraq, Iran, and North Korea on the axis of evil. Three countries who weren't friends, and the only
Saudi Arabia did not support bin Laden. They tolerated him before the 1990s and started distancing themselves afterwards. Post 9/11, the entire royal family shifted to MBS as a result of a tinge of Wahhabism. Yeah, I don't have enough. Again, this is not my wheelhouse, right? Like I lead this to better people. Again, most of my knowledge is domestic policy and ANCAP, philosophy, and like my issues with the left and the right, and obviously psychology, and counseling, things like that. I don't know enough about the regional history, and I was probably too strong even on what I said before to be able to accurately like have this like full blown conversation. I agree with the overall premise that we're not doing any favors with regime change, war, and constant things there, as well as it is just morally unjustifiable to steal U.S. Taxpayers' money. But I don't know what how the market might respond in those regions if we were far freer in our ability to utilize mercenary forces and what they may or may not do in those regions. And this idea that Iran is only a problem because of U.S. intervention is also kind of utter bullshit, right? Even if we pull out, Iran's still a fucking problem. And a nuclear Iran is also still a fucking problem. Now, if we pull out, would they be as galvanized? Who knows what would happen without America as a power player in the region in terms of the stability of Iran? Because I do think some of what Iran is capable of doing and the way it's capable of oppressing its people is in part because they get to sell the hatred of Israel and they get to sell the hatred of the West. But I think if we pull out of that region, we also we're just going to have China more involved in the region because we're not involved in the region. And so I don't want to play too much trying to predict the future on religious tensions and history that I'm not super familiar with.
The thing they had in common was that they had nothing to do with 9/11.
100% Smith is pushing BRICS third worldism by insisting on the noble savage myth borrowed from leftist anti-colonials. It certainly feels that way. It's certainly a one-sided argument. Yeah, I'll say that.
Now, in this paradigm, North Korea decided to go nuclear. They developed nuclear weapons, and we've really never bothered them since. Gaddafi tried to denuclearize and de-weaponize and got rid of his chemical weapons program.
It feels so leftist coded. Well, I mean, it is leftist coded because it is the left that has dominated the anti-war rhetoric, especially in that region for the past 40 years, while the right has not. And so all of the literature, all of the studies, all of the history books, with few exceptions, especially in American, academia and culture, have been left-wing, and they have been anti-American empire and anti-capitalism. And so you get a lot of anti-war libertarians that are then kind of telling half of the story, mostly because they don't understand the other half of the story, because they are anti-war, which is good. And then you end up getting a lot of lies of omission that I don't necessarily blame Dave Smith on completely, because I think it's his responsibility to learn more. If he's going to keep talking on this this is his thing, then maybe he should be more well informed on it. I would just say to Dave Smith, if you want to have a libertarian view of the history, then he's really got to talk to more objectivists, right? Because they have a very hawkish kind of belief in terms of the defense of Israel and in talking of those regions. And even if it's even if it's just he's just talk to more objectivists and learn more about the history from the other side. Because I constantly feel I'm only hearing one side of the story when I'm hearing anti-war libertarians. And I don't know. I don't know enough about it to really have super strong opinions. Once again, Smith is totally off. Every fact he quotes is distorted. North Korea got the bomb from China as a deterrent against U.S. presence in South Korea and have been blocked until 2024 in missile tech. For Israel, yes, but the left in general was quite pro-military intervention in the 80s and 90s. I don't know. The left, if you're talking about neoliberals, sure.
We went and overthrew him and let him get sodomized to death. Iran tried to play in the middle, and they went, hey, we're letting you know that we've mastered the fuel cycle, we're enriching uranium, but we're only going to do it up to the level that we're legally allowed to. It was a standoff. It was, hey, don't attack us and we won't make nukes. But if you attack us, we could make nukes.
Right.
That was always the whole game.
I understand that you're saying it's posturing.
Yeah, always. Okay. Of course.
How many nations have gotten to the point of 60% enriched uranium and not built a nuclear bomb?
Okay, maybe that's...
How many have done that?
I don't think any, but there's a lot of nuclear threshold states. Okay, well, Stephen, let me ask you a question.
Well, hold on.
That's not an argument. Dude, that's not an argument against his claim, though, right? His. I understand saying, well, okay, here's why I think that the enriched uranium argument begins to fall apart when they got to this level. But the idea of well, how many got to this percentage is it's not a counter argument.
Doesn't that matter though? And then the same gold standard. Hold on. the same gold standard that you cite, the IAEA, who, by the way, were correct in saying that Iraq did not have nuclear weapons, say, yeah, they're about 3 weeks away, which may sound extreme, but call it 3 months away. So 0 nations have done that. That doesn't sound like posturing to me.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Stephen. Why didn't they just make a nuke? Why didn't they go to 90%? They could have. Everyone knows they could have. Why didn't they?
Does everyone know they could have?
Yes.
But does everyone know that they were on the path to doing so, and so it's better to cut it off at the pass now than once they have the deliverables?
Hanging out? Hold on, but you're not answering my question.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also they've been on the path for like 30 fucking years, and they've been like 2 weeks away for like 30 years. Like, I do agree that this was substantively different than previous claims about, you know, their weapons grade uranium technology, and you know, like it's a complicated conversation. And I guess I'm trying to figure out what the big point of contention here is, other than just him being like, how dare you go against Trump because he's actually one of the good ones. I would see, like, this is where I think Dave Smith needs to hammer back and actually stand on his principles, presumably, that he claims to have, instead of getting into the weeds and the mud about the percentage of this, or, you know, the historical context of this. He's very weak on it. You know, maybe he thinks he's really strong on it because he's memorized a lot of talking points on it, but just like if you're supposed to be a libertarian, just go back to those principles and attack the right from the right, especially in terms of the Constitution, and be like, no, you keep saying that the Supreme Court and everybody agrees that Trump can just do whatever he wants and then he can just attack people and start a war, and then 12 days later, like, read the Constitution, man. Where the fuck is that in the Constitution? Like, you claim that you love the Constitution so much, and it seems like you only like the Constitution so long as it defangs the powers of the left to be authoritarian, but you don't give a fuck when the right does it.
Why are they hanging out at 60%? Why aren't they just making a nuke? They've mastered the fuel cycle. They have the enrichment. They could do it. Yeah. Why are they not?
Well, they're not just hanging out at 60%, and they're also looking into delivery mechanisms, which I know you've also talked about, and so they don't have the capability to do, right? And ICBMs, what would be necessary? So this brings us to the fundamental question. When would it be acceptable to intervene?
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's like, Iran absolutely had the capacity to make a dirty bomb, like, that day. And it's not like a lot of missiles haven't gotten through the Iron Dome. And it's not like Iran hasn't attacked Israel for like some random fucking skirmish, you know, like between like their fucking proxy terrorists and like some other thing, right? It's not like Iran hasn't been like, how dare you fucking launch a strike against Hezbollah? We're going to fucking bomb you again. Now, most of the bombs don't get through. Okay. But we don't need ICBMs and a fully perfect nuke to fucking level 12 blocks of Tel Aviv and create radiation poison in downtown Tel Aviv, right? Like that capacity already existed in that moment, and they demonstrated their willingness to engage in attacks for the most petty of reasons against Israel. My point of contention is that Donald Trump doesn't have the fucking right to engage in war actions without approval by Congress, no matter whether or not we just say they're a terrorist organization or a terrorist state. My point of contention is that he doesn't have the right to steal money from American citizens to give it to Israel, or to give it to Palestine, or to give it to Ukraine, or to give it to all of these other people. Those are my points of contention. But this is, again, what I said in the beginning, like this concept of like it's a war of aggression by the United States is like a really weird way of framing. Like, it's a war of aggression in the sense that like every war by a nation state that steals from its people and is a war of aggression. But like Iran is kind of already like this idea that like actually the real problem is that they have to have ICBMs and they have to have like, you know, the same, you know, nuclear capacity when we bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Like, I don't think that's actually that relevant if they have the capacity for dirty bombs, and they're bombing. They're already bombing. They were bombing before, they bombed after, right? And sometimes those missiles go through and kill people, or at the very least blow up stores and shopkeepers. Okay, so what happens when that's a dirty bomb? Because over 60% enriched uranium is perfectly fine for a dirty bomb. That would cause pretty severe devastation if it went into a heavily populated area. Like, so this like back and forth of whether or not they're posturing, or whether or not, you know, the history of the region, and whether or not, you know, it's because America's here, because they hate us for our freedoms, or because of Sunni, Shia, you know, issues is like kind of all mute when really what we're talking about is powers within the region. We're talking about BRICS. We're talking about the petrodollar. We're talking about the Suez Canal. And we're talking about whether the principle is right that Donald Trump gets to start wars without congressional approval and gets to do so with U.S. taxpayers' money. Agreed, Dave is deliberately evading the core and evading libertarian analysis. Well, the problem is that his libertarian analysis is shit, and mostly what he has is Scott Horton talking points. And so when he's pushed into a corner, he goes back to Scott Horton talking points, right? Scott Horton was super big about we actually have proof that there was no way that they could have actually made nuclear weapons, and they didn't have that capacity, and everybody knew that they didn't have that. And it's like, and then he shut up real quick about that because like the evidence just doesn't show that. Because Scott Horton is more concerned with taking down the American empire than he is with fucking libertarian analysis. And Dave Smith ends up doing those talking points. And it's like, sure, fine. If you want to have a conversation about that, I don't fault you for that. And as a matter of fact, I'm less knowledgeable than Dave Smith, even though I can kind of see some bullshit and one-sidedness in what he's saying. But like, where is the libertarian analysis? Why are we particularly concerned with Iran having nukes? I never understood that. We have other horrible dictatorships with tons of nukes. Who do we have with nukes that like feels like they're really irresponsible in the usage of their nukes? Like who do we have a legitimate concern with them using their nukes if they have them? I think we have a legitimate concern of Pakistan with their nuclear technology because of the stability of the nation. Surprisingly, Russia has proved to be pretty fucking responsible with their nukes. Israel is pretty responsible with their nukes in terms of not using them when they could, but they don't give a fuck about international standards when it comes to allowing inspectors or, you know, maintenance of certain ratio, or they don't give a fuck. North Korea, really? Does North Korea really have nukes? I hear this often. I don't see that they genuinely have nuclear program. Like a nuclear program with the ability to create nuclear weapons to the degree of oh my god, I can't think of it's like they have weapons grade situations before, but I'm trying to think of the it's weapon, like there's a specific term, I can't think of the name, for like when it reaches the ability for like nuclear fusion to like create like an actual atomic bomb. I'm not a fucking No, weapons grade is like a certain percentage where they might have the capacity to make said weapon. Somalia has nuclear weapons, trust me, bro, right?
Assuming that you agree with me that a nuclear Iran is not a good thing, for the same reason that Israel shouldn't have secret nukes. Yeah. You set a timeline. The rest of the world saying this is dangerous. The same gold standards you cite say they're past it. Iran not allowing you into the military bases, where at this point you've now counted to 3. What should be done? At what point is it appropriate to step in and say, no, you're too close to nukes?
Yeah, I don't think really it's ever appropriate to launch a war of aggression because a country developed nuclear weapons. I mean, look, the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin developed nuclear weapons. We didn't launch a war over it. We watched Mao Zedong develop nuclear weapons. We didn't launch a war over it. These are the worst men who have ever existed in the history of the world. And so, like, no, I don't think that's something you launch a war over. I do think you do whatever is in your power diplomatically to try to prevent that. Because sure, the nuclear weapons in general are horrible, you know, and we don't want more people getting them. Right. I don't believe in launching wars of aggression. And I also think it's completely incompatible with Christianity.
Right. Yeah. And that also sounds like a liberal argument.
I was just looking it up. Apparently, North Korea has 50 nuclear weapons, but they're not considered by some to be a nuclear power. I gotta like look into this more, because last time I looked at it, like their nuclear weapons weren't at a capacity to be anything other than like a dirty bomb. Done 6 nuclear tests. Providing credibility but no proof to Pyongyang's claim to have developed a 2-stage thermal nuclear weapon or hydrogen bomb. While the existence, size, and usability of the North Korean hydrogen bomb remains a matter of speculation, Analysts have increasingly agreed that North Korea is likely to be able to produce fission-based weapons that are compact enough to fit atop a ballistic missile. Yeah, so like, I don't know. Small-scale atomic fission bombs, however, not thermonuclear fusion bombs. Okay. I was like, what? It was like, when you say they have nukes, I'm thinking of like, Big Daddy level of city nukes.
If that's something you launch a war over, I do think you do whatever is in your power diplomatically to try to prevent that. Because sure, the nuclear weapons in general are horrible, and we don't want more people getting them. Right. I don't believe in launching wars of aggression, and I also think it's completely incompatible.
Yeah, dude, this war of aggression term that he keeps saying is like, if attacking Iran is a war of aggression, the only way that you can make that claim is if you're consistently speaking about the fact that the United States military and president is always conducting a war of aggression because it is funded through taxes, and that because taxes are theft, it is an aggression against the citizenry by stealing their taxes to fund said war. But the idea that like Iran is like this like peaceful non-criminal entity and thus you're aggressing upon them by taking away their nukes it feels very fucking evil to me, because he's using aggression like a libertarian and just making a leftist argument.
Well, and we don't want more people getting them. Right. I don't believe in launching wars of aggression, and I also think it's completely incompatible with Christianity.
Right, yeah, and that also sounds like a liberal argument where people say, hey, you can't be pro-life and also be pro-death penalty. I'm pro-life, I'm pro-death penalty, and I do think that a certain strike in which no collateral damage, I do think is appropriate. As to the degree as to when the intervention is appropriate, but I'm not a complete isolationist, so we do have a disagreement there, and I think that Donald Trump has been very good for America, and I want him to continue being there, and hopefully the lineage continue, whether it's Vance or whoever else. I think we're better off than having a Gavin Newsom.
That's such a, like, dude, I hate both of these people more now, the more we get into it. I was actually kind of liking Dave just because of how fucking slimy Steven was being, and then Steven had to remind me how slimy it sounds. Like a liberal argument. It's kind of like this straw man I'm going to set up, and then when you try and stop me from straw manning, I'm then going to move on to another thing, which is actually a gish gallop, which is kind of what he was when he was accusing Dave Smith of filibustering, when really what Dave Smith was explaining his point and then trying to get to the other accusation that he had lobbed at him, and he wouldn't let him address that accusation, but he keeps bringing it up, but then he won't let him actually address the accusation. Now, granted, Dave Smith is like going on and not making a libertarian analysis, so I kind of get it, right? But it's an actual gish gallop and a straw man all in one, to create a straw man, argue against that straw man, and then just be like, anyways, we're moving on. You don't get to address me here.
Compatible with Christianity.
Right, yeah, and that also sounds like a liberal argument where people say, hey, you can't be pro-life and also be pro-death penalty. I'm pro-life, I'm pro-death penalty, and I do think that a certain strike in which no collateral damage, I do think is appropriate. As to the degree as to when the intervention is appropriate, but I'm not a complete
Did he even mention collateral damage?
Isolationist. So we do have a disagreement there, and I think that Donald Trump has been very good for America, and I want him to continue being there, and hopefully the lineage continue, whether it's Vance or whoever else. I think we're better off than having a Gavin Newsom. But you mentioned something that I do find interesting. You mentioned something that, yes, and to go to your point, how has a nuclear China, nuclear Russia, benefited anything? And wouldn't we want to avoid Iran getting to that point? Because you said diplomacy doesn't work. Do you agree that diplomacy doesn't work with some of these nations? And
yeah, well, again, okay, so let me just say a couple things real quick to what you just said. Number one, the liberal thing of like, oh, you're pro-life, but you're for the death penalty, that's really dumb. Because obviously, the death penalty is targeting one person who's been convicted of a crime. So now, if you start to get into innocent people dying in there, now they've got a much stronger argument. Just saying that.
How many innocent people died in Iran?
I don't know the exact number, but several, and there are several Israelis and Iranians died in that war.
No, from the strike, from the United States.
From the bunker buster strikes, there were no casualties on that, but it was still a war that America was backing, and people did die in the war, regardless.
But you said you can't be Christian and support that. That's what I supported. That's what I didn't want to impeach Donald Trump over. Is that fair?
No, what I said is that you can't be. I think you can't be Christian and support a war of aggression. That's what I'm saying.
But you wouldn't characterize.
But you've called the 12 Days War a war of aggression, in which, right? Like, I mean, like, if we're talking about the end, like what I need for obviously Israel and the United States are engaged in a violation of human rights by their very nature and existence. Okay? But you called it a war of aggression. And then you're stating that the bombs that America dropped, the bunker busters, did not kill any innocent people. There was no casualties. Now, if you want to talk about the war itself, what Dave Smith needs to demonstrate is when Iranian state media was attacked by Israel, right? When they bombed the state media, you need to prove to me that there was a non-aggressor, that there was a libertarian, some janitor, some person there that was killed as an innocent bystander when they attacked Iranian state media, okay? And that's just a starting point. That doesn't guarantee that those casualties weren't justified. They weren't justified by the nature of the existence of the Israeli state, just like any casualties America causes is not justified by the existence of the United States, right? Because both sides are unjustified here. But to claim that only one side is unjustified, to claim that it is a war of aggression, which implies that Iran is not an aggressor in this situation, is not engaged in criminal activity by virtue of the innocents that died, I don't buy that, because I would still say that Iran is the aggressor in the situation, and thus those that died are is not necessarily the fault of the United States or Israel, rather than the fault of the Iranians for developing weapons grade, nuclear weapons, and then, fucking using and bombing and aggressing and sponsoring terror. And it's for all of the fucking crimes that the Iranian state have done, they are aggressors and their own people are hostages, right? But at the very least, you need to prove that when Israel struck Iranian state media, that there was a libertarian in that building, that there was a true innocent in that building. And until you give me that, I'm not even fucking entertaining this dumb idea that it is a war of aggression when America is dropping bunker busters that don't kill anybody against a nation state that is shown since fucking the Ayatollah, since the fall of the Shah, that they will fucking attack and kill innocent people consistently, including their own people.
This is a war of aggression in Iran. So to be clear, we agree. Not a war of aggression.
No, I didn't say that. I would characterize it as a war of aggression. Absolutely.
So we can attack any nation state with taxes? What are you saying? I'm not saying we can attack. I'm saying the label of war of aggression, right, implies that the United States is an aggressor and that the victim is not an aggressor, right? Like, I want a definition. I guess what I mean is, what the fuck is your definition of war of aggression, right? Because if you mean the United States is an aggressor insofar as they attack criminals, well, they're not. It's two criminals attacking each other. The United States is a criminal by the existence of funding war with taxes that are theft, and the criminal is a criminal. So if it is a war of aggression, there seems to be an implication here that the United States is the criminal and those that are attacked are not criminals. And the concept that Iranian state media, and especially nuclear programs from Iran, are somehow not criminal is insane to me. Then every nation is a criminal? Well, yeah, every nation is a criminal. This is my problem, though, is that he's like looking at it like, oh, it's a war of aggression, as if to imply that the United States is this aggressor and criminal, whereas the other people aren't. When the reality is that all of these states are criminal enterprises. Yes, the United States is an aggressor against its own people by virtue of taxation, as is Israel, as is Iran. But when you frame it as this is that war of aggression, and you're making it seem like the Americans have done this evil by attacking Iran, it automatically puts it in this place like Iran should be safe and like this shouldn't happen, and that Iran are almost like not necessarily these good guys, right? Like that's my problem, is this framing of like war of aggression. It's a not what I'm trying to point out, strategic liberty, is that it's a nonsense term because it loses any functionality to call it a war of aggression. The only way it's a war of aggression is if we're considering the fact that every nation state is an aggressor. And then it's like, well, what is the function of that when every war, whether or not it's defensive or not, is a war of aggression? He's saying it like it's this special type of war. Like it's this, like it's not like as if a defensive war isn't a war of aggression.
Okay, well, I'm a Christian and I support it.
Okay, fair enough. So we have a disagreement over that. But, okay. Anyway, to your point of say like diplomacy didn't work and Russia has nukes and China has nukes now, and that's not great. We don't love that they have nukes, right? But you're missing my point. My point is, yes, but launching a war of aggression over them would have been worse. So yes, diplomacy doesn't always.
It's like, this is where if Steven Crowder wasn't such a fucking doofus and a bad faith debater, we'd be like, okay, well, can we define our terms? What do you mean by war of aggression? Right? Like that's what what the fuck is a war of aggression?
Is work, but that doesn't mean anytime it fails, you just launch a war. A war is something you should only launch when it is absolute.
No, but they weren't directly attacking anyone. Dude, Iran has been directly attacking people. Didn't Iran bomb fucking Israel over fucking, I don't remember if it was over them attacking Hezbollah, who was bombing them, or the situation in Gaza, or if it was from strikes in conjunction with, like, was it not Somalia, fucking, the other fucking, the guy, the terrorist Hassan interviewed. I can't fucking remember the region. It's starting to get late. But like they were bombing Israel before them.
Absolutely necessary. You have no other option.
Yemen. Are you telling me, was it through a proxy? I swear Iran was bombing them. Maybe it was just through a proxy. I could be wrong. Again, this isn't my fucking wheelhouse. I'm okay with being kind of dumb on this one. I'm just going to ask Grok. June 13. Yeah, so there's right, yeah, so there's April 13th, 2024, Operation True Promise. Iran launched over 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles at Israel in retaliation for an Israeli airstrike on Iran's consulate in Damascus, Syria on April 1st. Okay. That might be what I'm remembering. And then True Promise 2, Iran fired 180 to 200 ballistic missiles at Israel, targeting military sites in response to Israeli assassination of Hamas leader. That's the one. It's like, maybe you can make the argument on the April 13th one, but Operation, like they killed a Hamas leader, so Iran bombed them. Like, the idea that like Iran is like not involved in any direct bombings of Israel. I was like, no, I remember them multiple times throughout the past few years bombing Israel.
It should be a last resort. And I think it's absolutely just morally criminal that we have these young boys' lives and over
through a proxy is not an excuse. Are you kidding? Calm down, Casimir. I'm just trying to see if like there's a technicality here, right? Like I'm okay. Like, if the technicality is true, then I would absolutely argue that it's still a form of aggression. I'm just trying to see, like, because I'm in my memory, I'm like, no, I swear to God, they were bombing them like directly within the last 2 years, multiple times. And I was like, okay, maybe it was a proxy or something. Like, maybe I misremembered, but like, no, I was correct. They bombed them more than once.
The last, say the last 25 years, we've just thrown them into war.
We didn't fund Hamas, okay? We did Palestinian aid, which funded Hamas.
War of choice after war of choice. It's horrible.
And I think that if any boots were put on the ground or it was a war of aggression in Iran as opposed to a surgical strike with no collateral damage, you'd have a strong case.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean,
well, what the fuck is the definition of a war of aggression? And why is a surgical strike not a war of aggression? Not to say that it isn't. I'm just like, what the fuck is this term we're using?
If anyone ever did that to us, we'd certainly consider it a war. Certainly seems like an act of war to me when you start bombing a sovereign country. So I think I have a pretty strong case as it is.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's the same. But then again, I don't think that there's a moral equivalency between the United States, Donald Trump's action, and Iran's. And I think that Iran enriching uranium and not honoring their own agreements makes them responsible.
What agreement?
I mean, if Somalia bombed us, right, like it would definitely be a war, but like we're already bombing them.
Were they not honoring?
Well, just take the JCPOA, and I was going to think JCPenney in my head. Take it, add time and money, right? They've never played ball. You can say that they have, but they haven't, and that's why everybody was concerned.
Well, but what agreement?
Is it not aggressive to enrich uranium and
no,
to move to that point?
I'm just asking what agreement they were not honoring.
Every deal that Iran has ever made.
No, they were members of the Non-Proliferation Treaty in good standing, and in fact, the JCPOA allowed for them to, if America left, to up enrichment. They were only bound in the deal if America was still part of it to not raise their enrichment, and so that's what they did when we got out of it. I think honestly, the JCPOA had a lot of flaws, mostly the sunset provisions, and I think it would have been totally reasonable and good for Donald Trump to get in there and even say we're tearing this up and or making a new deal or we're fixing these sunset provisions. But the truth is that all you guys who are, find it so aggressive that Iran was enriching up to 60%, they weren't until we pulled out of the JCPOA. That's a fact.
Yeah, they've been consistently enriching. But I do think, look, I don't want to go around in circles on this, is you agree with Barack Obama's approach to Iran. I agree with Donald Trump.
I got to look at the fucking reports again. Like, that's why I hate talking about Israel-Palestine, but it just happens. But there's this, like, weird, like... Can you correct me in chat that this is, like... That this doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? Like, from a vibes perspective. I've heard this talking point, and I swear I've seen evidence to the contrary, but I might just be full of shit. That during the agreement, everything Iran was doing was up to stuff. I swore that there was some other issues in terms of not necessarily their specific enrichment, but like how many facilities they had, whether or not they were allowing individuals into other facilities that like we didn't per se know about, or like I remember like a similar situation kind of with what was happening in Iraq, where there was, you know, like where access was limited in the facilities to a certain degree. But maybe I'm just making that shit up in my head. But like this, like there's this claim that like, nope, everything they did was perfect, and then America pulled out, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. I don't fucking like. I swore that there was like facilities that they were operating that they weren't given access to or something.
Maybe that explains why you would want to impeach Trump.
Yeah, I just find that to be like, yes, okay.
But that was his approach.
Who'd you support in 2016 in the primary? Who are you?
Yeah, I just Casimir. Like, can you let me know about that? Because like, I don't like. I'd have to go research it again. I'm not doing research to react to a debate because I don't know what the fuck's coming up on it. Right? This is my. But I swear that they were like that there was undisclosed facilities or that they weren't allowing people into certain facilities. This idea that they were like perfectly working with them the entire time seems like bullshit to me. But I can't remember how credible the reports were or where I heard it from.
For Rubio?
Actually, in the primary, to egg on my face, I was pro Carly Fiorina's because I loved watching her sandbag debates.
I just love how everyone.
And Donald Trump, hold on a second, Donald Trump was a Democrat, and then I supported him in the general election. I supported him since. But I'm saying you right now are supporting, correct me if I'm wrong, Barack Obama's approach.
GOP Warhawks have accused that over and over again in statements, but the IAEA reports had very little complaints. Most of the issues were delays over access, but they tracked all of the material. Okay. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's just like I'll get Casimir's opinion. I'm sure he'll fucking chime in. But maybe that's all it is like claims of delays and things like that, which is shifty or whatever. But I mean, yeah.
To Iran, which Donald Trump opposed in his campaign, and you oppose Donald Trump. So that's, I mean, it is kind of a binary choice, right? Donald Trump campaigned on that.
I mean, it's really not.
Okay.
And yes, I think Barack Obama's foreign policy was horrible. Over maybe the only thing he did good was getting the JCPOA done. So yes, in this very specific example, I do think that Obama did a better job with Iran than Donald Trump did. Okay. That is not true for the countries that like Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen. Obama was horrible. But I do think the deal was better off than not. I think that it's kind of a cheap thing on a conservative show to go, well, you're with Obama rather than Trump.
I didn't say that.
I'm the most critical thing. I'm the most critical of Obama of probably any commentator.
I didn't say
sure.
that.
Okay.
You might be critical. Campaign saying you're sandbag debates.
See, in the primary, who are you for? Rubio?
I want to the primary to egg on my face. I was pro Carly Fiorina's because I loved watching her sandbag debates.
I just love how everyone.
And Donald Trump. Hold on a second. Donald Trump was a Democrat, and then I supported him in the general election. I supported him since. But I'm saying you right now are supporting, correct me if I'm wrong, Barack Obama's approach to Iran, which Donald Trump opposed in his campaign, and you oppose Donald Trump. So that's, I mean, it is kind of a binary choice, right? Donald Trump campaigned on that.
I mean, it's really.
Okay, yeah, I mean, he is being slimy, being like, yeah, you support Obama.
Most critical thing. I'm the most critical of Obama of probably any commentator.
I didn't say
sure.
that.
Okay.
You might be critical.
Framed it that way.
Okay. Barack Obama's approach, JCPOA, working well with Donald Trump, said the Iran nuclear deal is a disaster, one of the worst ever, and I would pull out, and he did. By the way, Iran didn't enrich past 20% until Biden, right? So, yeah, Barack Obama's approach, Donald Trump specifically criticizing it, campaigning on doing the opposite. You just, and I didn't say you support Obama, I said it seems like in dealing with Iran, you would agree with Obama's approach and disagree with Donald Trump's. Is that a mischaracterization?
I agree with I agree with Pat.
Yeah, this feels like dude, Steven is so fucking slimy. Instead of just arguing like the position this entire time, it's been like, how can I paint you in a bad light? It's like he's like, did I or did I not? You know, this debate is kind of making me a little more on Hillary Crowder's side, man. Like this feels like just the way he's engaging in this conversation. I can tell he was a piece of shit husband. Like you can just kind of tell, man. It's like, oh, actually, I'm fucking right technically. And it's like, dude, like you're not you're not concerned with the spirit of the truth or engaging on like some resolution of what is right or what is wrong here. Instead, he's deeply searching for gotchas and like deeply searching for like painting him as the bad guy. And I just can't imagine, like, I don't know. It kind of makes me feel like some of the ways that he deals with, some of the shit Hillary talked about, him being like a bit of a control freak and acting like a narcissist and gaslighting and projecting. He's doing it in front of a live camera to all of his viewers in America. Why wouldn't he do it behind closed doors to his wife?
Buchanan and Ron Paul and all of the tradition of the right-wingers who were smeared as unpatriotic by David Frum. I agree with Lou Rockwell and Ron Paul and Murray Rothbard and Pat Buchanan and the founders of our country. I think the George Washington foreign policy. So yes, in this case, when Donald Trump said the Iran deal was the worst deal ever, I think it was really stupid. It actually wasn't. And what you should have been appalled by of Obama's foreign policy was him toppling the government in Libya, him attempting to topple the government in Syria, him backing the Saudi invasion of Yemen, him continuing to bomb Iraq and Afghanistan his entire presidency, killing innocent people for no reason at all. That's what I think is wrong with Obama's foreign policy, not the JCPOA.
Beam me up. Oh, are you in the fucking... Yeah, I'll hop in. Fuck it. What's up? Do you want to be on camera? If not, like, we can just do audio.
No, I don't need to be on camera for this.
My bad. I forgot I was in live stream waiting. I don't want a rando to hop in. The fuck?
Testing.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I don't need the camera. This is a quickie. So I grokked it. So this is the summary from Grok. GCPOA is an agreement with multiple provisions. Somebody asked earlier in chat, what would Iran do if it achieved a nuclear bomb? What it would do is, it's not going to nuke itself. It's not going to nuke, the United States or Israel. What it's going to do is it's going to close the straits. It's going to extort global trade. It's going to send terrorists everywhere across the Middle East to topple governments. Basically, it will do its own colonialism, USA style. And they have openly declared that this is their goal. And this is why people like Saudi Arabia that rely on oil traveling freely across the sea and through the pipelines, Saudi Arabia is against them. And probably CCP China is against them because they don't want disruption of global trade either. So...
did you find anything on the previous statement?
Yes.
The IAEA?
Yes, no. So I don't care about the IAEA. I specifically researched the GCPOA. So with that background of why Iran wants the nukes, if we understand why they want them, now let's see what GCPOA actually said. It had two provisions. One of them was to restrict nuclear development, but a second provision of GCPOA, like a second sort of portion of the agreements, was to limit Iran implementing its influence in the region as if it has nukes. And what Iran did is it said, okay, we will comply with limiting our nuclear program, but then they didn't comply with any provisions that delayed, not even restricted, delayed terrorism in the region. For example, Qassam Soleimani, the leader of IRGC, was forbidden from traveling in the region. He was killed by Donald Trump in Iraq before, according to the agreement that they signed, he was allowed to go there. So he was openly, flagrantly violating that agreement. They were selling missiles and weapons to the Houthis, something that they agreed by GCPOA to not do until a sunset provision. So it's not like they agreed forever to not be...
That's what it is. That's what it is. So it's not about necessarily the nuclear proliferation, though there were delays, reported delays, and like, I swore I remember there being a report about a facility not disclosed, but maybe that was after we pulled
possibly.
Out.
It was after the pullout.
Yeah, and if that's the case, I mean, was it built during the agreement? Who knows, kind of thing.
No, but you're missing the point, though. It doesn't matter what those violations don't matter. It doesn't matter that, according to Dave Smith, they they slowed down their nuclear program.
I'm not missing the point. I just didn't get to it yet, right?
No, sorry.
Is the second part is they're obviously in violation by being a quote unquote state sponsor of terrorism. Which I mean, I'm only saying quote unquote because that's like the term we hear all the time, right? The idea that, again, my biggest issue, and I just feel like I need to repeat this over and over again with Dave in this conversation, isn't per se the talking points, I get it, whatever, you're on this side versus that side, whatever. It's the couching it in libertarian language with zero libertarian analysis. What the fuck does war of aggression mean? It feels like you're couching it in libertarian language, pretending like you're making a libertarian argument, but there is no libertarian argument about what is or isn't justified, what is or isn't an act of aggression, who are the presumed innocents that were killed, right? Because the bunker buster thing that we didn't kill any innocents, but one could argue that there were potentially innocents in the Iranian state media building that was struck by Israel, right? Like, maybe then you can have a conversation about who is the aggressor when Israel bombs a building during a war, but there's no libertarian analysis at all. There's just, I'm going to throw the word aggression in there, and then we're just going to talk about how much the U.S. is bad and how U.S. is causing this problem, and then not talking about the reality of the situation, which is, as you stated, the strait that Iran has control over, Suez Canal, BRICS, Belt and Road initiatives, why, the U.S. dollar with OPEC Plus being tied to it, why we're actually engaged in that region. It's half of a story with zero libertarian analysis representing libertarianism on a national stage.
That's bad, but then
that's my problem. You know what I mean? Because I
understand.
But fuck about Israel as much as other people do.
It's also a problem from the perspective of those IRGC defenders in chat that I was firing back at. It's a problem within their worldview. So if we assume what Dave Smith is doing is he's sort of personalizing this into Israel is a person, USA is a person, and Iran is a person, and out of these quote-unquote people, which one is the aggressor, right? If that's the argument, we can engage that argument and dismantle it immediately. So Iran, shortly after the establishment of Ayatollah Khomeini's regime, implemented the declaration of the International Quds Day, urging their brand of Muslims worldwide to unite in opposition to Israel, described it as a usurper, and basically declared war on it. So it was a declaration of war, and it was a fatwa for the destruction of that other quote-unquote person. So that's a declaration of war. That's enough. That's an aggression.
It's also like there's this really weird, slimy game that Khomeini engages in, right? That I think really muddies the waters in trying to understand this, which is like, what will happen is they won't do they'll send a representative to make claims on behalf of Iran, and then they'll when they're talking to Western media outlets, they will allow the left to say that this was actually the fatwa, so this is actually the position. And then, but they're not actual fatwas. They're just someone working on behalf of Iran made this promise or whatever. And then the actual fatwas that the media won't engage in is like, oh yeah, we're going to fucking destroy Israel, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, so there's this like weird bait and switch tactic that I see sometimes where like the actual fatwas are death to America, death to Israel, kill U.S. forces in the region, etc. And then there are these like pretend fatwas that I see pop up where it's like, well, actually there was a fatwa that they were, that they thought that, proliferation of their nuclear program would actually be a threat to Iran itself because of outside actions. And so actually, it's purely a religious statement that they would not do this. So you're actually lying right now by saying that. And so like the entire thing gets, I don't know, it just gets so fucking confusing to me,
but
and it just pisses me off when we don't talk about it from a libertarian perspective.
I agree, but this is like fact one is that they declared war in 79. Interestingly, in 1982, which was a great year, the best year ever, I don't know why, best year, IRGC deployed
1992
forces.
was a great year. You heard it from Casimir. He was very, very, very excited to see Koreatown and LA burn because he hates the Koreans so much that he was celebrating when, the Korean immigrants in America were being killed and their property was burned by race rioters in LA. Continue.
But we got excellent photos of rooftop Koreans. So there you go.
I watched that documentary today. The one from like the Korean perspective. It was pretty good.
Yeah. Smack your friends to terrify your enemies. Anyway, so they deployed forces to Lebanon. They deployed 1,500 IRGC personnel to basically train militias to fight against Israel on the ground. That's an aggressive action, and they did that following basically a regional war where their proxies were killing Christians. So this is an interesting thing that somehow Dave Smith never talks about, how Iran is just randomly starting wars, killing Christians all over the region. Israel gets involved, and Israel is the aggressor, according to Dave Smith. And then there was the Tyre headquarters suicide bombing when the IDF forces headquarters in Tyre got attacked, killing 91 people. There was a direct attack by RGC in 1982. So all of these attacks were performed before Israel attacked Iran directly. So that's it. That limits the argument for aggression. Yeah. And all of those people that performed those attacks, by the way, they were still alive well until Trump, basically. So, for example, yeah.
I don't want to get too involved in this, right? It's
all right.
I kind of want to fit. No, it's fine. It's fine. Like I mean, hop in. I knew that you would have something about it. But I do want to say, DM me later or whatever. Now that I got you here, I want to see if I can schedule something kind of off that phone conversation we had, and see if we can get like Liquid Zulu or something and have like a philosophy discussion on like the limits of aggression and homesteading of like airspace, sound space, light pollution, etc.
Easy. That would be fun.
I think it'd be fun to have like a super nerdy libertarian night at some point and grab Zulu.
Yeah, absolutely. We did it before. I think he liked it, so
Yeah.
I'll tell about this
You mean
idea.
him and you and Zulu had a conversation about it before? Is that what you're saying?
No. First of all, if you remember, we had that on your program. You have a video.
Brother, I have been doing this for 3 years. I know that we've had talks with Zulu before.
No, we had you, me, Zulu, and one other guy, and we were debating property rights, including those questions. So this would be like a part 2 of that discussion.
Yeah,
you have it on
I
your
remember
channel.
we were talking about whether or not you homestead your view of property. That was what we were talking about. Yeah. I remember now. And like
Yeah, I
whether or
think
not
we
you can
evolved
homestead
quite a
whole
bit.
forest and stuff. Yeah. I think it'd be
We
a fun
evolved quite a
conversation.
bit from that day.
I know I have. My philosophy was dog shit at that time, comparatively. Still better than Dave Smith's is right now, but but dog shit compared to now. But yeah, I think it might have been. I think that might have been back when. Oh my God, the Objectivist was still around.
But see, you're not wearing a cool hoodie every stream. All you have to do is just wear a cool hoodie in every stream, and just like even as your hair grays out, you have to keep telling people, "Oh, I'm a young man. I'm one of the degenerates. I'm part of the crew."
Bro, I'll tell you why I'm not wearing a cool hoodie. Because have you ever sat behind studio lights for fucking 6 hours?
Yes.
Yeah. You don't want to wear a hoodie. That's a skinny boy activity. I got to get skinny before I can fucking wear a hoodie for 6 hours behind studio lights. All right.
That is true.
You know what? Actually, fuck this. I don't even say whatever you want to say. I'm fucking done with this debate. This debate got really stupid.
No, I should continue suffering. Damn it.
No. I'm done. I'm starting to get tired. I did a full hour. Before I did that, I did a full hour of the mayoral debate with Zoran and Cuomo. And
oh dear.
So Right. So like I've been raging for a minute now. And I'm streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow I should be talking with, oh my God, let me pull it up because I don't want to get the name wrong. This is just for everybody else, right? But Ryan C. Mullally, the kind of like little L liberty leaning constitutionalist conservative whatever lawyer about the healthcare lodge system and voluntary sufficiency, and like how can we get that back?
That is sweet. You should look up. There are present examples of people trying to do that.
Christians mostly, yeah.
Yes, you can go with Christian communities, Mennonites. There is Crowd Health that is starting to do something very similar. There is a community either in Louisiana or in Texas where a whole bunch of doctors started being like cash only, but severely lowering prices because they fired all their insurance staff, basically.
Well, the big one is pharmacy care managers. That's the big thing nobody talks about. It's a middleman in the entire industry, and it's rough.
Yep. Oh, speaking of mad money, so according to my father, who's like a grandpa basically, and he believes that everybody with a brain, at least in the Russian community, will be voting for Cuomo. But I just can't handle the stench. I mean, when I see Cuomo on screen, I can smell him. And he smells.
You like smell the patchouli oil from like him being too Italian?
No, it's not patchouli oil, man. He's like decaying live on screen. You've seen him on the debate. He doesn't look like Cuomo. He looks like some kind of a dead prune with like decay under the skin.
Yeah, I mean, it's becoming. There is this weird trend of men and women that are getting a lot of work done, especially women. Like now, it seems like every like hot chick, Hollywood person hits like 32, and then all of a sudden they have a new face that they want to unveil that they're quote unquote stunning. Like, did you see fucking Selena Gomez's new face? I was like, oh, ouch. Oh man!
Yeah.
Somebody in the comments said it was a gypsy curse that was enacted on her for trying to fight the tortification of Latinas, and I fucking died.
A Carnage. I'll respond to that shortly. It's just off topic. So this is sort of the interesting part, really, besides his appearance, is how impotent the Cuomo campaign is. I mean, this is what they did. Yeah. They lost to Mamdani in the primaries, and I've heard this. This is like I've been arguing with my father all evening about this. It's super silly to say that this was unexpected. What Mamdani did is basically the same thing that. Almost the same thing that was done with Hillary Clinton and what's his face.
I don't know who what's his face is.
Once again, I am coming to you, the senator.
Oh, Mark.
No, the leftist senator, the AOC crowd senator.
That doesn't narrow it down at all.
The communist.
Bernie Sanders?
Bernie Sanders, 2016 election. He got like almost 45% or more.
Okay. Well, you just weren't telling me what was going. You were just like the person.
Yes. Oh, sorry. So it was a surprise in 2016 when it happened, but this is like a decade later. We know that populism has been extremely strong, and a mixture of like leftist populism plus leftist socialism is strong in New York. So how is it surprising that Mamdani is winning the primaries? That he's not a spoiler? So that first of all, that was like stupid. I want to use a stronger words. When I say stupid, I mean other words. Just imagine what I'm trying to convey here, right? Okay, on the advice of counsel, we won't say the stronger words. And then he like pretends like it's surprising, and so he goes independent. And he's asking Sliva to surrender, and he's not even giving anything back. It's like, the press releases, I might give him a position in the government. If he had any sense, if his campaign, if his people had any brain, they would have said, if Sliva joins me, we're gonna implement a new law where he's the co-mayor, like the vice mayor. If I die, he becomes the mayor, and I give him like 50% of the decisions. Just vote for me. Just join forces with me. That should have been offer number one. Where offer number two is that he surrenders and all his voices go to Sliva. That would have been like the maximum. And then you should have carved back from there. But they're acting as if Cuomo is winning. But he's not winning.
He's losing.
They don't have the resource to push him through the election fraud. Because the election fraud is committed by people in the polls, the poll workers, who are all leftists.
Okay,
there's going to be more fraud.
Hold on. Let's be careful. Let's be careful with that on YouTube.
Yeah, sorry.
That's one of the few things YouTube is super fucking crazy about. You can go harder on trans people and like COVID and shit now than you can on Twitch, but you can't. You gotta be careful about election denial. I
object to myself. I was not even joking. Yeah. Horrible statement.
I'm sure,
gently caress.
I'm sure all of the communists that are claiming that LLA in Argentina was a stolen election will definitely be punished by YouTube any minute now.
Yes.
But anyways, I'm sure it doesn't just go one way. But anyways, even still, if he drops out, he's like 12 points behind Zoran in the polls. Like, he doesn't even need to cheat.
Yes.
If Curtis drops out, he's 12 points behind. He's like 15 points behind with Curtis in. And if Cuomo drops out, Curtis Sliwa is like 8 points behind. He's closer than Cuomo if Cuomo drops out.
Yeah, I know, and the demographics are even basically worse. So Sliva is somehow, I think he's either on parity or ahead of Cuomo with older voters.
One quick, Charcoal, who keeps getting mad because he really hates Israel and popped up in chat. Hey man, did Muslims create American culture and finance? I think you're targeting the wrong people. So I want to make my position on Zoran very clear, right? And it is, and so that there's no confusion, because you seem to think that I hate him because he's a Muslim. And so from here on out, we will no longer refer to him as Zoran. We will refer to him as the Kami Jihadi. Okay? He is now known as the Kami Jihadi. So you can understand that my hatred is not just because he's a Muslim. It's because he's a Kami and a Muslim. Fuck Islam. Fuck socialism. Does that make it more clear for you? So the Kami Jihadi is 8 points ahead, even if Cuomo drops out.
Right. So Charcoal, I'm starting reading his posts. They're very, very smart. You should all read them. It's definitely what's happening in the region. Now, here is what Charcoal is not telling you. So this is true that in Israel, there is like church in Jerusalem, and on certain days, some very nasty Orthodox Jews walk by, and occasionally they get videotaped spitting down at their feet, or like at the people standing occasionally. And this is a horrible act of aggression. However, here's the problem with your theory. The population of Christians in Israel is growing. I'm not saying it's growing exceptionally well, but it's increasing. And this is the only place in the Middle East in the past 100 years, in the whole, not just Middle East, North Africa. This is the only place where the populations of Christians is either stable or increasing. If you look at Lebanon, which is right next to Israel, where Israel is not in power.
Formerly Christian country. That's where my family.
So yes, it was 80%
That's where
Christian.
my family ran from Lebanon, right? So that's why I have a little bit of Lebanese in me. Is because they ran from Lebanon and fled and came to America to. They were the Christians, right? Like I don't have any like Muslim or Jews in my family, but they were Lebanese Christians, and then they went to Appalachia. Weirdly enough.
Right, and so what happened there? 80% Christian. Who made it 20% Christian 20 years ago and like 10% Christian now? Who made it Charcoal? Is that evil Israel did that? And what happened to the Yazidi? What happens to the Armenian Christians all over the Middle East?
Half sister Jewish? So she's not She has Jewish DNA, my half sister and half brother, yes, but they are neither of them are Jewish because it comes from like her mother's father's side or some shit.
So you see, this guy is in chat is just he's just like openly distorting reality. So Palestinians left because of Israel. He means Palestinian Arabs. Okay, fine.
Wait, isn't Dan Blazarian like pretty anti-Israel anyways? So like, isn't the thanks
Yes.
Dan Blazarian just like a weird thing? Also, someone asked me in chat, what's worse, Scott, Muslims or communism? Islam is slightly better than communism because Islam is right about women. Am I doing the internet right?
Oof.
No, dude, they're both inherently aggressive. The problem with Islam, as far as I can, obviously, I think Casimir I don't know that he'll necessarily disagree with me, but he'll have more problems, right? My problem is like, look, I think all of these monotheistic religions are wrong. I think they demand or they preach in some form or fashion altruism, right? Which I think leads to socialism and is a problem. My issue is that both Christianity and, as far as I can tell, Judaism, I'm not a Jewish scholar, right? I don't know every fucking like weird rule of like whatever. But as far as I can tell, you can be an anarchist, you can be a good person and be a Jew or be a Christian. It is impossible there's no such thing as a good Muslim, because to be Muslim is to be in favor of violating the non-aggression principle, right? Islam is specifically has systems of taxation for non-believers and those that were born non-Muslim. Islam specifically has values that exert punishments for those that believe differently than their religion, right? So apostasy is a crime under Islam. Islam is specifically has the jizya, right? So taxation is a specific element of Islam for people that are against it. Islam is specifically allowed to lie to protect the growth of Islam. So that's the taqiyya, right? Or the taqiyya. I don't know how to say it exactly,
Yes.
but right? Like they say that lying and fraud is okay so long as it is in defense of Islam. And Islam has a legal structure and system that is not even talking about the hadith, but specifically in the Quran, where there are multiple elements where the word of a woman is worth half that of a man in courts and different things of that nature that are legal prescriptions that are against natural law. So for the reason of the taqiyya, for the reason of the jizya, for the reason of apostasy, for other portions of Sharia law that are against natural law philosophy, you cannot be a good Muslim because there's no such thing as a good Muslim. You can be culturally Muslim, right? You can be someone that is like, born Arab, right? And your parents are Muslim. And so like, you like to go to a mosque or whatever, and you like to pray to God 5 times a day, and you like to do fasting, right? But if you are preaching that Islam is the true faith and that Islam is, as in and of itself, submission to God is good, then there is no possibility of you being a good person until you denounce that faith. There are issues that I have morally with Christianity and Judaism, like I stated, altruism and things of that nature, but they are not incommensurate with morality. They do not necessitate that you violate natural law and thus is an unjustifiable faith. I feel like it's a pretty good answer, right?
Yeah, I'm 100% in agreement. And I don't even care to state like the other things. It doesn't even matter at that point, right? Now, somebody said, Paul in chat writes, there isn't a religion that imposes itself on outsiders. So actually, there are many religions that are insular and don't impose themselves on outsiders. Now, is it like universal forever? No, there's always a possibility of a sect forming that says, "Oh, we're gonna read it in a different way."
Yeah, I mean,
but we're talking about like
a pacifist religion. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, it doesn't impose itself on others. Mennonites, for example, and Amish are all pacifists, right? They don't impose themselves on others. They don't even impose themselves on people within the community, right? Like, bear in mind that the Amish, this is why the Amish, I think, are the closest
I misread.
things-
Okay.
The Amish are one of, oh, sorry, Casimir read my message again. I was saying Judaism does, oh, okay. My bad. Well, I think with Judaism, you know, the thing that, I think the thing that struck me, right, is like, is the book of Job, right? Like, was really kind of like, even God doesn't impose the religion, you know, from the Old Testament, right, onto others if they are like, you know, if they repent for their sins, etc. Right? So, like, you know, in the book of Job, like, you know, Job denies being a prophet for God, right? He hops on a boat. He's like, fuck this, I'm leaving. If I get far enough away, God won't have any power. And then God proves his power is everywhere, etc. Right? And then he tells the people on the boat, like, yeah, this is my fault because I'm denying God, or like, I'm not doing what God told me to do. So then he gets swallowed up by the whale, right? Jonah and the whale, except whale just means big sea creature. Anyways, he fucking agrees to go on the mission, goes out, and Jonah, sorry, not Job, sorry, Jonah. It's late, guys. I've been streaming for a while. And so he goes out and he tells these people that have conquered the Jews, right? And he says, listen, you know, God said you're sinning, you fucked up, you're bad, you know, fix this. And so they all give sackcloth and ashes, right? They all actually meaningfully repent. And so God does not punish them because they ask for forgiveness for the sins of, you know, attacking and raiding and killing Jews. And Jonah's like, this is fucked up. This is wrong. This is evil, like, not evil per se. He's like, how could you not punish these people? They're not our people, right? Like we're the chosen people. How could you not punish these people that aren't the chosen people just because they repented for their sins? Like, what the fuck is this? So what does God do? Is God grows a tree of which that he can sit in the shade while he's watching these people be unpunished. And then God kills the tree. And then Jonah's like, what the fuck? Where, like, why'd you get rid of this tree? Like, where's my shade? And he's like, I can give and I can take away. Like this is my gift to the people. Right. And so, like, it is unique in the creation of Judaism that God is not God just of my people and everybody else is a heathen to be killed, but rather that I'm everyone's God. Right. So, I mean, like, I have issues with Christianity. I have issues with Judaism, but I have yet to find definitive proof. I find more within Christianity, actually. Like, you know, Paul's letter to Romans, right? And, like, you know, kind of telling them to capitulate to the local governance, right? Right. But even still, you know, I think Judaism tends to be a little bit more based, right? You know, 1 Samuel 8, Israel asks for a king. That is the most unbelievably based anarchist thing you will ever read. Is in the Old Testament, 1 Samuel 8. Right? Go read 1 Samuel 8 when they ask for a king, and God tells them they're not abandoning you, Samuel. They're abandoning me because I would be their king. And when they're asking for a king, they're asking for a king to be like all these other nations, not because of what is right, to govern themselves. And then he tells them, he's like, look, here's what's going to happen. Go tell them what's going to happen. What's going to happen is a king is going to send your sons to die at war. A king is going to take your daughters for himself. A king is going to take like 10% of your crops, right? Like he describes how a nation state will steal from you. And like, this is what you asked for. And like, by asking for government, by asking for a king to rule over you, you have in part denied me as your king, who gives this bounty of life. You just don't find base shit like that in Islam. Like, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, although for strategic reasons, for on advice of council, everybody in the Abrahamic Accord is super cool and totally not a hegemonic global dominator. Yeah, actually, I'm not joking. I sometimes, like, this is why I started using the words Islamist to identify the periphery that's attacking us, because we have supposedly allies on the interior that are quite based. Like, when I see like a based Arab on X, just saying the most racist shit towards Palestinian Arabs, calling them, not Arabs at all, and other things I can't even say on X. That just,
you can't say it on X. Please don't say it on YouTube.
Yeah, on YouTube. No, sorry, I meant on YouTube, right?
I know what you meant. I'm just saying, like, if you can't say it on X, definitely don't say it here.
I'm shedding a tear of joy at this based person, and I'm like, why are you one of the enemies? Why are you not one of us? And so, that's the story.
Is Charcoal Soda's Dopes count? Yeah, we'll link up again. I'm starting to get tired, and I'm starting to make mistakes.
No problem. No problem. You should take a rest for sure.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. And then hopefully we got this DebateCon stuff coming forward. That should be fun. And if all goes well there is a project that I've been cooking for like months that hopefully we can get together, but I can't talk about it. I can just tease you with it. So make sure you guys like, share, subscribe. I appreciate all the super chats. Appreciate all the new memberships. Join the Discord. That is how you hop into the live stream. If you want to hop into the live stream, that's how you get the go live notifications, because YouTube's notifications don't always go. There's like 600 people in there. There's probably only like 50 to 100 that are actually active. But there's still plenty of active stuff. Share some memes and stuff. Follow me on Twitter. I love you guys. I appreciate your support. I will be back tomorrow, and hopefully good things are coming in the future. I think tomorrow will be an interesting conversation, and I'm just gonna hop out of here, guys. So make sure you join the Discord. Links in the description. I appreciate everybody that makes clips. I shouldn't be streaming Friday, which means I should have plenty of time to like make some, turn some of these clips into shorts. So I appreciate everybody that hits the little scissors button, turns it into a clip, and then posts it into the stream clips in Discord, because that makes it super easy for me to make shorts to go out to YouTube. Deuces.
Take care.